accepted those
Right.
instructions.
Yes, I have those instructions.
We will provide you with a verdict form.
Okay, oh, that's fine. So if you want to provide a verdict form, I can have Shannon do one since it's just aggravated murder now. It's not too difficult.
If
I can do that.
that's just fine.
So we'll do 3 verdict forms, one for aggravated murder, one for firearm, and one for child endangerment.
Yes,
We're
ma'am.
on the same sheet, music? Okay, good. 3 verdict forms?
Ms. Frisler is asking, do you think we need 2 aggravated murder forms?
Oh, yes,
given
I'm
that
sorry.
there are 2
I apologize.
separate?
You're right, because you did go ahead and do both same occurrence and 3 years.
And 3
Yes,
years.
so we need 4 verdict forms. Aggravated murder in the same act and transaction, aggravated murder in 3 years, firearm, use of firearm, and child endangerment. Okay, we'll get those together.
Perfect, thank you.
And by the end of closings, we'll be able, you can review them before they go back to the jury.
Great, thank you.
Okay?
Your Honor,
Yes,
is
sir.
there an order that you're going to be calling out the jury instructions?
There is. Let me just put it back into the
Okay.
order, and I will let you know. And I will actually get copies to you as well,
Okay,
in the order that I'm going to give them, and I'll get one for the court reporter too,
Oh,
Carol.
great, thank you.
So I'll do that. We'll have time to do that, okay?
okay.
So that takes care of jury instructions. Do I have Ms. Smith here yet? Ms. Smith, are you here? Are you ready for your motion? Yes. Let's go. Is that okay?
Yes,
I'd
absolutely.
rather do that, then I can go back and put those instructions all
Yes,
in
ma'am.
order. Ms. Smith, you can just come to the center podium, that's fine. Thank you. Apologize, these were all withdrawn.
Just want to make sure I have the right Miss Smith. This is for the access motion?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, great.
Well, you're Ms. Smith, so.
Well, no, I know.
you
I just,
answered.
there could be multiple Miss Smiths, so I wanted to make
Well,
sure.
the odds were pretty good that that I had the right person. I know it was set for 9:30, but since we were so organized today, if it's okay with you, I'd like to go ahead and do it now.
Absolutely.
All right, I've read your motion.
Thank you.
So you don't need to regurgitate it, but anything you want to add to the record, you're welcome to.
Oh, thank you. No, I mean, I appreciate you reading it. And just for the record, I'm Alia Smith here on behalf of ABC and NBC for access to sealed records. And I won't repeat what's in our papers, other than to say I read the Commonwealth's opposition yesterday.
Right.
And, I don't think that they offered, the compelling reasons that are necessary to seal, in a public criminal trial. The fact that the litigation was concluded in the Daily Press case, which is one of the main authorities that we relied on, I don't think is a distinction, because the harm that they're claiming here is not to do with jury tampering or jury impact. And same with they try and distinguish the press enterprises cases, because in the press enterprise cases, the Supreme Court was dealing with the sealing of a whole entire trial.
Being closed, correct.
Correct, and that's true, and I appreciate very much that most of this trial has been completely open.
400 exhibits and televised. So.
Exactly, and the exhibits available on the internet. But I think the point of the press enterprise and Globe newspapers and all the Supreme Court cases is that every aspect of a criminal trial needs to be open, and if it's not, the sealing has to be justified by on-the-record findings of a compelling interest, and I don't think that's been done here.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. Did you want to respond? I did read your opposition brief.
We would submit on our brief.
Spin on your brief. Did you want us to respond, Mr. Carroll? You join your microphone, just.
Your Honor, I would join in the Commonwealth's position.
All right, thank you. Okay, you can stay right there. That's fine. All right, so the ruling on the media motion, non-parties ABC and Dateline have moved to unseal certain exhibits admitted during this trial. The court fully recognizes and respects the First Amendment and the fundamental principles of transparency in our judicial system. These proceedings have at all times been open to the public and the media has not been denied access to any hearing or trial testimony in this case. At the same time, the court does not take the sealing of documents lightly. When considering sealing or unsealing, the court must balance the public's right of access against other compelling constitutional and statutory interests. Here, the constitutional and statutory rights of crime victims. Article 1, Section 8 of the Virginia Constitution, entitled Rights of Victims of Crimes, and Code 19.2-11.01, entitled Crime Victim and Witness Rights, require that crime victims be treated with dignity, respect, and sensitivity, and that their privacy be protected to the extent permissible under law. Victims are defined in relevant part to include family members of homicide victims, including spouses, parents, children, and siblings. As the Supreme Court recognized in Globe Newspaper Company versus Superior Court, the First Amendment right of access to criminal trials serves the important purpose of protecting the free discussion of governmental affairs. However, that right is not absolute. It may be limited where there is a compelling governmental interest, and any limitation must be narrowly tailored to serve that interest. The court finds that unsealing these materials would add little, if anything, to the public's understanding of the judicial process, while substantially infringing upon victims' constitutional and statutory rights. Here, the court finds that the protection of victims' rights constitutes a compelling governmental interest. That interest necessarily limits the public dissemination of graphic depictions of deceased victims, nude victims undergoing life-saving measures, and autopsy images, particularly where such materials would be available for permanent public distribution, download, and reproduction worldwide. The First Amendment does not require the court to permit the exploitation of crime victims or their families by releasing graphic images of their loved ones' bodies for purposes unrelated to public oversight of the judicial process. The victims in this case were a mother, daughter, sister, and a son, brother, and grandson. Their surviving family members' constitutional rights must be considered and respected. This remains a public trial. Of the exhibits admitted into evidence, approximately 400 exhibits are unsealed and publicly accessible on the court's website 24 hours a day. 74 exhibits were placed under seal. The court has reviewed each sealed exhibit admitted in this case to ensure that sealing was narrowly tailored and justified. I will note initially that one category of material referenced in the motion, the co-defendant's interviews with the Commonwealth, were never admitted into evidence and are not part of the court's record in this trial or any pretrial proceeding, okay? Those materials remain in the possession of the parties and are not subject to unsealing by the court. Additionally, the minor child's interview was sealed pursuant to a pretrial motion due to the presence of a minor victim, and that sealing remains appropriate. With respect to the sealed body-worn camera recordings, the moving parties requested that the court redact or excise portions depicting victims' bodies and release the remainder. The court received these exhibits in their entirety as evidence. It is not within the court's role or technical ability to edit, splice, or alter admitted evidence, and the exhibits must be considered as they are entered into the record. All sealed exhibits were sealed pursuant to motions agreed to by the parties at the time of admission. For the record, the court will now go through each sealed exhibit and state the basis for sealing. In doing so, the court does find that certain sealed exhibits do not implicate victims' rights and therefore will be unsealed, okay? So I'm gonna go through it and I'll give you a copy of this too.
No, I appreciate that. And can I just be heard on for one moment on the body-worn camera footage?
You can, but I'm not gonna change my mind.
Okay.
All right, so would you not rather do, okay, good, okay. So let's go through the sealed exhibits. All right, number 4 is a body cam of Officer Hugh. Both victims are shown, one is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. A recently sealed number 5 is a picture in the far right corner. You can see Mr. Ryan's body. Number 6 of the Commonwealth's evidence body cam of Officer Beckner. Both victims are shown, one is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. Number 8 is a photo from the still body cam, and it's of the victim's body. Number 9 is also a photo from the body cam of the victim's body. Number 10, the body cam of Officer Gibbons. Both victims are shown, one is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. Commonwealth's Exhibit 11, the autopsy report will be unsealed. Commonwealth's Exhibit 12, the autopsy report of Mr. Ryan will be unsealed. Number 11 was Ms. Banfield. Number 13 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's deceased. Number 15 is a photo of Joseph Ryan deceased. Number 20 is a photo of Joseph Ryan deceased. 22 is a photo of an autopsy of Ms. Banfield. 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33, and 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 are all photos of the autopsy of Ms. Banfield. Number 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, and 71, and 72 are all FetLife conversations which will be unsealed. Number 98 is a photo aerial view of the house, but Mr. Ryan's body is in the photo. Number 9, a photo of Mr. Ryan's body on the floor. 100 is a photo of closer up of Mr. Ryan's body on the floor. 101 is also Mr. Ryan's body. 101A is that same photo with annotations. 101B is the same photo with annotations. 123 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 123A is the same picture with annotations. 123B is the same picture with annotations. 124 is also a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 170A is a photo of 171 with annotations, which is a picture of Joseph Ryan on the floor deceased. 172 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's as well on the floor. 174A is that same photo with annotations. 181 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 221 photo is of Joseph Ryan's body. 221A is the same photo with annotations. 241 is a photo of the body-worn camera, a still photo with the victim, Mr. Ryan, on the carpet at the crime scene. As far as defense sealed exhibits, the body cam video of Officer Palmer has the body of both Joseph Ryan and life-saving measures being taken from Ms. Banfield at the crime scene. And number 87 is a body cam video of Officer Casanova without audio, and the minor child victim is present for a significant portion of the video. And 119 is a Gmail log for FetLife, which I will unseal. So I will give you a copy of those, and I'll highlight the ones that I'm unsealing. They're already highlighted.
I appreciate that very much. And just for the record, I'd like to add that in the Knorr case that we cited,
Sure.
The court did order the availability of redacted video and documentary records. And in the AP case from the Fourth Circuit, the court held that administrative burdens are not a sufficient compelling reason to keep things. And so I really feel like, there's a way that public can have access to some of this, even if they don't have the specific, very graphic images.
And the exhibit is the exhibit, and I take the exhibit as it is. All right? Thank you very
Understood.
much for
Thank you,
your
Your
motion,
Honor.
and have a good day, Ms. Smith. All right, do we have anything then until 10 o'clock?
No, ma'am.
All right, I will go ahead and get the instructions put together in the order I'm going to do them, get a copy of them, and if you want to stay here, I'll get you the copy so you can be prepared for your opening statements, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All rise.
We are this Friday wrapping up week 3, and today is a big day. Closing arguments get underway at 10 a.m. in the Brendan Banfield double murder trial out of Fairfax County. That means the defense and prosecutor will be wrapping this up today for members of the jury, and the fate then lies in the hands of our jury members.
Right, and you know, Annie, the big question today is, will we hear a verdict? Will they reach a verdict by the end of the day? And there's a strong possibility that we could know by the end of the day if the jury has found Brendan Banfield guilty or not guilty. We do now know the charges that are the charging instructions that are going to be given to the jurors. So they will be considering aggravated murder within 3 years, aggravated murder, same act or transaction, firearm in the commission of a felony, and child endangerment. And one other thing to note here, they've been given this no waterfall instruction. And what that means is the jury cannot decide that Brendan Banfield is guilty of killing just Christine or just Joseph. It is either he killed both or he did not kill them.
Okay, very important. Also important, you may have been logged on to our streaming a little early, whether it was YouTube or WUSA 9+, and you've been watching sort of the courtroom proceedings getting underway at 9 a.m. before the closing arguments. And that was between all parties involved, kind of going over some housekeeping things, if you will. Do you want to explain a little more about that?
Yeah, so they were going over the charges first, but then they were also going over this media motion, if you will. So some news outlets, agencies had requested some of the body camera footage, some of the autopsy reports be unsealed, if you will, and that would give access to the media to see certain things. And the clips they wanted unsealed, these specific media agencies, were clips that were graphic, you know.
Very sensitive material.
Very sensitive information and material and video of very disturbing things happening. And, you know, one of them, I believe, was the interview with the little girl, which, as you know, was not submitted as evidence. So the judge denied all of that.
Yeah, and she was 4 years old at the time that this occurred.
She's now 8.
Right, and we know, though, the autopsy reports of both victims will be shared, right? Also, the FetLife conversations. FetLife was the website in question here, the fetish website where they the prosecutor claimed that, you know, they conversed with Joseph Ryan and lured him to the home. The Gmail log of FetLife will also be released. So those were some of the things that they were taking care of before closing arguments get underway at 10 a.m. Yesterday, a very emotional day for the families involved. Christine's parents, Brendan's parents, Joseph Ryan's family watching this, and Brendan on day 2 describing the final moments of their lives.
Yeah, and we do have a kind of a highlights reel of some of what Brendan Banfield said yesterday. Obviously, he testified 2 days, but we do have a little bit of a summary video for you of Brendan's testimony from day 2 of his testimony, if we're able to take a listen to that.
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin-on-skin contact.
What did you think was going on at that point?
Sex.
Why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work. The sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounds sounded forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable.
Walked up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, and you weren't worried about your daughter at that point either then, right?
I don't think it was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured, and that was at the forefront of my mind. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay, but you're law enforcement, and this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that, and it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back, out, and it's something that I've thought about many times. Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, and Joe Ryan was behind her. He was clothed. He was looking directly at me. I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Have you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room. I did not want to shoot him. He did a very forceful stab towards Christine. Christine told me that she was bleeding out and that she was sorry and that she loved me. He was stabbing her. I mean, I wish I shot him earlier.
Now that you've heard all of the evidence, every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened. Now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony, at Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November.
These very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings, did not exist when your wife was alive.
Correct. Juliana and I weren't even together when Christine died.
You had broken up, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you need to kill your wife to get her back?
definitely not.
One of those affairs was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies. Is that correct?
I would not call it a fetish site.
Okay. What would you call it?
An arranged relationship.
Okay. But you were looking for someone to be your sugar baby?
I guess. It was a relationship where they would already know that I was married.
From him, and you know that was day 2 of the testimony. Day 1, he kind of talked about the moments prior to the day of February 24th, 2023, but that was his recap of that day.
Yes, so we learned more about his relationship with Juliana, the 911, you know, you heard Jenna Sands, the prosecutor, asking him, why didn't you call 911 right away? Also, she did ask him about, you know, you had 3 years to share this story about you saving your wife's, you know, trying to save your wife's life. Why now? And, you know, it did seem like, to me, he had answers for everything.
He did, and I will mention something that Frank Salvedo, our criminal defense attorney.
Now, whether, you know, whether they were, it's his claims, but I'm saying that as she was peppering him with questions, he seemed to have a response.
Yeah, and you know, one thing to mention here, Frank Salvedo, our legal expert who was with us yesterday, he commented on, he kind of raised a red flag on that line of questioning because Brendan has the right to stay silent. He does not have to give his story.
Sure.
He had an attorney at that point, and
he did say he was instructed by his attorney.
Right, and so Frank pointed out that that was a risky line of questioning for the defense attorney, and we did, or by the prosecutor, Jenna Sands, and we did hear defense attorney John Carroll object to it, and then we saw them all go up to the bench, and Frank explained that John Carroll is likely flagging that moment for the judge because it was overruled. So the judge said, Jenna Sands, you can continue this line of questioning, and Frank said he thinks that that was flagged by John Carroll as a possible opportunity to appeal if Brendan Banfield is convicted because she's questioning his right to remain silent.
That's right. We also got a little bit more about this relationship that he had with Juliana, the au pair. Initially on day 1, he testified that this was nothing serious. It was just a fling that we had. And Jenna presented then with letters that Brendan had written to Juliana as she was in prison, professing his love for her and also going as far as, you know, talking about possible baby names, you know, for the future. I think that was a big moment out of the courtroom yesterday. Also, he admitted that, or he claimed that he had no idea Juliana had gone to his gun safe to retrieve his personal gun.
Yeah, and you know what was interesting there? We heard, as expected, Jenna Sands say, why did she have the code to your
right.
safe? And it wasn't really clear why she did. He said she was sitting next to him when he opened it one day. He also mentioned it was the same code for their door, but again, why did your au pair have the code to your safe that you held your gun in? And she pointed out, you're a federal law enforcement agent. Do you normally allow anyone to have access to your gun safe? And then obviously came up the question of, why'd you bring your au pair to a shooting range to go shooting? And again, he had an answer for everything, right? We saw that. He mentioned it was just an activity for them to do.
A lot of big moments coming out of yesterday. I understand we also have a highlighted
Yes.
moment when so going into yesterday, we talked about this, right? That we ended day one with Brendan testifying that this day, the morning of February 24th, was a big day for him. As a former federal agent, at the time our IRS agent, he had this big operation that he had to do. It really weighed a lot on his promotion to become a senior special agent, and he really beefed it up to be a moment where he had to be there, and he got up earlier and started his day so that he could get ahead and go to the conference room and things like that.
Yeah, and a little bit of context to add more to it, as I listened back to it last night, and you know, the night before was his birthday. He was actually supposed to go to New York to celebrate with some friends, and he canceled those plans. And you know, the prosecutor was questioning, why'd you cancel your plans? You're claiming you didn't know your wife had off work the next day until the night before. And he said, I had this really big, important meeting. And then yesterday we see the hearing start. You know, we're expecting more testimony from Brendan Banfield, but first Jenna Sands gets up there and she says, hey, we have this new witness who came to us.
The state asking to bring on a rebuttal witness because this person, after watching Brendan testify on day one, said, wait a minute, I have specific information here that could counter what Brendan is saying on the stand. And so they brought that person in, and that person was the former, T. Patrick Smith, and he was Brendan's former supervisor, former boss, and he just dropped a bombshell.
Yeah, let's take a listen to that clip if we can. It's the moment of Brendan's testimony, but then that rebuttal witness kind of coming up there as well.
The day was an important day for me at work as well. There was an important meeting for one of my cases. There was going to be a undercover operation for one of my cases. And we were meeting with the undercover officer, a senior special agent, and my manager. And that meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day. This was a particularly important meeting for me, as had been indicated that success in this case may lead to me getting a promotion to a senior special agent.
We are requesting permission to add an individual to our witness list. We're approached by a witness who indicated that they had specific information that was contrary to something the defendant testified to. This is a surprise to the Commonwealth. To your knowledge, was there a meeting scheduled between yourself or with Juliet and Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
Leading,
Sure.
sustain the objection.
Did you have any plans for the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did. I was in Baltimore on an unrelated undercover operation on that morning.
Were you scheduled to meet with Mr. Banfield?
I was not.
And again, I'm sorry, where was Juliet, his other supervisor?
She was out of the country.
All right, so a really powerful moment there. You know, we'll see if it had an impact, but let's get back into what's happening today, right? We're going to hear closing arguments from the prosecution and the defense really any moment now.
Yes, they will be basically tying this up, and we don't know how long this could take. I mean, it could take an hour, it could take longer. But keep in mind, they do like to break for 15 minutes. So somewhere around 11:15 has been sort of the typical time. And then we break again for lunch at 1, and that's about an hour long, and court will resume. So we are just moments away from closing arguments where the defense and prosecution will wrap this up for the jury members. And speaking of the jury, I mean, they have really been through a roller coaster the past 3 weeks. We anticipated this going into
Possibly
weeks or
next
so,
week,
which
right.
is possible if we don't get a verdict today. But just like you, I mean, we have been watching every moment of this,
Right.
and it started off as a complex and layered case, but boy, I did not anticipate some of the twists and turns that we saw.
A lot to see, and we'll have a lot more coming up at 11:15. We're going to take you through what we just watched, what you can expect throughout. We will have Frank Salvato here with us during the lunch break, so if you do have questions for him, you can start dropping them in the chat on YouTube, or feel free to text us. The number to text is 202-895-5599. Again, that number is 202-895-5599. But really, we are just moments away from the start of closing arguments. I know she's been very prompt. Judge Penny Ascarati has been very prompt. I'm curious to see how quickly they're going to get through these closing arguments. Remember, opening statements were less than 40 minutes with both of them going.
Yeah, opening statements didn't take long, and also taking us back to that time, opening statements didn't take long, and also we had such an aggressive start. We didn't expect or think that Juliana would actually take the stand that first day.
Yeah, the first day of hearing from both the prosecution and the defense, we got through 5 witnesses that day, and then Juliana, the supposed star witness to the prosecution's case. So I think we'll continue to see Jenna Sands push through and be quick. I'm more curious if John Carroll is going to take his time here with this. Does he want the jury to have the whole weekend to think about this, or does he want them to kind of want to be done with this and get done by the end of the day? It is a Friday. We're going into the weekend, and remember, they weren't supposed to have court on Fridays. They have had court this Friday and last Friday because of the snow. But they weren't supposed to be in court on Fridays.
That's right. Okay, so we will be watching that closely. Again, I don't know if we have that number slate for our viewers here, but that number again is 202-895-5599. I know you all have been sharing a lot of your comments and questions with us, and we've been asking Frank with that. Yesterday was a very, very active day. Many of you weighing in on day 2 of Brendan Banfield's testimony because there were so many things that came out of the courtroom yesterday.
Yeah, and if you at home want to weigh in and let us know, we'd love to hear what you think of the case. We're trying to read as many comments as we can, as many texts. Definitely text us your questions, but if you just want to weigh in, we're happy to kind of chat with you, Annie and I here, and hear your thoughts on everything that has unfolded. And we understand it is a lot. There has been a lot. You can only imagine what these jurors are trying to navigate as they make a decision that really is going to have a huge impact. It does look like court is about to start. We see Brendan Banfield sitting down there in the chair. So let's take you inside the courtroom.
That you wanted to put the two together, which, if you want to take a look at it,
Yes.
if you want to approach.
Yes, ma'am.
just- You wanted to add 20, but you had two 20s. So we combined them, Shannon combined them for you. Does that?
Yeah.
And there's no objection to 20?
No, ma'am.
All right. So what we'll do, no problem. So what we'll do, this is the order I'm going to read them in for the record, and we have copies for the attorneys and for the court reporter for right now. Then we'll get copies for the jurors as well. All right, so the jury instructions will be read. Instruction A, C, D, E, U, V as in Victor, L, I, M, F, G, X, N, O, P, T, 2, 4, 10, 12, 16, 36, and 20. Okay? All right. Is there anything else before we bring the jury out?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. I think this one is on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I swear, juror number 2, I'm going to have to put you on the payroll. You keep that door open every time you come back. I really appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in this case. All right, before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will give you the instructions of the law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in their closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 12 jurors of what the evidence in this case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, remember your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence, and you should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, a reminder that the court has sealed the names of the jurors for a year. Just wanted to make sure I remind you of that. Okay, as far as the jury instructions are involved, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the jury room with you, and we'll make copies for all 12 jurors, okay? So you don't need to take notes on them right now, but I would ask for your attention when I read them, okay? With respect to the instructions I'm about to give, you might notice that at the top of them, some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered. You not have to concern yourself with that. You're just looking at the body of the instruction themselves, okay? Some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the Commonwealth's case and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? Brendan Banfield is presumed to be innocent. You should not assume that he is guilty because he has been charged and is on trial. This presumption of innocence remains with him throughout the trial and is enough to require you to find him not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth proves each and every element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. This does not require proof beyond all possible doubt, nor is the Commonwealth required to disprove every conceivable circumstance of innocence. However, suspicion or probability of guilt is not enough for a conviction. There is no burden on Brendan Banfield to produce any evidence. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on your sound judgment after a full and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may also be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable conclusions from the evidence. You may convict Brendan Banfield on circumstantial evidence alone, or on circumstantial evidence combined with other evidence if you believe from all the evidence that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. When the Commonwealth relies upon circumstantial evidence, the circumstances proved must be consistent with guilt and inconsistent with innocence. It is not sufficient that the circumstances proved create a suspicion of guilt, however strong, or even a probability of guilt. The evidence as a whole must exclude every reasonable theory of innocence. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any has been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you've considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may decide which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. If you believe from the evidence that a witness other than Brendan Banfield previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is for its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said is true. The defendant is charged with the crime of aggravated murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number 1, that the defendant killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And number 2, that the killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And number 3, that the killings occurred within a 3-year period. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime is charged, then you shall find the defendant guilty of the aggravated murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of the crime, then you shall find the defendant not guilty. The defendant is charged with the crime of aggravated murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number 1, that the defendant killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And number 2, that the killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And number 3, that the killings occurred as part of the same act or transaction. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find the defendant guilty of the aggravated murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of the crime, then you shall find the defendant not guilty. Willful, deliberate, and premeditated means a specific intent to kill adopted at some time before the killing, but which need not exist for any particular length of time. A willful act is one done with a bad purpose or without justifiable excuse, or without ground for believing it is lawful. A willful act is intentional or knowing or voluntary as distinguished from accidental. The terms bad purpose or without justifiable excuse require knowledge that the particular conduct will likely result in injury or illegality. To prove the charge of murder, the Commonwealth does not have to prove a motive for the killing. The presence or absence of a motive may be considered in arriving at your verdict. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of using a firearm while committing or attempting to commit murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield used a firearm. And number two, that the use occurred while Brendan Banfield was committing or attempting to commit murder. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. A firearm is any instrument that is capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder. A firearm is also an object that is not capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder, but gives the appearance of being able to do so. The existence of a firearm may be proved by circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, or both. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of child endangerment. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield had custody of Valerie Banfield, who was a child under the age of 18. And number two, that he willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt both of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty of child endangerment. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. The fact that Brendan Banfield has been indicted by a grand jury is not evidence against him, and you should not consider it. If there is concert of action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participated in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. You may infer that every person intends the natural and probable consequences of his acts. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of the defendant as the person who committed the crimes charged. If the Commonwealth has not met this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. You may consider the character of the defendant when proven by the evidence, whether good or bad, along with the other factors and circumstances in the case in determining his guilt or innocence. The statements presented to you as having been made by the defendant are submitted for your consideration along with all the other evidence. The weight, value, credibility, and reliability of those statements are questions for your determination. If you believe from the evidence that the defendant previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as proof that what the defendant previously said is true. Juliana Peres Magalhães has testified that she was an accomplice in the commission of the crime charged in the indictment. While you may find your verdict upon her uncorroborated testimony, you should consider such testimony with great care, and you are cautioned as to the danger of convicting the defendant upon the uncorroborated testimony of an accomplice. Nevertheless, if you are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant may be convicted upon the uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice. If you believe that the defendant was without fault in provoking or bringing on the killing of Joseph Ryan, and if you further believe that the defendant reasonably feared under the circumstances that they appeared to him, that he or others were in danger of being killed or that he or others were in danger of great bodily harm, then the killing was in self-defense and you should find the defendant not guilty. The defendant contends that he acted in defense of another person. Under Virginia law, this defense is governed by the same principles that apply to self-defense. Number one, burden of proof. If the evidence raises a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant acted in lawful defense of another, the jury must find him not guilty. Number two, reasonable belief of imminent danger. The defendant must have had a reasonable belief that the person he sought to protect was in imminent danger of bodily harm. All right, closing arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if we can have the display for the jury activated from our table, and it does include sealed exhibits, so we'd ask it not be displayed to the gallery.
Just to the jury and not
Yes,
to the
please.
gallery.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much, not just for what you're going to do today, but for all of the time that you have spent carefully considering the evidence that we've been able to put before you, for the attention that you've paid, for the notes that you've taken, for the time that you've given up away from your daily lives, your jobs, and your families. Without your work here, Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan would not be able to find justice. So thank you. The judge has read the instructions to you. They'll go back to the jury room with you, and you're going to have those as your guide in making your decision. I would draw your attention to the fact that you've been given 2 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of use of a firearm in commission of murder, and 1 count of child endangerment. Talking first about the aggravated murder instructions. They have 3 parts. You'll first need to find that Brendan Banfield killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. You'll need to find that those killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. You'll need to find for 1 of the counts that those 2 murders occurred within a 3-year period, and for the other count, that those 2 murders occurred within the same transaction or occurrence. We know that they were killed during the same event within the Banfield residence, so that should knock that one out for you. 3 years, pretty simple as well. We know that they occurred on the same day. It's the first element that we're going to talk about, that Brendan Banfield killed both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. We know that on February 24th, 2023, he executed his plan to murder his wife and an innocent stranger. He was in love with Juliana. He can pretend that this was a fling, an affair, he'd had them before, no big deal. He was in love with Juliana. He was afraid of losing her. He needed to get rid of his wife so that they could be together, so that they could marry, so that they could have those babies that he was picking out names for. Juliana told us how the plan was crafted and how it played out that morning in the Banfield house. But you've heard directly from our detectives and our experts the uncontradicted evidence of Brendan Banfield's culpability. You needn't rely only on Juliana's story. There has been a plethora of evidence to help you meet your burden in this case. Let's walk through just the highlights. Our digital evidence. While the digital evidence cannot tell us definitively who was behind the screen, we heard that a bunch. We know that to be true. What it can tell us is that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães are more likely to be the ones to have set up Joe Ryan to come into the house to fake rape Christine on February 24th. There is no digital history, none, of Christine Banfield using dating sites, fetish sites, searching for pornography, talking to other men prior to the January inception of this scheme. Brendan told you that more than 10 years ago, there were incidents of affairs involving rough sex. But you have 0 evidence to corroborate that self-serving statement. Think about the 2 days of Mr. Litsky's testimony for the defense and the 3 times that Detective Miller was called to this stand. If there was 1 scintilla of evidence that supported these claims of infidelity, of interest in sexual violence, don't you think you might have heard about it? The FetLife and Telegram contacts all occur on Christine's laptop, frequently while her phone is in use with something completely innocuous. You remember the frozen tickets, the Lululemon shopping, the family vacations the day before the murder? 2 devices, 2 different people. The FetLife and Telegram usage only ever occurred when Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães are in the home. Is it at all plausible that this woman wouldn't take advantage of an empty house to engage in her plans for adultery? That on the 2 weekends that her husband and the nanny are out of the house, those are the 2 weekends where we see 0 FetLife activity, 0 Telegram activity? Let's look at the chats themselves. Slide 1. How many potential targets were turned down by Juliana and Brendan because they wanted to meet in person first, because they wanted to talk on the phone, because they wanted pictures that included Christine's face. Does this make any sense for someone seeking a new relationship in an area of sexual exploration that would be new to them? Why would the real Christine Banfield have been concerned about taking these safety precautions? For that matter, why would the real Christine Banfield have been searching for someone who was willing to engage in knife play when she had a blood clotting disorder? Why would Christine use a phone from a gym bathroom, a photo from a phone taken in a gym bathroom when she has all of these far better pictures available? That one keeps stumping us. There are so many more whys, and I'm sure you have plenty of them in your own heads, but the answer is the same to all of these whys, because it wasn't Christine. It was Brendan Banfield with the help of Juliana. Let's talk about our physical evidence. You heard from Detective Leach, Dr. Kessler, Ms. McCarthy, Dr. Greenspoon, Ms. Colombo. She was up there forever with all those lab sheets. They gave us a million things to think about. Slide 4. Christine Banfield died as a result of 7 stab wounds to her neck. She suffered massive blood loss. Next, the knife Brendan used to kill her was a kitchen knife with an approximately 4-inch blade, the kind you use for chopping up vegetables. This was the knife that Joe Ryan brought because Anastasia asked him to. This was not the killing knife that Brendan Banfield had envisioned for his scheme. Next, Joe Ryan was shot twice. Once in the head by Brendan Banfield, incapacitating him. A second time by Juliana in the chest, tearing a large hole through his heart and lodging in his spine. His wounds were rapidly fatal, according to Dr. Kessler, and we saw that there was little to no blood from the chest wound. Iris Daly-Graf told you that he would have been incapable of movement following that second shot. Next. We saw evidentiary confirmation of the affair. The semen stains on Juliana's bed sheets. We also saw the photos of Juliana's clothing moved into the primary bedroom when the search warrant was executed in October following the murders. We saw the photos of Brendan and Juliana together, both before and after the murders. Her photos from her Instagram, their family photos in the bedroom after the murder. We saw the records from the shooting range for the purchase of the gun and the training of Juliana to shoot it. Slide 8. We saw the deactivation of the automatic locking feature on the front door at 5:47 a.m. the morning of the murders, done from Christine's phone by the person who knew how the locking system operated, Brendan Banfield. We saw Christine's phone turned off at 6:46 a.m. and hidden in a drawer in a bar table in the kitchen. This is just not where you keep your phone. This is not where we heard that this woman kept her phone. This is not where a person who's about to engage in potentially risky behavior puts her source of help. A floor away, turned off, in a drawer, off to the side of the kitchen. Just doesn't make sense. We saw Brendan Banfield drive to McDonald's and hang out, waiting for the call from Juliana. We see their call records, 10 and 11, between Juliana, Christine's phone, which is turned off, Brendan, Christine's phone, which is turned off. They're creating a record. It's a plan. It is premeditated. We see this false attempt to check in on Christine so that they can tell the story to the police when they arrive, that they did everything they possibly could. Next, we see the lock at the top of the basement door that Brendan Banfield did not think to engage to protect his daughter. Even under his own version of this event, he agrees he didn't think about it. He left his 4-year-old child in the basement with guns out, stranger in the house, and something happening that caused him to be concerned. We heard the 911 calls. We have a hang-up at 7:47 with Joe moaning in the background, and then a 15-minute gap before anyone calls 911 back. 8:02. 15 minutes between when someone in that house thought the police should be there and when they finally asked for help. We saw the body-worn camera and the photos from the scene. Blankets piled near the bodies. Brendan Banfield kneeling on this blue towel. The towel that has very little staining, completely inconsistent with having been used to stop the flow of blood coming from Christine's neck. We heard that the carpet was soaked through to the subfloor. We saw Brendan Banfield's handcuffs that he didn't use. Magazines full of bullets he didn't shoot, collected from him after the murders. And finally, the blood evidence. You heard from Lieutenant Giacchio and former Deputy Chief Bruce that it was Iris Dallygraph's report that finally pushed this case over the edge and brought the charges against Mr. Banfield months before Juliana decided to flip. That's how strong this evidence is. That's how reliable this evidence is. Ms. Dallygraph walked us through so many inconsistencies in this scene, proving that it had been manipulated. And you heard absolutely nothing from the defense about this evidence. Mr. Banfield gave you zero explanation for any of this evidence. Slide 15. They have provided no explanation for Christine's blood smeared on the right hand of Joe Ryan, leaving voids between the fingers. They have no explanation for the blood smeared across the top of the right onto the left, leaving that void on Joe Ryan's hand where they had been overlapping. Next. For that matter, you have no explanation from defense for how his hands came to be in that position, neatly folded on his chest, covering the bullet wound that penetrated his spine, immobilizing him. How could that have happened if you are to believe Mr. Banfield? There's been no explanation for the bloody hand-like smears on Joseph Ryan's jeans containing Christine Banfield's DNA. There's been no explanation from defense for how his jeans ended up bunched under his rear. Next slide. There's been nothing to tell us why a mixture of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield's blood, a mixture, could possibly have been on the inside of his waistband at the buttonhole, on the button, and on the zipper. Nothing from the defense to explain how Joe Ryan could possibly have manipulated his pants after being shot in the head, given that no other bleeding wounds were present. If his blood is on those pants, on that button, on that zipper, he was bleeding when they were touched. How could he, Joseph Ryan, have been the one to touch his button, his zipper, the waistband of his pants, to pull them down in that fashion? Brendan told you he never touched Joseph Ryan. And yet we have distinctive finger-shaped parallel lines on Joseph Ryan's arm and small circular stains consistent with blood having been dropped from above while Joseph Ryan lay on his back. Next. And then there's the blood on Joe's hip. Blood that traveled onto his body and then ran down to the floor with the assistance of gravity while he lay prone. It couldn't have come from his chest. That wound barely bled. He was laying down when blood was shed. Makes it pretty impossible that he stabbed Christine Banfield. Next. On the other hand, Brendan Banfield has cast off on his jeans. He has blood all over his hands. The blood stains on the backpack don't line up with the position of its contents. The blood on Joe's face is not consistent with his final position. And I'm sorry, I'm back to Joe's hands. This scene was manipulated. And it wasn't by Joe, it wasn't by Christine, and according to him, Juliana didn't do it. You have zero explanation from the defense as to how all of this blood evidence can be as it is. The Commonwealth gave you an explanation. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães colluded to kill Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That makes sense. They created accounts, they chatted up potential victims, they got Joe Ryan into the house, and then they shot him. Brendan stabbed Christine, let her bleed out on the floor, and then dripped, smeared, and wiped her blood on Joseph Ryan's body to make it look like he had attacked Christine. Then they called the police. Brendan let Juliana take the fall, and it took a little bit of doing, but here we are, and it's his turn to be held accountable. All of this evidence can leave you with no doubt that Brendan Banfield killed Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That is the first element of the aggravated homicide statute. The hard work is done. Element 2, that the killing was willful, done with a bad purpose, intentional, and deliberate. There can be no question in your minds as to the intentionality of this act, the deliberateness of this act. You must also find that it was premeditated, that at some point before the killing, he decided to kill Christine and Joe. I believe that we presented you with that evidence as well. For one of the offenses, you find that he killed 2 people within 3 years. As we've identified, same day, definitely within 3 years. For the other offense, you find that it was 2 people killed during the same transaction or occurrence. They were both killed in the room as part of the same plot, by the same person, same transaction or occurrence. The second offense is for the use of a firearm in the commission of the murders. We know from our experts that Joe Ryan died of his multiple gunshot wounds, one of which came from Brendan. If you have any question about whether or not Brendan can be held responsible when Juliana also shot Joseph Ryan, you'll have instruction O, that is concert of action. So I'm going to read to you what it says. If there is concert of action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participate in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. Virginia makes it easy. Translate. If you think that Juliana Peres Magalhães and Brendan Banfield were working together to kill Christine and Joseph Ryan, then Brendan can be responsible for Joseph Ryan's death, regardless of which bullet did the most damage. It's not a test of either or. They were working together. That makes him equally responsible. The last charge is the endangerment to Valerie. So while in his custody, that the defendant willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. He made it out to be Juliana's idea, but he brought Valerie into that home. He left her in the basement, knowing that Joe Ryan was upstairs. He left her in the basement while he shot and killed Joe Ryan. He left her in the basement while he stabbed his wife. He could have locked the door. He could have done this on a day she wasn't home. He could have made arrangements for someone else to have her overnight, but that didn't work with his plan. So he's guilty of this offense as well. I appreciate, again, all of the attention that you've given. I appreciate, again, all of the hard work you're about to face. Please be thoughtful in your deliberations, but at the end of the day, I don't think that there can be any reasonable doubt that Mr. Banfield has committed each and every one of the offenses that we have put before you today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Chair. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
closing arguments?
Your Honor, may I bring a bottle of water up in front of the?
You can.
Thank
You
you.
just need to get the microphone.
It's on. Yeah, it's on something.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? That's been a little bit of a problem, but I have it right on me at this point. I join in the Commonwealth's thanks for your attention, for the time that you've put into this. I intend to present to you with highlights of many of the things that we went through, but I can assure you I'm not going to be going through the evidence that's already been moved in. And it took a long time, and you were very patient, and everyone was very patient.
I'm sorry.
Is that better, Your Honor?
Just a little further up.
Can everyone hear that? Okay. I'll try to speak a little louder. Ladies and gentlemen, I join in thanking you for your time, for your attention. You could see over the nearly 3 weeks that everybody was attentive, and that's something that is something that's crucial to this process, and so I thank you. When my children were younger, I used to walk out of the house and tell them, I'm going to defend the Constitution. They didn't have any idea what that was, and oftentimes that became, okay, whatever, Dad. I was a prosecutor then. I was a prosecutor in Fairfax County. And what that meant to me was you presented a case, no matter who it was, you presented a case where you looked at all possibilities and you looked at all evidence to determine and to make sure that you were pursuing someone that the evidence would support. In this case, this was quite unusual. When we first met for the initial opening, I talked to you about some things that I thought you should look into. I thought that you should have an ear towards what is it that they're going to present as evidence. And even I was surprised that the evidence that ultimately was presented by the Commonwealth was actually from my case. The only people that were called to testify from the Commonwealth's case in chief were for body cam video, police officers, a couple of those, and Detective Terry Leach. And he was the one who identified all of the scene photos. He identified many of the pieces of evidence that were brought in. And he was able to talk a little bit about things such as the blood stains on the gun, the blood stains next to the bed. And what he told you, ladies and gentlemen, and this was the extent of, I think, their testimony in their case, was that there are numerous things within this scene that we can see in pictures, but they were never tested. There are numerous things that became the centerpiece of the fantastic story that the Commonwealth tells. yet they were never tested. For example, if I were to have the opportunity to cross-examine, say, the chief detective of this case, I might ask, why wasn't there fingerprints done, or even DNA, of this gun safe that we hear about? We hear Juliana goes into the back bathroom and talks about getting a gun. It changes a little bit over time, but if someone had said they went to the gun safe, because we're talking about guns, we're talking about shooting, why wouldn't there be some sort of evidence to either corroborate or preclude that possibility? I asked Detective Leach, he says, well, it's really up to the forensic examiners. They make the decision. In looking at the scene, you'll notice in the body cam video that you're going to be reviewing, there's a point when first responders come in and you see Brendan kneeling down next to his wife, rendering aid. He just shot Joe Ryan. He testified yesterday, he puts the gun down to his right, which is where his holster is. And he also indicates to you in his testimony yesterday that he moves the knife away from Joe Ryan. The staining on the bed where my client put the gun for the first responders, because whenever there's any sort of a shooting, you have to make sure that you are nowhere near the gun in the event that you're perceived as someone who's hostile. He puts it to the corner of the bed, and the questions that remain were, did anybody ever test the blood on that gun? And you hear from Detective Leach, you can't do that. It was already test fired, and now would be potential for contaminant. Now, we didn't test the stains down on the floor where the gun was lying in before it went up on the bed. And we didn't test the gun, which appeared to be something that a serologist could just take a swab of. Yet there's some significance placed on the fact that there was a blood stain where the gun was when it had been sitting in a puddle. And so that actually was tested. In terms of the blood stain pattern analysis, which appears to be the Commonwealth's main focus of the case now, there are questions about many of the things that Ms. Sands says were never tested. And so the conclusions that are being reached in terms of Brendan Banfield did this, he did this, he did this, based upon whatever blood analysis, is oftentimes not considering the fact that it was never tested. We don't even know whose blood it was. Those kind of things are important. And so let's go back to defending the Constitution. When you are charged with presenting a case, and I chuckle a little bit when Ms. Sands says, we haven't proved anything, we haven't shown any evidence. All we've done is show evidence. All we've done is try to get the truth out there. My client doesn't have to testify, yet he gets up there and he tells a story. He's a philanderer. We can conclude that. It's horrible. It's a horrible situation to be in. He had affairs. He accepted that. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what was going on and exactly how it went. On cross-examination, he admitted to communications that were provided, which were letters between he and Juliana when she was in jail. This is about the truth. In the beginning, you heard our duty is about fairness, our duty is about being just, all those sorts of things. Yet you don't put on any of your detectives. She's referring to the expert that they have that I called. I called 3 times, and you saw his demeanor. He was very uncomfortable. Why would he be uncomfortable? Why would he have been uncomfortable talking about his work? And we dug for it, and he ultimately said, the executive summary and the data remain the same. The only thing that changed is Juliana Peres Magalhães' statement. Excuse me 1 second. So there, number 1, that's the first time that anyone in this case, which was when I called him, conclusively said the entire catfishing theory changed upon her plea deal. So let's talk a little bit about confirmation bias, or I think we referred to it when we were talking in closing, or when I was talking in closing, about a rush to judgment. You've heard from detectives from Fairfax County. Detective Smith came up and she told you the catfish theory started within weeks of the event. She says, that's not how we do it. We look to the evidence and we follow the evidence. Seems like a pretty reasonable way to go. And that was something that I asked of pretty much everyone that was in some sort of investigatory capacity. That is the way cases go, is the evidence leads you where you're going to go. But lo and behold, what we find out is that that theory is being peddled by the 2 people in command staff, actually the 3 people in command staff that you also heard from. You heard from from Mr. Bruch, formerly Deputy Chief Bruch, that when Brendan Miller presented his findings, well, first of all, he said, I didn't agree with his report. And I said, well, what, if any, analysis of the raw data did you do in order to make that statement, I don't agree with this report? He said, well, it wasn't that. I don't know about the data, though he said he was a computer forensic PhD. He didn't take the time to do that. So I said, okay, well, did you ever have Detective Miller come in and walk you through it? Like, show your work? Well, we talked about it quite often, but did you, in fact, have him go through everything that he did to arrive at his work? No, we didn't do that. He speaks to Lieutenant Giaccio at the time, who appears to have a direct line to him, obviating anybody else within the command staff. And what you'll see, and you'll see it in the evidence, there are emails where soon after Juliana Peres Magalhães changes her story, there are emails to Sergeant Ames. And you remember Sergeant Ames, he came to the stand based upon my subpoena and my calling him. And Sergeant Ames was not comfortable. And you could see any of these police witnesses are just not comfortable coming to the stand on my subpoenas and answering my questions. But he did answer them. And what you saw were emails. Those emails were essentially they were just kind of forwarding it up the chain so that his supervisors knew. And he was very candid about it. I was new. I wasn't sure how to deal with a situation like this. I'd never dealt with a situation like this. But what the situation was Detective Miller's executive summary being sent up the chain to Sergeant Ames, who was in a different division than Lieutenant Giacchio, saying there's different ways, there are 3 different emails that you'll see. Brendan Miller has got to look over this, and he's got to go line by line and explain how he got it wrong, things such as that. The final one is to Sergeant Ames. I can tell you that every single conclusion in his report was wrong. He's going to have to do something in order to, and it's kind of, essentially, he's going to have to change this report because it needs to conform with the proffer of Juliana Peres Magalhães. So that's twice now. 2 different people that I called to the stand that essentially confirms that everything changes when she comes in and testifies. Let's get back to confirmation bias, rush to judgment. When you have people of, in a supervisory nature, you have a command staff chain of command, and the highest people are pushing you on your work product, that's why you look like the people that are up here testifying, because they're sitting on the fence. They're sitting on a razor, and neither side is good for them. But they came before us and they testified, and they testified as to the truth. Detective Miller spoke the truth, and you could see it. Detective Miller, his work was concurred by Mr. Litsky, who you heard for quite often during this period of time. And it was peer reviewed, and it was concurred by someone, a third party. You heard Detective Miller say, that's never been done in Fairfax County. You heard him say, I didn't ask for that peer review. He didn't know who asked for that peer review. Why would you want a peer review of something if it wasn't for it to change? So once again, not happy with that, not happy with the work product. There's nothing to indicate in Detective Miller's background anything but stellar expertise. But he wasn't introduced as an expert for the Commonwealth. Now, this is where this whole theory went wrong. They discredited him. They disregarded him. And they didn't listen to him. And that's a problem. That's a problem for their case. Because there are things in digital forensics that had he been involved with the group that was talking to Juliana Peres Magalhães, he would have been able to guide them in terms of this is where the digital forensics is in conflict with you. And you heard me testify, or I'm sorry, you heard me ask questions of many of these detectives who might have been involved. Did anybody ever challenge her? Were you present when she recanted for the first time? Well, we couldn't ask that of anyone because the detectives that were in the room have not been called. The detectives that were in the room, I didn't call. And so we don't know anything, but we heard Detective Miller, and he had viewed it, and he said, when I asked him, were there challenges to what was said? He said, no, it was pretty free-flowing. To me, that tells you that whatever the story you're telling us is great, because we're getting Brendan Banfield based upon that. Once again, confirmation bias. The first few weeks after the death of Christine Banfield becomes this theory of catfishing, which is what Juliana Peres Magalhães provides to this. Now let's talk a little bit about digital forensics. And I'm not going to try to use the computer to show these to you because that was excruciating at times. But I think we've gone through it with significant enough detail that when you go back to look at the exhibits, and I'll tell you which exhibits if you wish to write them down, you're going to be able to see exactly what Mr. Litsky was saying. It's complicated. It's been complicated for me since the beginning, but it's not necessarily an easy grasp. But I would ask that you take the opportunity. You're going to have all this evidence to review this particular area. So some of you may have been asking about January, or may wonder about January 9th. That's a significant date in this investigation, because that's the day when the Gmail account, called the suspect Gmail account, was started. Let's just look at how Juliana Peres Magalhães managed this. Regarding the Gmail setup on January 9, 2023, Juliana told the Commonwealth that she was at the house with Brendan when she witnessed him create the Gmail account that was used to kick off the entire catfishing scheme. The Commonwealth took her at her word. The police didn't make any effort to corroborate her story. The one detective who stood up and said the evidence contradicted her story was transferred off the case. I think the words were from then Deputy Chief Bruce, "That guy will never work on another digital forensics case in major crimes as long as I'm here." He admitted it. There was no dancing around. He admitted it. So you have something that's in opposition to whatever the theory is that you're trying to peddle, and you're in the command staff, you're high up in the police department, you can just transfer them. And so it was from that point on, Detective Miller was of no benefit to the police because no one would utilize him once the stamp of disapproval had hit him. He was moved over to child sex. Juliana told the same story to you here in court, and it's a lie. The account wasn't created with Christine's phone. I'm sorry, the account was created with Christine's phone, not her laptop, which was the story that Juliana had told. Juliana wasn't even home. She hadn't witnessed anything. And you saw the presentation, and that would be, the evidence would be Exhibit 297, Exhibit 294, and Exhibit 295. They're all in relation. You'd be looking at the Google records, the T-Mobile records, and the subsequent map of where the location was. You heard from Mr. Litsky that the Gmail account is crucial. They all interact. The Gmail account is necessary to get the messages relating to the FetLife. And then the Telegram was created as part of this, whatever we want to call it at this point. Juliana made it up. She told the Commonwealth what they wanted to hear. and without question, they just took it as their story. She told this lie to secure herself a deal that benefited her. This one event relating to digital forensics is reasonable doubt, because every other event going forward requires Brendan, based upon her statement that she didn't have anything to do it, she didn't know how to do the Gmail account, she didn't know anything about the setup, requires Brendan to be involved, or Christine. So let's look at this. There was a period of time, and you heard evidence of it, Brendan wasn't at home. January 23rd, there was a Gmail login at 11:22. That's Defense Exhibit 245. FetLife was accessed. In the communications, you heard Mr. Litsky opine as an expert that catfishing is not a scheme where one talks about their husband or talks about how's your experience on this site. The catfishing in the truest form of the government's theory is we just want to get someone on the hook, and then person's gonna come, and then we're gonna do what we did in there in the house. It's not consistent with catfishing. And you'll see, based upon the records relating to January 23rd, there was only one adult in the home at that time. And that adult was Christine Banfield. January 30th, there are 2 Gmail logins. 10:36 and 11:03. Exhibits Brendan Banfield 251 and Brendan Banfield 252. Brendan wasn't home. That can be shown. So there are 2 adults in the house, Christine Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães. Juliana testified to all of you. She doesn't know anything about the Gmail. She doesn't know how to activate it. Well, somebody activated it that day. Somebody logged in twice. And there are 2 adults in the house. Either Juliana's lying again, and she did figure out how to do Gmail, or this was Christine Banfield. Digital forensics, oftentimes, for people who don't understand it, will say things like, well, isn't it possible this? Well, you see what happens when an investigator is looking into, trying to get attribution. They're looking at all sorts of different data facts in order to make a determination, make an opinion. It's not as easy as saying, well, isn't it possible this? There's more to it. And once again, digital forensics is not being given the strength that it is due. February 7th, 2023, Gmail login at 10:02 p.m. There's only 2 adults in the house. Brendan Banfield can be identified as being out of the house, and one of whom says she never did anything with Gmail. That's BB 257. It's been presented to you. You can recollect what it was that was said, but what we know is that Brendan was out of the house. What we know is that Juliana was there, and we know that Christine was there. February 13th, 2023. There are logins in the morning in the 7 a.m. hour. Well, what we know from digital forensics is that Brendan left at 6:05. And at 6:12, he was at Tyson's Corner, based upon his Easy Pass records. At 6:17, he was already to Alexandria. And soon thereafter, he was in Cheltenham, which is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. They call it FLETC. Well, while he's on the road, actually, while he's at the FLETC Training Center doing his training, there are 2 logins. And there are 2 possible adults there. Juliana Peres Magalhães, who has said she doesn't know how to do that, and Christine Banfield. 2:17, you'll see Gmail logins at 11:19, 11:23, Exhibit 262, 263, same thing. 2 possible adults. Brendan Banfield was out of the house. One said she never did anything with Gmail. A fact that I think is very important in the discovery that was provided both to Juliana Peres Magalhães as well as my client in preparation for her trial. FetLife was in the discovery, but Gmail was never in focus. Never in focus. So her testimony, there's a comfort level with FetLife because she saw it in discovery. She didn't see the Gmail. And isn't that a coincidence that when asked any details, she says, I don't know. When she says, I don't know, for 5 or 6 questions, I hope you recall it, I recall it vividly. She said, if you keep asking these questions, I'm just going to say, I don't know. And she continued to do that. Were my questions challenging, like the kind of questions that a detective might do? No. We were just looking for details. We were looking for details because we wanted to try to iron out what are these situations here. She was unwilling. She didn't know, but she knew I was digging for something. But if you look at the way she testified to all of you in direct, she was led to a certain statement or a certain fact, and she stated it. In cross-examination, I asked anything about that. Do you know who was in the house? Do you know where you were? Were you on the phone on WhatsApp with Christine prior to that? Where were you located at the time that this call took place? I don't know. I don't know. If that's what it says, I don't know. You know, there were a series of similar answers. Once again, her role has grown in importance for this case. It's, along with Deputy Chief Bruce and Lieutenant Giacchio, she's pushing it on through her deal. Now, one of the things that I talked to you all about, and one of the lengthy cross-examinations was relating to a group of exhibits which were number 1 through number 69. And you'll see it. It was highlighted. I think you've seen it for a brief period of time, but we were moving along. Look at that. You'll see these are the personal letters that she would write to my client. And those personal letters, I believe, is the closest to the truth that you will have heard from Juliana Peres Magalhães. She was in a situation which really was affecting her. And it would affect anyone. And she was telling you how she was feeling. She was telling you what she thought. There were things that were relevant to this case. They're trying to make me turn on you. I'm not going to do it. I don't have anything to say. There's nothing that I can do to help them with. And then you'd see letters as the time went on. I don't know if I can live like this anymore. I think it's better for me to end. And then as she gets closer to a preliminary hearing in April of 2024, you start to see real angst and real worry. And they're coming to her and asking her if she'll testify against my client, because that's what they wanted from the beginning. She was a pawn in trying to get to my client. You'll see this timeline in these letters. It goes toward July. July was the date of her first trial. And you'll see, and I'm not suggesting what she's saying about her lawyer is correct, but it was obviously something that was on her mind, and she didn't feel like she had the support. At that point, if you think about it, the only support that she was having was from Brendan. Brendan was not arrested. Brendan was there communicating with her. Brendan's mom was actually supporting her lifestyle in the jail in terms of commissary, things like that, and also supporting her by having paid for a lawyer. Around August, you'll see in these letters, it gets to be real despair. And then you can almost see hope just drop right away from her when she hears that Brendan's arrested. And then she testified. She went into the hospital from October 13th to October 23rd. And as soon as she's released and back to the jail, the deal is done. She's told, if you testify against him, we'll recommend time served disposition. She can go back to Brazil, be with her mom, create her new life. And we know a little bit about the new life that she's planning on creating. And you have it in the documents that are before you. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Netflix. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Hulu. She's been talking to every other news media, at first to try to see if they just put $50 into her commissary. But then she realized, hey, there may be something here. She's invented, she's going to try to write letters. She's going to try to write a book. She wants to have a documentary. She wants to have a series. And she's about to sign or about to agree when her lawyer steps in and says, don't sign that. And so around March of 2025, you see negotiations essentially end. The number was in the area of $25,000, and it was going to be sent to her mother in Brazil. It's a lot of money in Brazil. And so, where's the downside for her? Where's the downside for her? There are plenty of people who would make that decision, given the circumstances, given you're 2 weeks from the trial, when your attorney asks for a continuance. And oddly enough, He was asking to find a digital forensic examiner. If they'd done that, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Maybe they would have realized how strong the digital forensics examinations are. Her entire story has been bought and paid for. First, with her freedom, and then now a little bit on the back end. There's a jury instruction here that says something about corroborated, uncorroborated testimony, and you should be careful of it. Now, how did they try to corroborate her? So isn't this funny? They're trying to bolster the witness who's the centerpiece of their entire case. Well, they found something when my client was arrested on his laptop that said they'd just gotten vinyl light windows in December. So, sitting in the meeting with whomever, they say, can you tell us anything about these vinyl light windows? They're triple paned, probably really good. I wasn't there, I don't know. But the story she gave was that, I mean, fantastic. We got the triple pane windows because Brendan wanted to make sure you couldn't hear a gunshot in the bedroom. And and she says, he asked me to go outside and scream to see if the windows, and she says, I'm not going to do that. So she ended up staying inside and saying Brendan went out and screamed. Well, you heard the test. I mean, this gentleman from Vinyl Light Windows came in. They trotted him up there, and he said, "Yeah, you know, we met in January. That was when we first talked about this, and it wasn't just the windows for the bedroom, which is what Juliana said. It was the full windows, and then you saw an artifact on Facebook that is Christine Banfield actually talking to her neighbors about the numerous vendors that they had been working with to try to get a quote from December 2021. So this is well before Juliana came on the scene, but it's an opportunity to try to make her appear in the know, to corroborate her. Well, that was a disaster, and that didn't work. And you heard the gentleman, you know, what the life cycle of order to quotes to all those things, they were all done well before any sort of relationship started with Brendan. Confirmation bias. Rush to judgment. It continues on. Detective Leah Smith tells us the catfish theory was told to them within 2 weeks. She goes on to talk about the theory and investigation and the direction it was going in. During a period of time soon thereafter, Detective Miller tells of his transfer against his will because he was advised he'd never work on major crimes cases again. Sergeant Ames, after receiving communications from Lieutenant Giacchio, immediately sends it up the chain. Could be just the way he does things, or it could be, read those emails. Hey, I'm being asked to do this. I need some support here. When you have a theory that gets pushed from non-investigative command staff, and you have a theory that the investigators look at, then you create something called tunnel vision. And that tunnel vision, if you're following what essentially are orders, is to the exclusion of any other evidence, any other theory, such as maybe this is a rekindling of previous fantasies, and the guy who brought the knife to the house is the stabber. You can see how that theory is going to be pushed aside. And you can see how that's not very noteworthy for purposes of media or other attention. Once again, rush to judgment. Catfishing. If you're catfishing, meaning you're trying to get the one guy, Joe Ryan, to come to the house so that you can do this gruesome act, why are you saying anything about, I can't have marks on my face or my body? If you're catfishing, why would that matter? It doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent. However, if you're interested in dabbling in this lifestyle or getting back into it, however you want to say, then that makes perfect sense. There's 9 different conversations on FetLife with different people. And you have all of the FetLife communications. And you can see, why would you have discussions where you're bringing things like no marks, anything like that? All you need is one if you're going to carry out what the government's theory is. Why would you give anyone details about your work or your home or your husband if you were catfishing? I mean, if it's truly catfishing, you're looking for the biggest pile of people that might be considered. If you're telling someone that you have a husband and you want them to come over to the house, why would anybody come? You're losing the potential people that you might want to have there who are violent or, you know, love to do all the things that Juliana has said. Why would you do that if you're catfishing? It doesn't make sense. On February 13th, 2023, why would there be generic research on secure apps for communications? In fact, why was there even a need to transition to Telegram? Because if you're on FetLife, it's clear there are FetLife communications. And so in the world of catfishing, if you think about it, you want to do as few things that can get you caught. So what was the leap to Telegram? It doesn't make any sense. In fact, this whole theory doesn't make any sense. And the only way the government can make any sense of it is if Juliana Peres Magalhães adopts their story once again. As late as February 19th, which would be 5 days before Christine Banfield's death. Under the government's theory, there were dates that were being explored with 5 different FetLife users. Why? If Joe's already coming, why? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Juliana Peres Magalhães is doing what probably anyone would do who's from another country, who comes here for an adventure, which is what au pair exchange is. It's essentially a cultural exchange. And the idea is you get to live in the country and you get to live like people in the United States. And then you go back at the end of your time. She knew at the point when she was hospitalized to the point of sickness as a result of what was going on in her life that she had to do something. And the Commonwealth and the police broke her. She turned down a misdemeanor, according to her, in January, on January 1st, and you'll see it in the communications. She turned down a misdemeanor, and all she had to do was testify against Brendan. In July, you hear her recounting her meeting with her lawyer, where her lawyer floats the idea, well, what about a manslaughter, time served, and you don't have to testify against Brendan. She agreed to that. That was never what they were talking about. That was never what they wanted to do. You heard from Sergeant Matt Nilsson, who briefly came in, and he was one of the homicide people during the time of the killing of Christine Banfield. He's since rotated out to another division. But he came in and he said the whole goal of arresting Juliana was to flip her against Brendan. Once again, further corroboration. We knew it, we saw it from her letters, and now you have someone who was involved saying, yeah, that was what we wanted to do. That's why we did it. They broke her. In talking about the blood work and the blood testimony, it was suggested by the Commonwealth that we hadn't proven anything. The Commonwealth had not shown anything. Well, I beg to differ. You heard from Leanne Singley. Leanne Singley is an expert. She's an expert with tremendous credentials, and she's an expert in truth in terms of what she's allowed to say, what she can say, what she can't say. And she speaks to you in the language of bloodstain pattern analysis. She's not talking about possibilities, she's talking about facts. She's a scientist. Her counterpart from the Commonwealth was willing to entertain any possibilities. In fact, questioning of her was, well, isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? And oftentimes you would hear her respond, well, that wouldn't be something that I would have expected to see, which is a very interesting statement if you think about it. What is it that she's expecting to see? Which makes you wonder, who's telling her what she should be seeing? And does it fit the narrative? So let's go to Leanne Singley. She tells you of the account of the events. Ryan stabbed Christine in the neck. Brendan shot Ryan in self-defense. Brendan rendering aid to Christine. Ryan moved toward Brendan and grabbed Brendan's arm. You see that in the videos. And Juliana shot Ryan to end the threat. What Leanne Singley tells you is all of the blood evidence supports this. Ryan brought the knife. That'll be Commonwealth's Exhibit 10. The knife has blood on it with Christine's DNA on the blade and Ryan's DNA on the handle. Ryan has Christine's blood on his hand as well as a puncture wound, which the medical examiner says is consistent with the knife. And if you look at the knife, it's described in the certificates of analysis as testing underneath the handle by the edge of the blade. And if you look at the marks on Joseph Ryan's hand, the medical examiner states that these wounds are consistent with that knife. Which reminds me, the medical examiner also said that Joe Ryan was capable of movement. And you can recall your own notes on that. That was very clear, which is in absolute conflict with Ms. Groff and is in absolute conflict with the Commonwealth's theory. She further goes on to say, Ryan has Christine's, the blood on his hand shows his hand was closed when the blood was deposited. That's that closed fingers we were talking about. That's what the Commonwealth was talking about in terms of having nothing going in between the fingers. That's holding a knife. That's how that happens, because you're holding it very rigid in order to do that. The bloody handprint on Ryan's thigh is consistent with him touching his own leg with his bloody hands. That's Ms. Groff. The stains on Brendan's jeans and shirt are what you would expect he would get while giving aid to Christine. And we see it. We see it on the body-worn camera. We see it on the still shots. He's leaning down. He's down there on his knees. Interestingly, Ms. Groff says, all I saw was his hands around Christine's neck. I don't know that that's not accurate, but that's probably not what was really going on there, because everyone else said he was rendering aid. The police witnesses, who are more objective than the expert witness for the Commonwealth, all say that he was rendering aid. Testimony by Ms. Groff and the ME indicated that Ryan could move after the gunshot. And what's most important is that there's a DNA mixture of Christine and Ryan on the arm of the jacket where Brendan said he was grabbed. 3 times. 3 times when he was being told by the first responders, go into the bathroom. He said, they're asking, is he okay? He hit me on the right side under the shoulder blade by the arm. He said that. Then in the ambulance, you'll hear that. He says, when they're asking, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't think I'm injured, but he did hit me on the backside of my jacket. In the ambulance, they grabbed the jacket. And then when he was in the hospital, the doctor asks, and he says, he hit me on the back, but I'm not injured. The critical part of that is that the DNA mixture of Christine's blood and Joe Ryan's blood on the jacket was, if you were listening to my client yesterday, he tells you that that was Joe Ryan after he shot him. That mixture of blood with Christine and Joe Ryan himself had to be after Joe Ryan had stabbed Christine in the neck. And that's the way her blood would get on him in order to be able to get the back of my client's jacket. That's what Ms. Singley says. And that's why the Commonwealth is so intent on saying this had to have been on the floor, this had to have been on the bed. But there's no evidence to support that. There's a story to support it, but there's no evidence to support that. The evidence in terms of what happened in that room, and the crucial evidence, is spot A on the back of the jacket, and you have it in evidence, and you also have it under Commonwealth's Exhibit 160, 161, and 167. Now, let's just talk a little bit about the prosecution's evidence. Brendan's DNA is not on the knife. That's also supported by those same forensics reports. He doesn't have any injuries to his hands. That was confirmed by EMTs. In fact, poor officer, I'm sorry, the young man who was 1 year on, I forget his name now, he was brought up to introduce his video and then was asked, well, why'd you let him wash his hands? And you can see my client, for a period of probably 40 minutes, is literally walking around, you know, in a trance from what he was just involved with, and he was walking around with blood all over his hands. And it was only after he was told that his wife had died, and the emotions that come from that, where he was blowing his nose and wiping his eyes and doing all those things, it was offered for him to wash his hands. But that appears to be some sort of a horrible thing that this officer allowed him to do, and it was even an insinuation that my client was trying to cover something up. This was 45 minutes later. It wasn't as though he went into the bathroom and did it right there after being removed from rendering aid. Brendan's DNA does not show up anywhere on Joe Ryan, which is consistent with what he told you, which is that he never touched Joe Ryan. There's no indication that there was any sort of movement, and frankly, what's the possibility, I guess I'll use the same word, that a 185-pound man would have been moved if he was otherwise dead. It's not an easy task. And Brendan Banfield's an athletic guy, but I don't think he's up to moving 200 pounds in that sort of way. So that's an absolute red herring in this. When
Mr. Carroll, do you have quite a bit more? I just want to give him a chance to take a break.
probably about another half hour.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case at this time and do not do any outside research.
Been watching the closing arguments in the Fairfax County courtroom, of course, the double murder trial of Brendan Banfield. First of all,
Do you think we should maybe go back in for a moment? It does look like the judge might be saying something.
maybe something about the time.
Okay, actually, never mind. She is getting up. So, you know, we've been hearing her say a few things as they're coming out of the breaks and going into the break. So it does look like they're on their break.
So this should be about a 15-minute break. We see your comments. We see all of it on our YouTube channel. So keep those comments coming. A lot of you have interesting thoughts about what's happened so far. Let's see here. First, we had Jenna Sands, the prosecutor, do the closing argument on behalf of the state. That took about 30 minutes.
Not even, really.
Not
you know?
even. And she got straight to the point, really laying out the case. And just to remind everybody what Brendan Banfield is facing, 2 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of using a firearm to commit a felony, and 1 count of child endangerment.
Yeah.
And so,
Should we go through those charges a little
Yeah,
bit
sure,
and explain?
let's do
So at the
that.
beginning of court today, we did hear the judge explain each of these charges to the jury and what they need to keep in mind. So with the first one that Annie mentioned, the aggravated murder within 3 years, with that one, they have to decide whether or not he killed Brendan Banfield, killed both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. He has to be found guilty of killing both of them or not killing either of them. And it also has that premeditated attachment. It has to be that it was willful, deliberate, and premeditated and happened within 3 years. The next charge that you mentioned, the aggravated murder, same act or transaction, same concept, that he killed both Christine and Joseph, that it was willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And then there's that firearm charge. That just is that he attempted to commit murder while in commission of a firearm. And then the child abuse charge, which is that other one that we've been talking about. It's that Brendan had custody and that he willfully or negligently put that child's life in danger.
yes. We ended with John Carroll, the defense. He is not done yet with his closing argument. They
30
broke
more minutes.
30 more minutes, he said. I will say he was about an hour in. We were listening to him for an hour. He said about 30 more minutes. And a reminder that, you know, the defense's job is not to explain what really happened. His main priority is to raise a reasonable doubt in
Poke holes in the theory that the Commonwealth has provided.
Right, dismantle this, you know, this story that the prosecutors are accusing Brendan of. So he's really kind of taking us, I felt like he started off with, you know, the evidence piece, saying that there were numerous things within the scene that were never tested, but we saw it. So he kind of relied on that forensic piece. Why weren't fingerprints done with the gun safe? We you know, heard that Juliana had gone back to grab the gun from Brendan's gun safe. Did anyone test the blood on the gun? The stains weren't tested. So he's really trying to raise those questions.
Yeah, and he is trying to say that, you know, he's alluding to the fact that he believes the police involved in this case did not do that job.
He also,
he made mention that none of the homicide detectives came up to the stand were called by the prosecution, and that was something he brought up in his opening statements as well, that you're not going to hear from the prosecution them call any of those homicide detectives because those original homicide detectives didn't necessarily fall in line with the prosecution's theory and case here.
Right, so we'll see what he has to say after we come back from this break. Jenna opened up the closing arguments, you know, thanking the jury members for being there. Of course, we also experienced within the last week this snowstorm, so folks had to make adjustments to their family life and digging out of the snow and everything. So she did start with that sentiment and then got right into it. I mean, rapid fire.
Which is what we've seen from her through
We
this
have
whole
seen
process.
that. That seems to be her style, just getting straight to the point and backing it up with support and facts and really emphasizing, you know, she said, you've heard from experts, detectives, Brendan's unreliability, the plethora of evidence that we've presented, and basically accusing Brendan of being the mastermind behind this elaborate plan to kill his wife, Christine, and Joseph Ryan so that he and this au pair, the nanny that lived with them, could just run off and be in love, even went as far as, you know, talking about the letters of, you know, professing his love, and they were coming up with baby names, or he did, right? So she's really trying to lay that case down.
Yeah, and where we heard John Carroll saying, Brendan Banfield laid it all out for you. He was honest about his affairs. He told you the truth. He aired out his dirty laundry. She's saying, well, he kind of lied also. He said the relationship wasn't serious, but then he's saying, I love you to her.
Along those lines, something very important is that Jenna pointed out there is no evidence of Christine having an affair or talking to other men, and no messages of this, no FetLife trail of Christine, you know, wanting to have this type of sex fantasy, right, previously. And she also had a blood clot disorder. She lived with this, and this was known by Brendan. He admitted, you know, he said, I knew about it. So she's raising that question of why would someone who is living with a blood clot disorder want to engage in rough sex?
And specifically the knife play activity.
And the knife play activity.
Which is what was brought up. And I thought also, going back to the affairs, you know, Brendan testified that he had multiple affairs, that that Christine knew about some of them.
Yeah.
But he also said Christine had multiple affairs. And I thought it was interesting today when Jenna Sands, the prosecutor, she said, that affair was 10 years ago that you're saying happened, but where's your proof? You could have called that person to the stand, or you could have called these people that you're claiming Christine had these conversations with.
There was no evidence.
Right. They didn't provide any evidence there. Another big thing that really stood out for me is that conversation. You know, we heard the jury get the instructions from Judge Penny Ascarati about what they are to consider when making their decision. And towards the end there, we heard Jenna Sands say Brendan and Juliana worked together. So just because, and specifically the portion about Joseph Ryan, because we know both Brendan and Juliana shot Joseph Ryan, she was saying, you know, Brendan fired the first shot to Joseph Ryan's head. Juliana fired the second shot, and the medical examiner, or one of the witnesses called, said that that first shot by Brendan was rapidly fatal. So she made a point to say that Brendan and Juliana were working together, and if you believe they were working together, that means you can say Brendan killed Joseph Ryan, even though it may be unclear whose shot was the fatal shot.
Right. So that was another key point. The physical evidence. So they presented, you know, the prosecutor presented a lot of physical evidence, and that was her point. We presented to you that Christine died of 7 stab wounds to her neck. She suffered massive blood loss. The knife that Brendan used to kill her had a 4-inch blade. This is the knife that Joseph Ryan brought to the home, thinking that he would be involved with the sex fantasy.
He was instructed to in those telegram messages that we saw from FetLife.
Right. And she also mentioned the semen stains on Juliana's bed sheets as far as this love affair. It is clear a love affair took place. We saw the semen stains on Juliana's bed sheets. The clothes had been moved to the primary bedroom after the murders occurred. Also the photos of them. We saw that photo before and after, right?
Of the bedroom, right.
In the bedroom, when she moved into the primary bedroom.
Yeah, and to be clear about the semen stains, you know, we're talking about Juliana's bedroom for that.
Right.
There were no semen stains found from Joseph Ryan in the bedroom with Christine. So we're talking about 2 different sets of people here, right? Like Juliana and Brendan they've never denied that relationship. The question, of course, being, were Joseph and Christine having a relationship? And that doesn't seem to be a thing that either side has really said. They're just saying Christine invited Joseph Ryan, but it's not clear that that is actually, there's any proof to that from what we've seen.
Yeah. Also, what stood out to me was her bringing up the 911 call, how Christine's phone had been turned off that morning. It was hidden in the kitchen. And I don't know, I mean, maybe some people do, but she raised the point, who does that? Who turns off their phone and just tosses it into the kitchen drawer?
Yeah, and an important note here, you know, when one of the officers testified and showed the crime scene photos, we saw the photos of where they found Christine's laptop and her phone. It was downstairs in the kitchen. But when Brendan testified, he said that when he left for work the morning of February 24th, 2023, he said Christine was awake, she was in her bed, and she had both her laptop and her cell phone.
Right.
So that kind of contradicts his story about it, right?
Yeah, right. The 911 coming in, the first one I believe was at 7:47. That was a hang up, but in the background you could hear Joe Ryan moaning.
And you know what's interesting there is Juliana testified it was Joseph Ryan's voice moaning. That's what the prosecution has said. But then yesterday, the defense called up this witness who compared the audio of the Banfield's dog, which the dog's name is Lily, and the noise Lily, which I believe she's a husky, makes when she's whining or growling, that moaning sound. And he said he compared the 2 audio clips and found they were similar. But then the prosecution got back up there and said, but you're not clear that those clips aren't humans. You're just saying they're the same. You don't know if they're humans. You can't really prove anything here. So kind of put a stop to that testimony.
Yeah. What else stood out to you, Katie?
I mean, so many things, right? I know We talked about how Jenna Sands moved so quickly. We saw that in opening. We saw both of them move rather quickly, but through the process of this trial, we've seen Jenna continue to move quick, to the point, very focused on getting things done, and then John Carroll seems to really slow down and take his time here. You know, he introduced, more than 300 pieces of evidence, and we saw him go through each piece of evidence clearly, and he even said to the jurors today, you know, it may have been excruciating at points, but I really want you to pay attention to the evidence I've provided you, and he offered to highlight which key pieces of evidence they really need to look at. So I think that was for me. What about for you?
Yeah, well, I think that Jenna definitely went line by line and walked us through the past 3 weeks. You know, starting with the storyline of what she believes happened, or the state state believes happened, and then really kind of going right into making it easy for the jury members to digest. You know, we have presented you with a plethora of evidence, and she starts with the digital history of Christine using fetish sites, talking to other men. There was no digital history of that. There was no evidence of that. Makes that clear. Then goes into, you know, Brendan saying that there were affairs and there was rough sex, but again, zero evidence of that. The FetLife Telegram messages, only occurred when Juliana and Brendan were in the home. The 2 weekends that Juliana and Brendan were out of the home, there was zero activity on these FetLife websites, right? Or the Messenger. So really kind of honing in on specific things so that the jury members can sort of reflect back, that's right, and have a clear idea of what the state is saying.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting because she had so many valid points about the messaging and when things were happening, but then we did hear John Carroll get up there. I don't know if you caught it. It was in the middle. He had been going on for quite a while, but there was a moment where he said one of the conversations on FetLife, it shows, you know, based on their forensic evidence, which again connects devices, it doesn't tell you who's in control of the device at that moment. He's just saying it was Christine's device or it was Juliana's device. And he said one of the devices owned by one of them was being used in the Banfield home while Brendan Banfield was at training. You know, he was at, I think Flexus is the name of the training he was at. So he was saying if Brendan was the planner, the one who came up with this elaborate plan, then how was he at FBI training down in Flexus when these conversations were happening? So, you know, he is still poking little holes in the theory and just, again, bringing up questions for the jurors to walk away with and be like, wait, does that make sense? Does that all line up?
Does that make sense? I think that is what Jenna was sort of getting at, is anyone with common sense, if you hear this story that Brendan has shared, like, I need you to really think about it. Who does this? Who does that? You know, and I really think that she was trying to just kind of get into their minds with that. The 911 question that she asked yesterday, why did you not call 911 at any point until after you shot Joseph Ryan? That was when the 911 call was made.
And you know, he had an answer for everything, right? And he said his answer was that he thought it was just another one of the affairs. He didn't think police needed to be involved. And, you know, I think that's what we saw from him, right? Like, I'm curious to see when Frank comes back what he thinks of Brendan. Again, he did tell me the first day he thought Brendan on day 1 would get a C- in his opinion. Day 2, he said he did a little bit better. He was quick at answering the questions we heard from Jenna Sands. I don't know, for those of you who weren't with us this morning, we can play you some highlights of day 2 of testimony for Brendan Banfield. We did hear him testify both day 1 and day 2, but if we're able to, can we play you some clips from day 2 of testimony for Brendan?
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin-on-skin contact.
What did you think was going on at that point?
Sex.
Why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work. The sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounds sounded forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable.
Walked up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, and you weren't worried about your daughter at that point either then, right?
I don't think it was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured, and that was at the forefront of my mind. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay, but you're law enforcement, and this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that, and it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back out, and it's something that I've thought about many times. Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, and Joe Ryan was behind her. He was clothed. He was looking directly at me. I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Have you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room. I did not want to shoot him. He did a very forceful stab towards Christine. Christine told me that she was bleeding out and that she was sorry and that she loved me. He was stabbing her. I mean, I wish I shot him earlier.
Now that you've heard all of the evidence, every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened, now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony, at Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November.
These very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings did not exist when your wife was alive.
Correct. Juliana and I weren't even together when.
All right. Yeah, it looks like court may be starting shortly. It does look like the judge is getting some paperwork together. I'm not quite sure. Has it been 15 minutes? It feels like that went very quickly, right, Annie?
It did go by quickly, but once the cameras are on the judge, that's when we're going to take you live into the courtroom. Let's take you back live into the Brendan Banfield murder trial out of Fairfax County.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Carroll, you can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, we left off in the discussion of the bloodstain pattern analysis. And what was an interesting moment in terms of the experts was when there was talk of bloodstain inside the zipper and around that area. But if you look at the DLI report, which is number 169, you'll see in that report, they were looking actually for touch DNA. They weren't actually looking for blood staining. They identified blood staining, but the whole point of it was to find Brendan Banfield's touch DNA on the inside of Joe's pants based upon some theory that he was either pulling the pants off or moving them or something like that. And that was one of the reasons why they went to a private lab to try to do that, and it didn't pan out. And you'll see the report. Now, in terms of the evidence on the bloodstain pattern analysis, let me just do a rundown. With regard to the knife, it was identified as being bloodstained. Leanne Singley said that. She negated the possibility of anything being wiped off, which might be one of the things that you might find in a situation of the nature of the government's theory, but she's negated that. That it contained DNA of Christine and Ryan, and Brendan was excluded. That Joe Ryan's DNA at the base of the blade, handle juncture, that was the testimony of Leanne Singley and also confirmed by the Division of Forensic Science. That Ryan had a puncture to the left thumb, that was Leanne Singley's testimony, as well as the medical examiner, Dr. Kessler, confirmed that. It was consistent with the knife, Dr. Kessler said, and it was consistent with the self-wounding that happens in situations involving stabbings. And you heard Leanne Singley touch on that, and she was able to kind of give you a more circumspect view of what self-wounding was. I think Ms. Groff talked about slicing, fingers or it sliding or something like that. What we were looking for, and what I think Leanne Singley was able to tell you, is that there are a wide variety of injuries that occur, but oftentimes the stabber is someone that's injured. And I think there were significant statistics that she talked about, which I won't try. You'll have to rely on your recollections regarding that. You saw on the body cam footage, as well as through Ms. Singley's testimony, that Brendan does not have any injuries on his hands. And Ms. Dolly's testimony indicates Ryan's right hand closed when blood was deposited on it. That's consistent with Ryan holding the knife when stabbing, causing blood stains. Joe Ryan, there's a lot to be said, and I think you've already seen pictures of it in this closing, of the 4 stains on Ryan's forearm. What hasn't been said is that they were not tested. Leanne Singley says they're not able to be classified. Ms. Groff disagrees, saying that they are drip stains. She needs to say they're drip stains, which Leanne Singley says you can't say because you don't know the position of the arm, you don't know where it was at the time the blood came out. It could have been something from a significant bleeder as he's standing up. It could have been from numerous other possibilities. But Ms. Groff classifies something that Ms. Singley says you can't classify without certain factors, suggesting that it's falling from above and has Ryan on the floor. One might think you'd find the source of whatever that blood is if you're to have tested the blood that's in question. That might give you a little more guidance. And I think that's one of the reasons Leanne Singley was unable to identify that. If it was from Joe, then she'd probably have some explanation for that as an expert. If it was from anyone else, that perhaps could be a different explanation. But now all we deal with are possibilities. And that seems to be the crux of how the Commonwealth is pursuing this case. They're not putting on any evidence in terms of their own investigators. They're not providing any concrete evidence as to what happened that day. And interestingly enough, the shift in the last closing argument was that I hadn't been doing that. And the defense hadn't been doing that. But I think we can all agree that we've called significantly greater number of police witnesses because we had to. Because we want the truth out here. I called my client though he has the absolute right not to come up and testify. And he testified. And the relationship issues with Juliana Peres Magalhães are touchy, and they're an awful story. But he sat there and he answered the questions. He was cross-examined. He answered those questions. We're bringing you the truth. We're trying in every way to get the truth. And many of the Fairfax County detectives have provided that, and that goes to their integrity. The genes, the touch DNA from the waistband zipper indicate Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. Brendan Banfield is excluded. All samples collected and tested on Ryan were from Joe Ryan or Christine. Brendan not identified as a contributor in any of them. Nothing in the materials reviewed gave any indication that Ryan was not the stabber. That was Leanne Singley's testimony. Brendan's jacket, blood on the rear of the right sleeve, DNA on exterior of right sleeve, mix of Ryan and Christine. Brendan indicates that Ryan grabbed his arm. On Officer Beckner's video, Officer Baumler's video, in the ambulance, and also in the hospital. Brendan's jeans. The small stains on the thigh is consistent with cast off from the hands. That's Miss Dolly, Miss Groff. Brendan sat in the bathroom, if you look on the video, and the first responders arrived. He was basically told to sit on the tub, and you see him when you look at that video, and he's sitting there, and he's just, hands down, not sure where his hands go, and he was watching as his wife was being tended to. The stains on Brendan's jeans are consistent with him kneeling at Christine giving aid. That's what the body cam video shows. Back to the digital forensics for a moment. February 19th was a critical day because that was the beginning of the Telegram account. Juliana says she watched Brendan. They stole the laptop and the phone. They deleted the two-factor authentication code, but the two-factor authentication code remains on the phone to this day. And this is Defense Exhibit 156. Is it possible that Brendan and Juliana did this without Christine knowing that a Telegram account was opened in her name? It's not, based upon this exhibit. Because if you look at it, and you can look at the message from Telegram, shows up right underneath a message from Brad of Inova PICU, and right above a message from Nicole at Inova PICU. It was done early in the morning. If it had been done by someone other than herself, as soon as she looks at that message from Nicole, she'd realize something's going on. I should check this out. inconsistent with catfishing and consistent with someone pursuing a fantasy. February 23rd. We saw digital forensics evidence from the evening of February 23rd. We saw use of Christine's laptop for 90 minutes for resort searches, with a couple of minutes of Telegram use interspersed. The Commonwealth in cross-examination opined, well, wouldn't it be possible that even if you were sitting in the same room, that she could have gone away to go to the bathroom for 2 minutes? And I guess, you know, in this world, anything's possible. Is it probable, however? And that's really the more germane point to this. The Commonwealth's, I guess, concern in cross-examination was confirmed, at least in terms of the room, when Brendan testified. And if you recall his discussion, we were talking about, we were already going on a cruise and we were talking about going to the Dominican Republic. We saw the calendar that showed the place, Royalton Resorts. We showed the searches that showed kid-friendly vacations. So we knew who was behind the keyboard, and Brendan knew who was behind the keyboard because he was there with Christine. And they were collaborating on the vacation research. Brendan was playing with Valerie and Christine was on the couch with her laptop and her phone. That's the testimony. The device's symmetry and connectivity you heard about has the context to complete the entire picture. Juliana was not in the room, and this is supported by the analysis on her phone, showing a steady stream of messaging, social media use, and Netflix at the same time that Telegram, FetLife, and the suspect Gmail account were being used by Christine. And finally, February 24th, Juliana was not awake and not out of bed based on her devices at the time she claimed to be watching Brendan Banfield sending messages in the kitchen. You heard Mr. Litsky talk about her Apple Watch. You heard him talk about her phone. We're showing when steps were showing, which would be an indication of someone moving. She had not moved for some time after the laptop was accessed. What we know from the testimony yesterday was that Christine Banfield had the laptop and the phone in her bedroom and was awake when he went up to retrieve Valerie. That is an artifact in the world of digital forensic analysis. And you'll see this entire exchange, Defense Exhibit 348, 349, 350. You'll see Juliana Peres Magalhães' first steps at 626, Defense Exhibit 351, 352, and 353. Juliana Peres starts her day after the telegram message is already sent, in conflict with what she's told, in conflict with the story that she's adopted on behalf of the Commonwealth. Brendan's at McDonald's. Exhibit 354, 355, 356. Those are time-stamped screenshots from the McDonald's videos. Juliana is on the phone telling us her phone tells us that her activity stops at 7:24 under Defense Exhibit 357. At the exact same time, her watch steps are stopping at 7:24. Defense exhibit number 358. Defense exhibit 359, Juliana steps resuming on the phone at 7:41. Exhibit 360, Juliana, car is parked at 7:41. Exhibit 361, Juliana's watch resuming steps at 7:42. We know that Brendan was out of the house. We know that Juliana was in her car. And if you look at Exhibit 362, there's someone who's logging into Christine's laptop at 7:33. There are no other humans in the house. And Juliana and Brendan were not there. In conflict with the government's theory, Christine logs into her laptop and places her devices in a drawer. She puts the devices away. She gets Lily down into the basement, brings her food to the basement, and gates her in. And she meets Joe Ryan. And they walk up to the master bedroom. Why? Why would Joe Ryan stab Christine? If you take away the consensual part of this, if he were found in a bedroom of someone by someone who's a police officer, he'd be looking at a life sentence. In this instance, he was confronted by an armed law enforcement officer saying, "Police." That officer was standing in the only way to get out of that room, other than jumping through the window and falling down 3 flights. He had a gun trained on him, and he was telling him and was told that he was going to be arrested. He had marijuana in his system, and he was angry. Who was he angry at? Could he have been angry at Christine, thinking that she set him up? Could he have been angry at his situation for deciding to go into a house that he didn't know and put himself in this situation? Could he be angry at my client, who was there to try to figure out what was going on and ultimately try to protect his wife? Those are the whys. And if we'd had any investigators that were actually involved in the case coming to the stand, those would be questions that I would want to know, and they would be questions that you would want to know. Because you have a decision before you, and that decision requires a review of all of the evidence. Now, is it reasonable after a 6 to 8 week affair that someone's going to try to get rid of their companion of 19 years, wife of 12 years? Is that reasonable? You heard from my client, he thinks it's absurd. In pursuing this case, the Commonwealth has presented absolutely no forensics evidence that supports that Brendan Banfield had anything to do with this, yet the story continues. This isn't how justice works, and you can't just come up with a theory and make it fit. They're trying to sell you a story without any facts. And we have the facts, and those facts are in evidence. Those jury instructions, when you see them, you'll realize they're very clear. If you have doubts about the investigation, if you have doubts about how they've conducted this investigation, if you believe that there's something that's been held back in this investigation, that's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt before you even get into the things that negate the possibilities of their case. And these are hard decisions. There's a lot on the line. But know this, if they fell short in what you expect should be the investigation, if they fell short, that's not on you. The jury instructions say you must acquit. And it's not on you. I don't have another opportunity to talk to you. It's their burden to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, so they get the opportunity to speak. So I apologize if I've gone too long, but I wanted to make sure that these important issues came before you. And I leave you with these words. When they lie and manipulate to get someone to make a statement, that's not discovering the truth. That's planting the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. And at the end of your deliberations, I ask that you find my client not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right. Rebuttal argument. Switch over the mic again, Mr. Carroll.
Thanks. All right, just a couple of last words. Mr. Carroll has a really interesting recollection of the evidence. It certainly doesn't match ours, and I'm guessing it doesn't match yours. FYI, the lab for the coat was 165, not 167. And the DLI lab, it doesn't say anywhere on it that it was touch DNA. It was blood that they tested. Juliana did not repeatedly say that she didn't know how to work Gmail. She said that she did not create the Gmail account, that was Brendan. Giaccio and Bruce had the catfish plan and they peddled it and pushed it to everyone. I don't think that's at all what came out. I think that Mr. Carroll is trying to focus on the HR woes of the Fairfax County Police Department to distract you from the fact that the evidence actually supported that theory and that he has provided you, and his client has provided you with absolutely nothing to refute that theory. Why was there so much discussion and disagreement over the digital evidence? Because it could never be that smoking gun. You all heard it from their expert. You can't put someone behind that screen unless you're sitting next to them. So as much as we want it to tell the story here, as much as we want it to be the perfect evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that this thing had to happen, the digital evidence just isn't that. We wish it were, but it's not. And Detective Miller did nothing wrong, and Mr. Lidsky did nothing wrong. They just told you the truth. And the truth is that they can tell you what a device was doing, but they can't tell you who was using the device. Juliana Peres Magalhães' testimony was bought and paid for. Yes, she pled guilty to a lesser offense in exchange for her testimony. Ms. Frissler made sure you knew that from the get-go. Juliana talked about that. She explained for her reasons why. Nothing was hidden. After her sentence, it sounds like she might have the opportunity to make, what, 10 grand off of selling her story. She said that she would use that to support her family. And then what? Is she going to work as a nanny? I mean, she's a convicted murderer. Do we really think that it is so reasonable that she made up this complete lie for 10 grand? Really? If this version is correct, coming from Mr. Banfield, then she would be set free. She would be as not guilty as he would be. So she's going to give up that shot for 10 grand? I just don't buy it. Whose story is more credible here? Juliana's or Mr. Banfield's? Whose version does the rest of the evidence support? The defendant took the stand and he lied. And he lied about collateral matters. He told you that he had a big career-defining work meeting the morning of the murder. And then you heard from his boss who said, no, he didn't. He lied. He said that he and Juliana did not have a plan to kill Christine at the time that they went to the shooting range. Well, he said, not at that time. If he's lying about the things that don't matter, how can you believe a single word he said? And ladies and gentlemen, you have to do that in this case, because without some alternate theory, the Commonwealth's evidence is uncontroverted. So you got to pick one. Juliana, Mr. Banfield. Whose story does the evidence support? All of that blood, the DNA, to some extent, the digital forensics, the physical evidence collected at the scene. That's what you can rely on. Don't rely on his narrative and his recollection of the evidence. For that reason, don't rely on mine or on Ms. Frissler's. Rely on yours. It is your collective recollection of the evidence that you have heard that is controlling. You know what was said here. You know what the evidence is. We trust you to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the Commonwealth and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, the verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you get back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. Much of the evidence in this case was in electronic files, so you're going to have a clean laptop that's going to have those files on there for you, and that you will be able to access, and you also have the big TV in the jury room that you can plug in the laptop to that so everybody can view the evidence at the same time, okay? As far as the firearms and knife, the Sheriff's Department has control of those items. If and when you want to see those items, you just have to let the deputy know, and those items will be brought to you. Only the deputy will handle them, but you can ask her to manipulate them however you wish to have them manipulated. But please do not have any deliberations while the deputy is in the room with you, okay? Wait till the deputy leaves before you do that, okay? All right, so during your deliberations, until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, or the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tool to obtain information about this case to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will have, again, you will also have with you the verdict forms. There's 4 charges in front of you, okay? So you're going to have 4 separate verdict forms, all right? Once you have decided, have made a decision, each of the verdict forms should have the foreperson signature at the appropriate place. There's places for guilty and not guilty for each count that you've heard. 2 aggravated murder counts, 1 firearm count, and 1 child endangerment count. Okay, so each form is separately. So each form, upon the finishing of your deliberation, should have the signature of the foreperson just on 1 space on each form. Okay, if you sign both places on the form, it gets confused. If we're confused, then that's not the way it works. Okay, so just make sure you do that. Okay, now for the last part before you deliberate, the fun part. You remember that in the beginning of this case, I told you we had randomly selected 4 people to be alternates. Okay, we still have 4 alternates. Thank you all for your service and being so professional, and even during the snowstorm, making here on time, and we do appreciate that. And let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for you all and have taken you away from your lives for 3 weeks now. I know I speak for all of us associated with this case that I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know it is hard to have come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you will still be under the order of the court, okay? And so you cannot do any outside research at this time in the case, or you can't talk to anybody about this case at this time because you're still under oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back to service and deliberations would start again as you would be part of the jury as well. So that's why you're still under the order of the court. You are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. Once a verdict is reached, we will reach out to you and contact you and let you know this has occurred, and then you are free from all your obligations, okay? So again, thank you for your service. At this time, I'll call the alternate jurors, and if you could go with the deputy, we have to collect your items, and we'll get you on your way, okay? So the alternate jurors I have are number 26, number 24, and number 38. So if you could follow Deputy Johnson out at this time. (26, 17, 24, and 38. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, these are the 12 jurors that are going to be deliberating in this case, okay? You can take as long as you need to deliberate, and at this point, you can take breaks whenever you wish to, and you can let the court know. If you're still deliberating next week, you can let the court know if you want to come in at 9, you can come in at 9, or if you want to come in at 10, that's fine. When you're done for the evening, I know there's one juror that has to be done by 4:30 today, so make sure we respect that timing for that juror. But you can take breaks whenever you wish. You can take your lunch breaks, and you can make them an hour, you can make them a half hour, you can do what you like. It's just important that you do not deliberate at any time unless all jurors are in that jury room at the same time, okay? So during breaks, we don't deliberate, okay? We make sure we take care of that. All right, do we have another deputy that can? All right, I can excuse you now to deliberate at this time if I have a deputy.
Judge, while we're waiting on that moment, can we approach on one?
Sure. Gentlemen, just one more item before you deliver. If for some reason you have any issues with the laptop, please let the deputy know. And if you're having trouble with any of the exhibits, let us know, because we can print out anything and everything that you need, okay? So if it gets frustrating at any point, just let me know, and I'll make the parties print anything out that you need, okay? All right, thank you. You can now go to deliberate. If you want to review the verdict forms before they go back as well, the laptop is coming from IT, so if you want to wait for that too for me, so just so you can make sure the laptop is clean and everything, all your exhibits are on there, and then that will go back to the jurors, okay? All right, we'll be in recess then.
Thank you. All rise.
All right, so the court just went into recess. The jurors are now officially deliberating. The time is 12:35, and the jurors now have the final decision on what will be the fate of Brendan Banfield. Thank you so much for staying with us. I know a lot of you have been tuning in both on WUSA 9 Plus and on YouTube. I'm Katie Lasso. This is Frank Salvedo, criminal defense attorney. He's going to be answering a lot of questions for you guys, and I see them pouring in, so we appreciate you sending them our way. If you do have a question you'd like Frank to answer, I know this has been a lot, you could text us at 202-895-5599. If we could put that number up on the screen in big letters for everyone. 202 is the number, 895-5599. Again, just text us and we will try to get to those questions as quickly as we can. So just a quick recap of what has happened in the last few minutes or so. So we saw today the prosecution, they did their closing arguments, then the defense did their closing arguments, the prosecution did a rebuttal, and then we heard instructions being given to the jurors. We found out that the 4 alternates for the jury were still in the room. They are now sort of clear. They still have to be on standby in case anything happens. And they are going into deliberations right now. They'll be doing that until 4:30 tonight. And then, let's start off with a question here, Frank. Somebody asked if the jurors, if they don't reach a verdict by 4:30 p.m., what happens? Do they deliberate over the weekend, or are they only deliberating during working hours, if you will?
They're only deliberating over working hours.
Okay.
The jury right now sets the schedule. It used to be the judge kind of in control. Now the jury is completely in control. So you saw the judge at the end say, the schedule of your deliberations is really up to you. They may decide to come in early if they haven't reached a verdict by today. They may come in early Monday. They might come in later. They might go from 10 to 6. The schedule is really up to them, and that includes when to take breaks, when to go to lunch, etc. Now, if even one juror steps out of the deliberation room to go to the bathroom or get a snack or something like that, all deliberations have to stop. They have to all be in the room, all 12 at all times during the deliberations. So their schedule is kind of up to them, but they all have to be together.
Yeah, so no sidebar conversation, no separate discussions. Again, that's been the message, though, from the judge since day one. And now, question for you, if the alternate jurors are brought in, do they have to start over from scratch, or how does that work? Because those alternates aren't in the room, right?
Typically, they start deliberations all over again.
Okay.
So let's say 1 or 2 jurors fall ill, something comes up, then whoever is brought in as an alternate juror, then all 12, the 11 that were there, plus the 1 new one, have to start all over again, really from scratch in terms of the deliberations.
We've been watching this. We haven't been able to see the jurors' faces, but just based on what we've seen and kind of the comments from viewers online, how long do you think it's going to take them to get to a verdict?
Completely unpredictable. I wouldn't think it would be today, given the length of the evidence. I would think it would be Monday or Tuesday. You may get some tea leaves today.
Okay.
For instance, if the jury comes back and says in the next 10 minutes, can we get a transcript of Juliana's testimony? Or can we see, get re-instructed on something? Or we need a chalkboard, or we need markers or something like that. That is usually an early sign that it's going to take a substantially longer time.
Yeah.
If there's really no questions, pretty much silence over today, that would indicate that they really have gotten down to the issues and they may reach a faster verdict. So you'll see some tea leaves about whether there's any disagreements, whether they want any transcripts, which is really up to the judge to do or not. You'll see that pretty early, I think, in the deliberation. If we don't hear anything up until 4:30, they could have a verdict right at the end of the day, or it'll more likely spill into next week.
And you know, we're talking about a jury that had to work on a Friday, right? So this trial, they were not supposed to be in court on Fridays. They've been in court on 2 Fridays back to back. Do you think there's any urgency there for the jurors, or do you think that's just us watching, wondering if they're going to try to get this done before the weekend? Is that a thing? Yeah.
It is a thing. Decisions, usually deadlines drive decisions,
Okay.
right, in any context. Sometimes when a homework assignment is due at midnight, I know from parental experience, sometimes a kid will get that in at 11:59. But that deadline often drives decisions. The deadline here is a personal deadline. You have the weekend. Jurors may have plans, some plans next week. There may be impending family situations. So the deadline of the weekend sometimes hits decision making. For example, if it's 11 to 1, one way or another, that one might say, you know what, I've got plans this weekend. I'm going to kind of go along with the majority opinion here. Not that each juror won't give individual attention to this case, but sometimes as you get to the end of the day or approaching a weekend, that's, in my experience, more likely the time in which a jury is going to come back and say, okay, we're good, we've reached a decision.
Interesting. Somebody asked in the comments, so I just want to answer this quickly. They asked how many people are in this jury. So just for those of you that don't know, there are 12 jurors, but there are 4 alternates, and we were just discussing that. The 4 alternates have kind of been given a little bit of a break here. And we talked yesterday, I think it was, all the days are meshing together, but we talked about how these jurors likely didn't know who was the alternate among them. Can you talk to me about that again? I was kind of surprised by that. I thought they all knew who was the alternate.
Yeah, it depends upon the individual judge's practice. Some judges are better at obscuring the fact of which jurors are alternate jurors, but you don't want 4 people at the end of the table, so to speak, or in the jury box who know they're alternates sitting there for 3 weeks, because they're probably not going to pay attention. They're going to be a little bit more laissez-faire in terms of how they look at things. Maybe they don't take enough notes, that type of thing. So it's usually better practice, if possible, to have the alternates not know that they're alternates until the very end, so everybody pays attention. Now, it's obviously a big letdown if you're sitting there and you've heard the evidence for 3 weeks and you maybe can't wait to voice your opinion, to finally go into that jury room and the judge says, I'm sorry, number 17, you've been an alternate the whole time, goodbye. It is, and then she kind of unceremoniously, there's no other way to do it, but unceremoniously sends them into the jury room to collect their belongings and then just leave with the deputy. So that is a weird dynamic, and there's a big level of disappointment sometimes by some of those alternates. But the parties know who the alternates are.
Okay.
So maybe Mr. Banfield or the prosecutor is kind of jumping for joy if they've gotten bad body language, so to speak, or a bad vibe from a particular juror. Now all of a sudden they see that they're an alternate and they're gone. They might be pretty happy one way or another.
Yeah, and you know, people are asking if he's found guilty on all charges, what is the maximum sentence he can get here? And let me just update you on the charges real quickly. So we found out today during the jury instruction this morning that Mr. Banfield is facing aggravated murder within 3 years. It has to be premeditated, it has to be willful, and also this is a murder charge where there's no waterfall instructions here. So they're saying you have to find him either guilty or not guilty of killing both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. So you can't say he killed one and not the other. The second charge is also aggravated murder with some act of in the same act or transaction, firearm in the commission of a murder. I know earlier we may have said felony. It is in the commission of a murder, and then the child endangerment charge, and that's regarding the fact that they've said his 4-year-old daughter, or his and Christine's 4-year-old daughter, was in the basement throughout whatever was going on in that bedroom. So Frank, what is the maximum sentence that he could get if he is found guilty of, let's start with the aggravated murder.
If he gets aggravated murder, either one of those first 2 counts, it's going to be a life sentence.
Okay.
I don't even know if the court will have any discretion. But I'd see that if he gets convicted of that, it is very, very likely that he would receive a life sentence. I am somewhat surprised, and you used the term waterfall instruction, probably from the jury instruction conference this morning. Usually there is some type of lesser included offense, such as Juliana got a manslaughter conviction out of her alleged participation in this. But in this case, it looks like, from how it's been described and what the court showed in the verdict form, it looks like it's an all or nothing deal at this point. Aggravated murder, it's going to be, it would very likely be a life sentence. I'm not sure what the maximum sentence for child endangerment is, but they're all falling together.
Right.
I don't think, given that there's no lesser included of a manslaughter or something like that, these are all going to rise and fall together. It would now be very surprising if there was some type of split verdict. I don't see that they could find him guilty of one without finding him guilty of the other. It looks like this is a package deal.
And I know Matthew Torres is standing by, but I want to get through these two other questions real briefly from some of our viewers who are watching right now. Somebody asked if the jury does reach a verdict today, or I'm sorry, they said will the jury be sequestered through this process? And we heard Judge Oscarati saying that they are not being sequestered. They have not been sequestered. That doesn't change when they're in deliberations.
That doesn't change. So at 4:30, they go on with their lives, do their weekend activities. They are instructed not to talk about the case, even if someone approaches them to talk about the case. So they are not sequestered, but they are not allowed to converse about the case, look at any media coverage, read any newspaper, look online, or anything like that, but no sequestration.
Yeah, and you know, we talked before, and Annie was talking about that with us as well. These jurors take their job usually pretty seriously. Is there a likelihood that they're going to go off and do their own thing and look at their phones? And, you know, is there a concern there?
There's always a concern. I've had a jury trial one time in D.C. where one of the jurors went and looked at the potential crime scene. Of course, another juror turned into cooperator against that offending juror, informed the court, and that juror was actually removed from service and an alternate was brought in. So there's always a concern. I don't see a concern in this case. The judge has been very firm in her instructions. It's been a very tightly wound trial in terms of the procedure in this case. Nothing is impossible, but I would think, having devoted 3 weeks of their lives to this, the jury wants to see this through, and nobody wants to get snitched on. If you do something and you say, hey, by the way, I went by the Banfield house and it doesn't make any sense what one side or the other said, they don't want to get in that position.
And you said they'll likely tell on each other too.
Yes, they
just
will.
One last question before we get to Matthew Torres. This person asked, how do we know when the jurors are back or when they do come in for a question? Do you think we'll see that up on the screen? Will that happen?
We will absolutely see it on the screen. Now, there could be ministerial requests. For example, if they ask for a whiteboard or something like that, the judge might do that without bringing all the parties back. But usually, 99% of the time, if there's any communication from the jury, hey, we're having a hard time, we don't understand this instruction, we would like to look at a particular exhibit or transcript, the judge will bring back everybody into the courtroom. She will propose an answer to the question. She will then ask both sides to comment on her proposed answer, and then that answer in written form will usually go back to the jury. Sometimes the judge will bring them back into the room and instruct them.
Okay, so it does sound like we're going to have to rely on Sophie, our digital producer, and Matthew Torres to kind of tell us what is happening in the courtroom. So Matthew Torres is going to join us right now. Matthew has been in the courtroom, and Matthew, as you heard, we are going to need you to tell us if those jurors come back into the room and start asking questions. Just curious from you, you know, what the last few hours or so have been long. There's been a lot of information. Let's start with the prosecution. When she was speaking and giving her closing arguments, how were the jurors reacting to her?
I think she got their attention. I've covered previous trials with Jenna Sands and her closing arguments. As you can tell, it was between 15 to 20 minutes. She's someone who's quick. She's someone that doesn't really fill much time if she doesn't have to. And so even during her cross-examination yesterday, the jury's really kind of perked up because you can get her sense of she's a bit louder, she's a bit more forward, she is certainly exciting the atmosphere, especially after when going through all of those exhibits. So they were very much paying attention. A couple of them were taking notes during her time. Notably, and I'm not sure if the cameras captured it, but Steve Descano, the Fairfax County Commonwealth's attorney, was there for both Jenna Sands' closing as well as John Carroll. And so he was right there on the front row listening to Jenna Sands. I've noticed during John Carroll, especially as he pretty much blasted this investigation and calling the Commonwealth as helping perpetuate a tunnel vision kind of theory regarding catfish, there were moments where Steve Descano, I saw him maybe a couple times kind of nodding his head like this. He kind of leaned forward. There were a couple occasions where he would look towards Brendan Banfield, who during the cameras at moments he just really kept his head down there during the closing arguments. As far as when John Carroll was speaking, I would say there were maybe a couple of people at some point putting their head down, looking around. So it's hard to say how much they really were paying attention when maybe the person next to a particular woman was taking notes. Again, the same person would have her hand over her chin. So it's been, again, a mixed reaction, specifically when John Carroll was talking. But Katie, today I would say was probably the busiest the courtroom has been since this trial started, even more than when Juliana was speaking, more than when Brendan Banfield was testifying. Notably, there were more people in the courtroom, certainly as this was really the last moment where attorneys can make their argument.
Our comments that a lot of people are there and they're coming out and watching the stream, which we love to hear them chatting with us and giving us their little updates as well. Have you been hearing that as well? And then, how are people in the room reacting to this? I know they have to be quiet, but you can keep quiet and still make faces, right?
Right. So I was, truly since last week, I've been chatting with people because of our streaming, because of the information that's coming out. They themselves were interested in being in the courtroom themselves to see Banfield in person and to see the attorneys argue. A couple of them, I would say, taking a lot of notes, as much as reporters would be taking notes during this trial. I spoke to one of them who she and her daughter, they drove all the way from Frederick, Maryland. There was kind of an emotional pull for her to be here. I didn't get into specific details as far as what's making her emotional, but she says this story has really rocked her. Whether that be because of the child involved, whether that be because of the affair, whatever it is, the ones that I've been able to speak to, whether they live here in Northern Virginia or frankly out of state, who have showed up, there is kind of an emotional tie. Something about this story has really gravitated them to want to come here. And you can kind of tell that to in their faces sometimes, especially when John Carroll would be speaking. When he mentioned there was no disputing about this affair, about the cheating between Juliana and Brendan Banfield. People react to that. I think hence why Au Pair Affair murder trial certainly does stand out. But when it comes to Janice Sands, there was another person who told me she just loved to watch her. She thinks she is spicy, and she just got a kick out of listening to Janice Sands.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interest in this case, and we've definitely seen that interest grow. Important to mention, these are real people, real lives at stake here, and it's a sad situation all the way around. Matthew, I know there's a lot going to be going on, and we'd love to get updates from you as soon as you hear or see any sort of activity, if you're able to share that with us. Is there anything you wanted to add before we let you go?
Yeah, just one more thing. Of course, you guys were talking about the jury now, unclear whether or not they're actually taking lunch first before they deliberate or they're just going straight into it. There were 4 alternates, so now the makeup of this jury is 7 women and 5 men. So essentially the 4 alternates were men. Because initially with the 16, it was 7 women and 9 men. So that's now the current makeup of this jury, 7 women and 5 men.
You know, Matthew, I actually do have one more question for you, because Frank and I were talking right before we came to you about, you know, sometimes there's disappointment from the jurors when they find out they were the alternate. Is it clear to you if the alternates knew who they were prior, or were they surprised when they were called?
I would say surprised, hence the disclaimer from the judge there, where it's understanding of like you listen through all of this, 3 weeks of sitting through sometimes long, dragged out expert testimony, and for you to just essentially be put on the side for now. I shared the elevator with 3 of those alternates. One of them looked disappointed, I would say. The other 2 were ones who kind of were tuning in and out during the trial, so not sure if they might be excited. One of them specifically, who was taking notes, at least appeared disappointed when we were going down the elevator. They, you know, obviously we couldn't talk to them as per the judge's instructions, but they weren't talking to themselves, amongst themselves either, as soon as they were relieved.
All right, thank you so much, Matthew, and I'll be keeping a close eye on my phone to see if you send us a text letting us know there's been any activity, and would love to bring you back into the conversation if you're able to once there is any sort of activity. Thank you so much, Matthew Torres, in the courtroom for us all day long. All right, Frank, let's talk a little bit more about this. You know, we now know there are 7 women and 5 men on the jury, and all of the alternates that were kind of dismissed, sort of, it's a little complicated, but dismissed for the day, they were all men. Does that change things?
It doesn't change much.
Okay.
It's just saying that they were all men. The reflection by Matthew that one juror was disappointed to be released was interesting to me.
Right.
Not necessarily that there was any conversation, but you can tell when somebody's disappointed.
Right.
That was guessing, probably a pro-prosecution juror, just guessing. We'll see what whether that person is called back, but usually somebody that's disappointed usually has a quick verdict or quick thinking in terms of how they view the case, so maybe that person leaned towards the prosecution. Impossible to say for sure, but that was an interesting little observation.
Okay, so this is Frank Salvedo. If you're just tuning in, I'm Katie Lasso. Frank Salvedo is a criminal defense attorney, and he is going to be answering your questions. I see a lot of them coming in. I want to remind you, if you do have questions for us, if we could put the number full on the screen in big letters so everyone can see. The number to text is 202-895-5599. Again, just text us any sort of questions you may have about what has happened today, what is going to be happening. You know, before we get into more questions, though, I would love to take people back to day one. You know, when we had the opening statements from both the prosecution and the defense. There's a clip I'd love to play for you of those opening statements. Do we have that clip? Are we able to play it for everyone? Sounds like maybe we don't have that clip. Do we have that clip available to play? This would be opening statements, kind of the summary, the highlights. Okay, so we have Jenna Sands, the prosecution. She went first, and then defense attorney John Carroll went second. They were very brief and to the point, much different later on, not for Jenna Sands. You know, she has been pretty consistently to the point, but John Carroll has really slowed things down. It does look like we have that clip now, so let's, if we can, play that for you.
Case of Commonwealth versus Brendan Banfield. Mr. Banfield is present in the courtroom with his attorney, and the Commonwealth is present.
We're here today because Brendan Banfield, the man seated behind me, killed his wife, Christine Banfield, and another man named Joseph Ryan.
The murder of Christine Banfield by Joe Ryan occurred on February 24th, 2023.
They sneak up the stairs to the bedroom where they hear Joe Ryan and Christine. Brendan enters the bedroom first, shooting Joe in the head, picks up the knife that Joe had brought, and stabs Christine repeatedly in the neck. He directs Juliana to shoot Joe a second time with her gun. Brendan spends the next several minutes manipulating Joe Ryan's body, in the process leaving Christine's blood on Joe's hands and pants.
The arrest of Juliana Peres Magalhães took place in October of 2023. And the whole reason she was arrested was to flip her against my client. You won't hear any dispute as to the relationship between Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães. But there's an awful lot more to look for, ladies and gentlemen.
The blood puts Brendan Banfield
standing over Christine, stabbing her in the neck until she died. Well, Juliana presents us with the narrative. It is the blood evidence that you can rely upon without a doubt.
Digital forensics doesn't lie. People lie. And there are going to be plenty to see.
All right, so Frank, my first question for you, did the prosecution's, focus stay the same? Did the defense's focus stay the same? We know the defense's focus at the beginning was the blood evidence is the most important thing here. Juliana is the bonus to all of this. She's the narrator, the witness, and the prosecution said people don't lie, or people lie, but forensics don't lie. So his focus was that trust the forensics investigators, do not trust Juliana. Did they follow through that initial opening?
They followed through the initial opening. As we've talked about, I think the opening is even more important than the closing, in my humble opinion, in terms of trial strategy. The opening statements were brief. I think for both sides, a more expansive opening would have maybe set the stage better for some of the evidence. For example, on the defense side, to talk about, well, I'm going to have a blood expert witness who's going to say this, 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 and this. Let's talk about Juliana's plea agreement a little bit more. Wow, what a plea deal she got. She got a manslaughter. She may be out right away after this case is over. Her freedom is really in the hands of the prosecutor. There's a lot of things that could be said really on both sides. And looking back on it now, 3 weeks later, if either attorney had kind of previewed the case in a little bit more detail, and then that detail comes to life over the next 3 weeks, sometimes that's a more effective opening than just kind of giving this roadmap summary. That's stylistic. Yes, each side kept to their promises, so to speak, but each side kind of gave a vague, not particularly vague, but kind of a summary type of opening versus a more expansive opening where all of a sudden everything that you've said in opening then comes to life over the next 3 weeks. So they gave a little teaser opening, I would call it. I would give a little bit more of an expansive opening, but yes, both sides stuck to their themes.
Okay, let's talk about closing arguments. The prosecution was the first to go, which is standard, and Jenna Sands went from 10:15 to 10:06 to 10:36, around there. So less than 30 minutes. We saw a quick opening statement with her. Wasn't really surprised that it was a quick closing argument, if you will, for her. And then we see the defense take over. And John Carroll spoke from 10:37 to 11:38 approximately. Those are my notes. Don't hold me to it. So he was up there for a while. They took a break. He came back for about 20 or so more minutes. Then the prosecution rebuttal, very quick. Were you surprised at the lengths of time each chose? Let's start with the prosecution.
I was a little bit surprised by the prosecution. Usually they take advantage of state court rules which don't really implicate or put strict deadlines on the time of the rebuttal. Different scenario in other courts. But I was a little bit surprised on the brevity of the rebuttal. Not that it wasn't effective, but yes, her opening closing argument and her rebuttal closing argument were more brief and, so to speak, to the point. Some jurors may really appreciate that. They liked her brevity, her intensity, I think, in the closing. Mr. Carroll's was obviously more expansive, detail-oriented, maybe not as dramatic, but it's been my experience that the emotion sometimes of a closing dissipates as the jury goes into day 2 or day 3 of their deliberation. If you're looking for a quick verdict, and you want to be really, really emotional and really get it out there and really tell the jury exactly what you think and this should be a quick verdict, that's one approach. But if it's a case that's a lot of evidence, sometimes by day 2 or 3, the jurors kind of forget that emotion and they really start to focus on the facts. So 2 different styles. Hers was more emotional with some facts. Mr. Carroll was less emotional, but with more facts. That benefits him if the jury drags into day 2 or day 3 of their deliberations, because then they start wading through the facts and the emotion is kind of lost. It's like You know, oftentimes you see a football team come out of a tunnel and everybody's charged up in the first quarter. But in the fourth quarter, that emotion is kind of gone, and now it comes down to the facts of whether you can execute a game plan.
You know, somebody asked a question, and again, if you have a question at home, you can text us at 202-895-5599. But their question was specifically during when John Carroll was up there giving his closing argument, and they asked, does he have a time limit? Is there a time limit for the prosecution or the defense with closing arguments, or could they have gone all day?
Some judges give no time limits.
Okay.
I didn't hear that this judge gave a particular time limit. In federal court, there is usually, and one judge in particular, will give a very strict time limit. And at that time limit, she will put the husher on, which basically cuts your microphone off completely, meaning you are done. So you have to really keep track of that time.
Okay.
In state court, it's a little bit more freestyle.
Okay.
So there's usually no time limit. Parties have to be cognizant, though. You can't overspeak something. So it's just that balance, but usually no time limit, especially in a case like this in the state court venue.
All right, we do want to play you some clips that we were able to grab real quickly. Let's start with the prosecution. This is just one clip of her closing argument. Let's take a listen.
All who participate in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. Virginia makes it easy. Translate. If you think that Juliana Peres Magalhães and Brendan Banfield were working together to kill Christine and Joseph Ryan, then Brendan can be responsible for Joseph Ryan's death, regardless of which bullet did the most damage. It's not a test of either or. They were working together. That makes him equally responsible.
All right, she's obviously talking about the question. You know, there were some instructions, right? The jurors were told you can't find Brendan Banfield guilty of killing Christine and not Joseph, or vice versa. Talk to me about the relevance of that statement and the importance of her almost ending her closing argument with that message.
Yeah, the message is they were in on it together. If we go in and do a bank robbery, if I'm the one that holds the gun to the teller's head, but you're there with the bag where the money has to go, we're in on it together. And if we've involved ourselves together in a plan to murder somebody, then no matter who may have shot the fatal wound, we're in on it together, and we're both liable under Virginia law.
Okay. I want to go back to the question that I'm seeing pop up again over and over, and that question is, will there be a verdict today? Do you think there will be? I know that Matthew just checked in with us, our reporter who's been in the courtroom, and he said that he saw one of the jurors having lunch, and we know that this is the time they usually go to lunch. So it's likely that they're at lunch probably, the next hour, and then they would go into deliberations. Is there a time frame there?
They could grab lunch and eat it in the jury room and do a working lunch, as long as all 12 of them together. If Matthew has witnessed one juror kind of by themselves having lunch,
then none of them
can deliberate, and everybody is scattered. I would think there's no verdict today, not having been in that courtroom, but I have seen very quick verdicts before. I had a 6-minute not guilty verdict one time in federal court. And by the time I went down to get a soda in the basement of the old courthouse, the court security officer said, "Hey, the jury has a verdict." And I felt very good about that case. So you never know with a jury, obviously, but if I had to predict, I would think it would be a Monday or Tuesday verdict.
Okay. I do want to play for you the defense, John Carroll, his closing argument, just a clip of it. Again, he went on for quite a while, so we just pulled a small clip of it. Let's take a listen.
I don't have another opportunity to talk to you. It's their burden to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, so they get the opportunity to speak. So I apologize if I've gone too long, but I wanted to make sure that these important issues came before you. And might leave you with these words. When they lie and manipulate to get someone to make a statement, that's not discovering the truth. That's planting the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. And at the end of your deliberations, I ask that you find my client not guilty of all charges.
And you know, Frank, I was waiting to see if we were going to get that apology. We talked about this how many times this week. You know, we've seen in the comments and we've heard from so many of you at home, and we want to keep hearing from you because what we hear from you reflects what the jurors might be thinking. But we heard people asking, is John Carroll putting these jurors to sleep? Is he annoying them? Has he crossed the line? Is he walking the line? And you said, what we'll likely hear is an apology, and that's what we heard. Were you surprised?
Every once in a while I get it right. So having been through a lot of these, and if there's a lot of detail and maybe your personality isn't explosive, mine can kind of vacillate between detail and explosive. His is more steady throughout the entire trial. But I expected something along those lines, and the jury says, oh wow, thank you for acknowledging the fact that we might be slightly bored by your approach. Again, that takes them back to the content and what is going to be at issue over the next couple of days in their deliberation. Mr. Carroll wants them to focus on the content, on the facts, and not necessarily the emotion. You saw also at the very end, he brought it right back to Juliana about lying and manipulating, all of that. He brought it right back to where he wants the focus. He maybe doesn't want the focus on his own client's testimony. He wants that focus back on Juliana. That's the Achilles heel of the prosecution. So that's where he wanted to end it up.
And you know, we've seen numerous times, the jurors weren't in the room, but we've heard these motions to strike, motions to dismiss the case, or even strike Juliana's testimony. Are you surprised that he circled back? He ended exactly the way he ended his opening statements, being like, Juliana is not to be trusted.
Not surprised at all. He wanted to keep that consistent theme throughout the entire case, and he was pretty successful on that. Now, on the prosecution side, you know, they've done a really good job at presenting this case. They had to make this deal, and I know some people may be upset that a deal was made with her because there is a substantial difference in perhaps aggravated murder and life in prison versus she gets out of jail right away. But they had to make this deal. So it's not that they were light on her or anything like that from their perspective. In I think their perspective, they needed her in order to bring the forensics to light. So it's a really interesting case because of all these dynamics, but they needed Juliana, but that didn't mean that Mr. Carroll wouldn't then attack that need and attack that Achilles heel, and that's what he did from minute one till the last statement. It was all about Juliana. So he did a good job at kind of putting his client in the rearview mirror and just focusing on Juliana's testimony.
For those of you who've been with us since the start, but for also those of you who are just joining us, we do want to thank you for being here with us on WUSA 9 Plus and joining us on YouTube, and of course weighing in. I'm Katie Lasso. This is Frank Salvedo. He is a criminal defense attorney, and he is here to answer all of your questions. We're also going to recap what has happened. This has been a 3-week trial. A lot has happened. We heard testimony from both Juliana Peres Magalhães, the family's au pair, as well as Brendan Banfield, the man on trial accused of killing his own wife, Christine Banfield, and another man named Joseph Ryan. So a reminder, if you do have questions for us, you can obviously leave them in the chat on YouTube, but we would really love if you texted us at 202-895-5599. Again, that number will be on the screen in some capacity. It's 202-895-5599. You see it there in big letters. So please keep sending us your texts. You know, speaking of Juliana, I've seen this come up so many times at this point. Juliana, she has pleaded guilty to manslaughter, I believe, and with that charge, she was required to testify against Brendan Banfield. So this is a woman who Brendan Banfield has admitted he was having an affair with, but she's also accused of working with Brendan to kill Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. She testified that they came up with this elaborate plan. She says Brendan's idea, but they pulled it off together. They made a fake profile, according to her, on this website called FetLife, and that's how they were able to pull in Joseph Ryan. And the plan, as she called it repeatedly, the plan was to pin it all on Joseph Ryan. We do have some of her testimony that I'd love to play for you from when she was called to the stand, and she was called to the stand quickly, Frank. We had day one, we had jury selection. Day two, we had opening statements, which we just played for you. And then we heard from 4 to 5 witnesses, mostly investigators, crime scene investigators. And then we heard from Juliana, and she was up there for a while. Let's take a listen to some of the highlights.
I need help. There is my my friend. She just was attacked in the neck. Now she's bleeding a lot.
My name is Brendan Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. I shot him.
What did you see when you went into the bedroom?
At first glance, I saw a female that was nude. She was covered in blood with a gentleman standing over her with bloody hands.
Who is the shooter?
Who shot who?
Brendan, he's an officer.
He first asked, does he have a pulse? He did follow up with, is she breathing? Or is she going to be okay? Was what he said.
What's going on this morning?
Brendan said, no, police dropped the knife, and he was saying, I'm gonna kill her, I'm gonna kill her. And I don't know, he started stabbing her. I think Brendan shot him.
Initially, we walked outside, allowed the first ambulance to leave, and then Mr. Banfield was taken into a second ambulance.
What, if anything, did you see him do while you were in the hospital room with him?
He washed his hands.
And before he washed his hands, had anyone swabbed his hands to preserve samples of blood that were on his hands?
No, I was trying to be empathetic.
Yes. No, I understand. Was there anybody who told you not to do that?
No, sir.
This case under penalty of law.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, you can have a seat.
What I told the detectives that day, it was the version Brendan had told me. Brendan said he yelled, police officer, and she yelled back at Brendan saying, Brendan, he has a knife. That's when Brendan first shot Joe. He got on top of her, and that's when I first saw him stabbing her with a knife. And I just start telling him, he's moving, he's behind you, and that's when I fired the shot too.
Did you see him interacting with Joe or Christine after you shot Joe?
Well, he was still stabbing Christine, and he got her blood, a handful of blood, and he starts dripping on Joe's body.
You asking the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe that you came out during that time frame because you wanted the truth to be known versus any time the year before that?
Well, the fact that I took a year to accept my plea, it does not mean that I didn't have any intention to tell the truth before. I had a video call with the producer who works with Netflix, and they want to make a movie or documentary about my case, and he explained in terms of compensation. So they were thinking about $10,000, but I want to negotiate. I want more than this.
You were charged with murder because you shot someone. Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
And so why would you deserve something because of that?
Not because of that. I didn't say that I deserved something because of what I did.
I didn't hear any details, so feel free to tell me why.
I'm saying for after, when this is over, for me and my family. And again, for everything we've been through.
All right, Frank, I do want to get to a question that I saw pop up before about Juliana specifically, and they were asking, you know, the jurors are now deliberating. How quickly is Juliana's paperwork signed? How quickly is she free to go? But not really, because she'll be deported to Brazil.
Yeah, it looks like, to be clear, it looks like the maximum punishment possible is 10 years of imprisonment. That's like the most she could ever get with the reduced charge. The Commonwealth is going to recommend that she get out at the time of her sentencing, provided that she continue to cooperate. So whenever that date is set, if there's a verdict one way or another, then once that date is set, then the Commonwealth, I would expect to get up and tell the judge that we're going to honor our agreement, and then she would be released pretty much right away at the time of sentencing.
And, you know, we heard a conversation earlier on with the testimony about how immigration enforcement was involved in this case in some capacity. They were kind of ready at her preliminary hearing, if the case was thrown out, to pick her up and deport her. So do you think they're once again on standby here?
I think they're on standby. they will not deport her until her cooperation is done.
Okay.
So if there is a verdict, I would expect at that point they would say the cooperation is done. They may wait until Mr. Banfield, if he's convicted, to be sentenced before she would be deported. But again, she's not being deported to some obscure country. She's being deported home, which is what Mr. Carroll has said from the very beginning. And you know, you can't control Mr. Banfield when he testifies, and the Commonwealth can't control Ms. Magalhães when she testified. But the statement of, for everything that I've been through, that could ring in the jurors' minds for a really long time. She really hasn't been through a lot.
And he pressed her on that.
She's not the victim.
Right, and he pressed her on that. He said, what is it that you've been through? And he brought up the point of, you shot someone, and you saw that long hesitation where she was like, yeah.
She was a little bit flip.
Right.
That's probably the understatement of 2026 so far. She was very flip in that regard about the humanity that's involved here. It was interesting that we didn't really see a lot of emotion out of her necessarily, or out of Mr. Banfield. It was an interesting little unemotional twist there, I think, in terms of her testimony. But maybe the jury just can't get past that statement of everything we've been through, and maybe they could see her as someone who would, in fact, make up a lie to get herself out of prison and go back to her family.
Okay. And you know, obviously, we didn't see much emotion from her when she was up there on the stand with John Carroll, but we did when she was telling the story with the prosecution. And reminder, she is a witness for the prosecution's case, so there was likely some rehearsal time there. Do you think that, you know, she technically just had to get up there and testify, but did she hold up her end of the deal? Was she believable? Do you think that she was helpful to them or hurtful?
She held up her end of the deal.
Okay.
The result, her deal is not contingent upon the result. So if he is acquitted, she's still going to get her deal. If he's convicted, she's still going to get her deal. She didn't get up there and say, I don't remember anything about it. I can't identify Mr. Banfield, and he had nothing to do with it. That would be certainly not holding up her end of the deal. But if she gets beat up a little bit, if she makes some inconsistent statements, if she says that everything that I've been through, she's a little bit testy, that doesn't break the terms of her agreement.
And you know, it wasn't the first time we had seen her we had seen her speak previously. You know, this was her first time at the stand, but we had seen her speaking previously, and it was a much different story, right? She was speaking to investigators, and that's in the body camera footage outside of the Banfield's home. This is the morning of February 24th, 2023. You see investigators pull up to the home, and there it is right there. And you know, it's probably a little bit hard to understand, but she's explaining what happened from her perspective to the investigators. Are we able to take a little bit of a listen to what she's saying here?
I need some water.
You want to sit down somewhere?
I just need some water. I'm sorry, English is not my first language.
Oh, you're fine.
I was going out with Valerie to the zoo. Valerie is her daughter.
Okay, yep, she's sitting over there.
And then I forgot our lunch to bring it. And I was coming back to the house to get the lunch.
Okay. Yes.
Then I saw this car, strange car, and I called her, why the car is here? I don't know who it is, but it was a straight to voicemail, so I couldn't talk to her. And then I called Brendan, her husband.
Okay.
And then he said, wait for me, I'll go there. Don't go inside with Valerie. And then he came back here. And we went inside. And then he went upstairs first, and then I went to see what's going on. And I heard the guy was, I don't know who.
It's okay.
I don't know what he was doing. spanking her. I don't know.
He was what?
He's spanking her. I heard, like, I don't know what was that. And Brendan said, police dropped the knife, because he had a knife. And then he said, drop the gun to Brendan. They were yelling. I couldn't understand. They were super fast.
Okay. Okay. You want me to see if I can try to get you some water? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if...
Okay, so that was the body camera footage from the morning of February 24th, 2023. A much different story than the one she said up there on the stand. And, you know, I think that was an important detail, right? Why did you change your story? And she said that that was the story that Brendan told her to say.
Interesting, right? Because folks may look at that and say, oh, she's clearly lying there. Or folks may look at her testimony on the stand and say, well, it looks like she's lying there.
Right.
I don't know if they're mutually exclusive. A jury could look at that videotape and say, wow, she's putting on a dramatic scene and she's lying. But wait a second, she was also lying on the stand when she got caught in a bunch of inconsistencies. Like, what do we do with that? Now we have somebody that we can't trust one way or another. Does that create reasonable doubt or not? The prosecution admirably did a decent job in saying, okay, that first version, we're just going to ignore that. We don't want to talk about that. It's the second version that you have to adhere to. Folks can look at it one way or another, and it'll be interesting to see what jurors say even after this case is over as to how they viewed that initial video.
And, you know, I think what's interesting here is on the rebuttal with prosecutor Jenna Sands, we also heard her say that Brendan was caught up on the stand lying. And she explained, you know, both of these people have had moments where their story was questioned. And the question comes down to, who do you believe more? Do you believe Brendan more, or do you believe Juliana more? If you're a juror walking away with that thought in your mind, because I know you even said, oof, I wouldn't have said that. What is the, you know, the problem with that statement for the jurors?
I personally don't like, and I've seen it on the defense side and the prosecution side.
Even in this case.
Right, when somebody says, they put their hands up in the air and says, well, who do you believe, this one or that one? Because the Commonwealth's burden, the government's burden is always proof beyond any reasonable doubt. So when you start doing this weighing motion and saying, who do you believe more, that kind of makes that burden of proof kind of go away. When you start doing that, I think you can say there was no doubt that Mr. Banfield lied, and this is why, and therefore he's guilty. On the other hand, you would say the opposite for the defense. But I don't like the weighing circumstance from the prosecution side. I think it kind of diminishes their burden a little bit.
Right.
That may have not been the best argument. I think a better argument, which she got to, which was that Mr. Banfield lied when he said this, this, and this, particularly about whether he had a meeting that day.
Yeah, and we're going to get to Brendan Banfield, his testimony in just a moment. But, you know, a lot of you are asking about the body language of Juliana, but also the body language of Brendan Banfield. We did have body language expert Janine Driver on with us, and she kind of went into detail talking about the body language reaction she had to both Juliana Peres Magalhães and Brendan Banfield. So we're going to put that for you in the chat right now, so you can look back at that conversation again with Janine Driver, a body language expert, her just weighing in on their body language and what those little things would mean in her opinion. But let's talk about Brendan Banfield. You know, I think it was a big surprise to a lot of us. We found out last Friday, it's crazy to believe, the days are all blending together, but we found out last Friday, John Carroll told the judge and the court, the jurors were not in the room, and he said, my client is going to testify. The judge said, Judge Penny Ascarati said, is Brendan going to take the stand? And John Carroll said, yes, he is going to testify. And you saw this look of almost surprise on the judge's face, but even Brendan's face. Now watching it back and listening to John Carroll's closing statements today, who do you think made that decision? Was it Brendan's choice to get up on that stand, or do you think John Carroll, as he said in closing, he called him to get up there and show that he has nothing to hide?
Yeah, I think it was Mr. Banfield. I'm completely speculating, but I think he drove that decision a little bit. But Carroll did a nice job in saying, listen, he didn't have to, but he decided that he wanted to. Oftentimes a lawyer might say, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I thought we had reasonable doubt right away. I thought we had it after Juliana testified. But you know what? My client wasn't satisfied with that. He wanted to go up there, air all of his dirty laundry, and tell you what actually happened.
Right.
That is admirable. That is something that he didn't have to do, but he still did it. And Mr. Carroll said it, not in those particular words, but that was essentially what he was telling the jury. It's like, we really didn't need that, but we wanted for you to see everything that Mr. Banfield would say. Whether that will ultimately help him or hurt him, you don't know if the prosecutor was super excited to get Mr. Banfield up on the stand because maybe she felt that she could prove some of his lies and that would be the nail in his coffin. So it's really tough to say what the dynamic was. If I had to guess, I would say Mr. Banfield probably was in control of that decision to testify.
Yeah, and I'm going to go back to my notes here for a moment, but when John Carroll, during closing arguments, he did say that because we had to, we wanted to get the truth out, that's why we brought Brendan Banfield up on the stand, and he pointed out that he answered all the questions, right? So let's, if we can, play you some audio from day one of Brendan's testimony. He took the stand on Wednesday. There was no court Monday or Tuesday because of the snow. So he got up there Wednesday towards the end of the day, and Frank, you and I both were like, oh my goodness, it's happening. So let's, if we can, play you day one's testimony.
All right, call Brendan Banfield. Did you love your wife?
Very much.
Did you want to continue your marriage with your wife?
Yes.
Did you have a relationship with Juliana Peres Magalhães?
Yes. The relationship started as professional in October of 2021. In August, Juliana and I were home alone. Juliana started texting me while I was complaining about her dating activity. Quite a few screenshots of her dating app. I believe it was Hinge. The people that were in the Hinge app all had similar names to me. Their names were Brendan and Brandon and Brennan. Described people that she was interested in, people that were taller, people that were older, and it appeared to me that she was, along with the photos, the screenshots that she had shown me of people that she had matched with, that she was basically describing me. Scooted her seat closer to mine a couple times.
And so what did you do at that point?
I did not stop her advances. She came with me into my bedroom. She was concerned that I was going to tell Christine and that she was going to be essentially fired and sent back and lose her job, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her. Also indicated to her that I had previous affairs, and that really this was just an affair, that I have had affairs previously, and that there's nothing that changes in mine and Christine's relationship.
Now, was Christine aware of your affair?
I don't believe she was aware of the affair between me and Juliana.
Was she aware of your previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay, and likewise, were you aware of her affairs?
Yes, I was also aware that she had affairs.
Do you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for something that is not serious, that a plan was made to get rid of my wife. That is absolutely crazy.
All right, that was day one of Brendan's testimony. It started at the end of the day. That was a summary of about an hour and a half or so of his first day of testimony. And when you left me as that was wrapping up, what was that, Wednesday night? As that was wrapping up Wednesday night, I said to you, what score do you give him? You said a strong C-. Why did you give that letter grade, if you will, in that moment?
And I think he got better, right?
And we'll get there.
But that first day, that was very cringy in terms of how he described his seduction by Juliana, the names being similar to him, that type of thing. He's in terrible territory right there, so he's just trying to work his way through it. But that was a little cringy, which I think reduced his my amateur grading of him. But I think he got better once time went on. But he's in rough territory there. He's going to have to explain some really inappropriate actions. So I don't know if there was any way to get better than a C- considering the subject matter.
Right. And you know, another thing that was introduced prior to his testimony was the body camera footage. It had been sealed. We were only able to hear the audio of that body camera footage. And this is the body camera footage of Brendan and the process it was from him to get from the home to the hospital. So what you're seeing right now, if we could take this up full, maybe we could start it over.
She's still at the scene, sir. She's with the other officers.
Would you guys be able to ask someone else to bring some tissues? That's been nice.
Okay. We're still burning. Just a heads up. Body cams are still on.
Okay.
It's okay.
Just yell at me. I'll get out of your way.
What's that one?
They said he wants to be evaluated, so
Okay, no problem. Do you want, just for a napkin? Were you there at the time?
Yes.
You were there at the time. So is there any part that I can help, I can explain what happened when she arrived here, but you were there and it sounds like there was a lot of blood loss.
Yes.
And so I think that she died of blood loss. Her airway was actually okay. I'll call the medical examiner, of course, and we'll do an autopsy and make sure we know for certain. But
I was trying to apply pressure.
yeah. I mean, those were enormous wounds, and it's not.
There were so many.
Yes, and the neck is not compressible, so it's not possible really to stop all the blood loss. And her airway, it seems like, was in the midline okay. She was able to be intubated. Everything that was possible to be done was done for her right away. You did a wonderful, you did everything that was possible. It's not a survivable injury. someone with her daughter? Is her daughter?
Yeah, we still have officers at the scene with her.
Okay. Just want to make sure that she's safe.
Yeah, she's safe. Yes, ma'am.
She's only 4.
Yes, sir.
It's for him. And did you get hurt, sir?
I think so.
Are you certain? Did the person come after you at all? Did they hit you or?
I think he put his arm on me at one point, but I don't think I'm hurt.
Yeah, sure. You have tissues here. You want to wash your hands? Probably feel better after that. Soap right here.
All right, so you're seeing Brendan there washing his hands, and we hear the nurse or the doctor is the one to say, do you want to wash your hands, sir? We know that both of those officers that you see there in the room as well, you don't see one of them because it's his body camera, but the other one you see there in the room, they've both been called to the stand. And I will say this, they were called to the stand by the defense attorney, John Carroll, and what was brought up about this video is this moment where Brendan Banfield is washing his hands and washing off the blood evidence, the evidence that would have told everyone whose blood was on his hands. Was it Christine's? Was it Joseph Ryan's? Whose blood is that? And we may never know because of this moment right here. How detrimental is this video?
It's definitely a blow.
To the prosecution, right?
For the to the prosecutor's case. Whether it's a jab or an overhand right, we won't know that. I would say it's the benefit in a way of a badge. He is a law enforcement person, which we've heard umpteen times during the trial. I don't know necessarily, perhaps another citizen is granted the deference of washing their hands in an uncertain murder case. But I think first thing he said in the 911 call is, I'm a federal agent or something like that. And that kind of follows through all of the body cam footage. They did allow him to wash his hands. It was more out of sympathy and perhaps some professional courtesy, and perhaps that would be extended across the entire population. But not the greatest move there to allow him to wash his hands. Does that move the needle one way or another? Probably not.
Okay, so let's talk more though about him being a federal law enforcement officer. It's one of the first things he says in the 911 audio that we hear. It's the first time we hear his voice. He says, "My name is Brendan Banfield. I am an IRS agent, or I'm a federal agent." When he's in the home, and we see there's been so many body camera clips, but there was one in particular that sticks out for me, and you hear the officer who's standing there as another officer is arriving. He says, "Hey, listen, he's a police officer," and he says he's a police officer with Vienna. And I think that confusion may have come from Juliana, because she was telling the officers that were responding that Brendan's an officer, Brendan's an officer. She kept saying it over and over, and they asked where, and she said in Vienna. And it's important to mention he does work in Vienna, apparently. His office is in Vienna, but he does work for the IRS with the Department of Treasury. There was a moment where you see the officers having this conversation, and I will say that the one officer who was told this, he kind of was like, okay, and then he went into the house. So you have to wonder, was he being treated any differently because they thought he was law enforcement, or they knew he was law enforcement? And then there's the moment in the ambulance and the body camera footage, the longer version of that, which you can watch the full video on our website, WUSA9.com. We'll try to get it there for you in the chat as well. But that body camera footage, it shows this conversation in the ambulance where they're removing his handcuffs. He had handcuffs, he had his badge, and he had magazines for his gun. Both of his guns were left on the bed, but in the ambulance is where they take the magazines from him, his handcuffs, his watch, I believe, but they leave his badge on him, and they say, "Sir, we're just going to leave that badge on for you." And you have to wonder why. Why are you taking everything else, but you're leaving the badge on? It just begs that question of, was he treated any differently? We don't know, right?
And we don't know, most importantly, how the jury is going to see that.
Right.
Oftentimes, and I've represented a lot of police officers who have been charged with less serious things all the way to more serious things. You don't know how the jury is going to see that. Will they hold him to a higher standard, both factually and maybe morally in a way, or will they give him some deference? For instance, you saw Jenna Sands ask him about the combination to the gun safe. So now all of a sudden the babysitter has access to the gun safe. So is that something that a law enforcement officer would necessarily allow to be disclosed to his babysitter? So that can cut both ways. On the scene, it seems like there was a little deference. Of course, the police officers didn't know exactly what was going on. But the most important thing is whether the jury is going to say, wow, he should have known better. We hold him to a higher standard in a way. Or will they say, you know what, he's a law enforcement officer. We tend to believe law enforcement officers over ordinary citizens. A lot of people believe that a police officer has the tendency to tell the truth more than an ordinary citizen. Oftentimes during jury selection, the judge will ask if an ordinary citizen says the light is green, police officer says the light is red, who are you more likely to believe? The correct answer hopefully would be, well, I would evaluate both testimony. But 60, 70% of jurors would say, well, it's the officer because he's trained to observe things and tell the truth. So we'll see which way that cuts, but it seems like on scene there was a little bit of deference being given to him.
You know, and John Carroll brings this up in his closing argument. He says, regarding that hand washing, he says this was 45 minutes later. He says that Brendan wasn't hiding anything. He didn't ask to wash his hands. He was offered this opportunity to wash his hands, and it wasn't an immediate thing, right? He didn't say, can I wash my hands right away? So John Carroll made a point to bring that up, and he also mentioned that the reason he brought so many law enforcement officers to the stand is because they are here to tell the truth. So kind of what you're saying, he's pushing that narrative of that the police don't lie, and you didn't see the prosecution bring any of the homicide detectives up there, but that's been his statement from day one.
Absolutely. It's been really interesting the way the defense has kind of taken control of the law enforcement narrative, and the prosecution has relied in part upon the Juliana narrative. Whether that makes any difference to the jury, we don't know. Probably the blood evidence on his hands was probably just his wife's blood, whether, no matter whose story you believe.
Right.
So it may not make a big difference to the jury. No investigation is perfect. Police officers are human beings and they make mistakes. So I think the jury will kind of put that washing of the hands aside, unless you have a particular juror on there that just doesn't trust the police, doesn't trust investigations. And out of 12 people on a Fairfax County jury, you probably have one or two that are don't trust the police overwhelmingly, that may have some distrust about investigative techniques.
But it only takes one or two, right? It only takes one.
It only takes one to hang the jury. Now remember, to acquit him, it has to be all 12.
Right.
To convict him, it has to be all 12. But as we've talked about, it wouldn't be a shocking development if the jury had some arguments and some squabble in terms of what the appropriate verdict would be.
Yeah, and you know, somebody pointed out in the comments, you can't give him the credit for being law enforcement and then not challenge him for allowing the little girl, she was 4 at the time, now she's 8, but allowing the little girl into the home. So it is a little confusing there.
It's a fine line, and it's a fine line to draw there. It seemed like the defense was trying to capture the law enforcement folks. The prosecution said, we don't really necessarily need all those law enforcement folks because we have the blood spatter evidence person, etc. But my only point is, on scene, it looked like there was a little bit of deference, but again, Fairfax didn't have any idea of exactly how this whole thing would play out.
All right, so if you're just joining us or you've been sticking with us, we appreciate it. Again, the number to send in any questions you might have for Frank as we sit here through deliberations, 202-895-5599. You see that number on your screen. Again, send us as many questions as you want. We are going to get through them. It could be a while that we're out here, and we're going to stay with you and bring you, of course, updates as we get them from inside the courtroom, where we have Matthew Torres and our digital producer, Sophie, keeping an eye on what is happening. If a juror enters the room or there's any sort of conversation, we will be be sure to let you know as soon as it happens. And of course, if there is a verdict, we will let you know and we will bring it to you right here on WUSA 9+. So thank you so much for staying with us. Lots of questions coming in. Somebody, speaking to the little girl, before we get to more of Brendan's testimony, speaking to the little girl, somebody asked, who is raising the little girl? Does Brendan have custody? Brendan is obviously in police custody. I believe he's in jail. Does he still have custody of that little girl? I know you don't know exactly where she is, but who has custody?
I don't know. Usually in a case like this, it goes to the child will go to the wife's family. He may have some custodial rights still. I think his testimony was that he still talks to the girl. Video chats almost every day, which kind of told the jury he was in jail.
Right.
Which is also a factor in this because he has been in jail for now a couple years or so. So yes, I'm not sure who has custody, but it's clear that he has some type of custodial arrangement to be able to video chat with his daughter. He said every day to work through math homework and things like that.
He spent a lot of time talking about that, and that kind of felt like it was in response to the child endangerment. He's saying, I do everything for my child. Some people are asking about Joseph Ryan, and he is the other victim in this case. He's the other man that was shot and killed, and we do have a lot more on him. We're going to be getting to that as well. I went down to Florida. I spoke with his mother exclusively ahead of the trial, so we are going to be bringing you some of those clips momentarily. But I do want to get back to Brendan Banfield and day 2 of his testimony. If we're able to, we do have some of the highlights, if you will, from day 2 of his testimony. Would love to play that for you.
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin-on-skin contact.
What did you think was going on at that point?
Sex.
Why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work. The sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounds sounded forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable.
Walked up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, and you weren't worried about your daughter at that point either then, right?
I don't think it was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured, and that was at the forefront of my mind. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay, but you're law enforcement, and this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that, and it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back out, and it's something that I've thought about many times. Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, and Joe Ryan was behind her. He was clothed. He was looking directly at me. I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room. I did not want to shoot him. He did a very forceful stab towards Christine. Christine told me that she was bleeding out, and that she was sorry and that she loved me. He was stabbing her. I mean, I wish I shot him earlier.
Now that you've heard all of the evidence, every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened, Now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony, at Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November.
These very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings, did not exist when your wife was alive.
Correct. Juliana and I weren't even together when Christine died.
You had broken up, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you need to kill your wife to get her back?
definitely not.
One of those affairs was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies. Is that correct?
I would not call it a fetish site.
Okay. What would you call it?
An arranged relationship.
Okay. But you were looking for someone to be your sugar baby?
I guess. It was a relationship where they would already know that I was married.
All right, so a lot to unpack there, and he was on the stand for quite a while. After watching that, I know people in the comments, they're wondering how the language of you said he did better. They still are very upset with his testimony. When you say better, you're not saying he did well. You're saying he did better than the first day, right?
I think he did better than the first day. Certainly describing the logistics of what happened, that is probably the best and strongest part. Is it weak overall and the jury doesn't believe him because of all the other information? Perhaps. But, he's dealing with really difficult facts. And as I've said before, he's got to wade his way through some really terrible information. His relationship with Juliana, his law enforcement, but he didn't call the 911. So he's doing his best here to explain. Did he do better than the first day? Yes. Is he the most wonderful witness ever and the jury's going to go back there and give him an acquittal and a letter of apology? Probably not. Is it enough to get reasonable doubt? That's the real question.
Right. And people are weighing in. They're saying he's not believable. He didn't come off as credible to me at all. Do you think the jurors were finding him credible? Do you think his own attorney was thinking this was a good idea, or do you think he regretted it?
It's tough to say because perhaps the same viewers would say, I didn't find Juliana's testimony believable either. So now you've got a case that's exactly maybe where the defense wants it, which is, okay, we don't believe Mr. Banfield. We don't believe Juliana. We think that she lied. He lied. Wait a second, what do we do with that? Right. And then that's when the arguments start between the jurors to say, well, I believed her versus him, or I believe parts of what he said and versus parts of her. And then that's when you start the real argument, which can often lead to a hung jury or reduced charges, not necessarily in this case. But if you don't believe him, maybe you don't believe her, then where does that put you in terms of whether the Commonwealth has proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? That's ultimately what they're going to go back to. Has the Commonwealth proved their case? Not, we hate him, we hate her. The real question is, have they proven their case?
Somebody asked Mr. Salvedo, how much of an impact will his former supervisor's testimony have with the jury's deliberation? We do actually have a clip of that moment if we're able to play it. I don't know if you guys have it back there yet, but this is a moment where we hear ahead of Brendan Banfield's day 2 of testimony yesterday. We see prosecutor Jenna Sands get up, and the jurors aren't in the room yet, and she makes a comment to the judge. This is a direct comment in response to the testimony we heard from Brendan Banfield on day 1. So I'd like to play you first Brendan's testimony and then that clip, which has Brendan's testimony and then the question from Jenna Sands and then the testimony of this surprise witness.
The day was an important day for me at work as well. There was an important meeting for one of my cases. There was going to be a undercover operation for one of my cases. And we were meeting with the undercover officer, a senior special agent, and my manager. And that meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day. This was a particularly important meeting for me, as had been indicated that success in this case may lead to me getting a promotion to a senior special agent.
We are requesting permission to add an individual to our witness list. We're approached by a witness who indicated that they had specific information that was contrary to something the defendant testified to. This is a surprise to the Commonwealth. To your knowledge, was there a meeting scheduled between yourself or with Juliet and Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
Leading,
Sure.
sustain the objection.
Did you have any plans for the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did. I was in Baltimore on an unrelated undercover operation on that morning.
Were you scheduled to meet with Mr. Banfield?
I was not.
And again, I'm sorry, where was Juliet, his other supervisor?
She was out of the country.
All right, so let's get back to the question from our viewer now that you've been able to take a look at that. Obviously, there's been so much that has happened. So just a quick reminder for everyone who missed that moment, possibly. So the question was, how much of an impact will that former supervisor's testimony have with the jury's deliberation?
It could have a significant impact. And you saw Ms. Sands in her rebuttal. She really focused on that. As an aside, I kind of find it interesting that IRS agents are armed to this extent and doing undercover missions in Baltimore. I never quite could fathom that.
Learned a lot, yeah.
We did, but what the defense was able to do there, that was a blow. I would say it was more than a jab. That was a sharp right to Mr. Banfield's chin. But what the defense was able to do there is say, listen, wait a second, sir, this case has been pending for how long? And you had to deal with this case once the incident happened. Where have you been for the last 2 years? You haven't come forward to say anything about the work schedule that day, or what he was scheduled to do or not do, or how he was dressed. You've been kind of missing for 2 years. Now all of a sudden you saw his particular testimony and said, well, wait a second, I need to come in here and clear this up. That could very well be true. Maybe he saw something on the testimony and said, you know what, that particular part is not true. I am a true surprise witness. But it seemed unusual, at least from the defense perspective, that he has been kind of missing, didn't interview with the police at all about Mr. Banfield in any way, shape, or form, and then all of a sudden at the very end of this trial he comes in. That's the best the defense could do, but yes, it was certainly, as I would say, less than ideal testimony, and that was a really strong point of contradiction that even Jenna Sands in her rebuttal, she focused on that and did a really nice job with that.
Yeah, she said that, you know, we poked holes in Brendan's story too. So while you want to poke holes in Juliana's story, look, here we are poking holes in Brendan's story, and you know, you're claiming he's telling the truth, but here's a potential lie. You know, we talked yesterday before this happened about this concept of surprise witness, because before these witnesses are called, they're not supposed to be watching the testimony. They usually have to get permission to watch the testimony. So this man being brought up to the stand, he's been watching clearly the entire trial, and then in the final stages he's able to come in. Is that something that is always allowed, or is this specific to Virginia, Fairfax County?
That is a very unusual circumstance. Every time a judge makes a ruling on things like this, I'm sure Mr. Carroll objected to this gentleman coming in at the very last minute. That's an appealable issue. And I think what Mr. Carroll would say is exactly what you said, is, wait a second, this guy's got the benefit of watching all the testimony, kind of violating, de facto violation of the rule on witnesses. Now he's coming in at the last minute to give this testimony after he observed some of the testimony in court, which is traditionally what witnesses are not allowed to do. So perhaps by that witness testifying, maybe that created an appellate issue if indeed he's convicted.
And you know, that was such a quick moment too. I know somebody just commented, I missed that part yesterday, so I'm glad we could bring that to them. But that was, I believe, the prosecutor's final witness on the rebuttal. And just for some context there, the prosecution calls their witnesses, then the defense, and then the prosecution is able to call rebuttal witnesses. The defense doesn't call a rebuttal witness.
Yeah,
though, right?
that would be Sir Rebuttal is called. I've had a couple of judges, Judge Kacharis, who's one of the most wonderful federal judges who ever sat in Alexandria. He would sometimes allow Sir Rebuttal, but typically the judges don't allow any type of Sir Rebuttal after the prosecution goes. But you know, it demonstrates the importance of opening statement. As we've talked about, if a juror sees certain evidence or creates that first impression. So if a juror thinks, wow, Mr. Banfield is guilty, I believe the prosecutor's opening, so they see everything in that light as it comes out. So when they see this gentleman come in at the last second, they say, aha, he's been caught in a lie. I knew it all along. If a juror after that opening statement thinks, wow, there's some reasonable doubt, I don't believe Juliana, when they see this last witness testify, they might say, where has this guy been for 2 years? So that's why that first impression, that opening statement is so important, because studies have found most jurors then view the rest of the case through that initial prism of their first impression.
Yeah, and that first impression, I mean, the message was pretty much the same. The prosecution, Jenna Sands, her message was believe the blood evidence. Juliana Peres Magalhães, her testimony is the bonus here. She's our witness, and she says that they didn't need to call any of the homicide detectives because why call a third party when you can have the person who was in the room? But then you have John Carroll, the defense attorney, talking about how you can't trust Juliana. You can trust the forensics. We see him bring up forensics investigators to the stand to poke holes in the prosecution's case through the forensics evidence. And he says, forensics don't lie, people lie, and in this case, people being Juliana. All right, I know a lot of you are sending us our questions, so if you are just joining us, if you've been watching all along, thank you so much for watching with us, both here on WUSA 9+ and on YouTube. We are seeing your questions. I'm trying to get through as many as I can. There's a lot, but we appreciate it. But keep sending those in because we've got a lot of time potentially. The jury is in deliberations right now. Could this go on until the end of the day? It's possible, right? So the jurors will be here until 4:30 this afternoon. If they do not find a verdict by 4:30, they'll be back on Monday. Their schedule is a little bit different, but you know they have more free range here, but they all have to be together in the room when deliberations are happening. So if you have a question for us, you can text us at 202-895-5599, and we're getting to those questions as quickly as we can. And yes, for those of you asking, at this point we are still on a long break here, and that break is because the jurors are in deliberations. The jury got the case, what was it, at 12:30, 1 o'clock around then, right before the normal time of when they would go to lunch. Matthew Torres told us about 40 minutes or so that he saw one of the jurors in the cafeteria, and a reminder, if one juror is not present, they cannot do deliberations. So, you know, they're probably just now getting started and they have their work cut out for them. The defense presented more than 300 exhibits of evidence, probably closer to 400. The prosecution presented a lot of evidence. We're talking about body camera footage, multiple different angles of that footage. And one of the clips that we just showed you, I think the full video is 50 minutes long. There's audio of the 911 calls, and don't forget the audio of the dog. But, you know, let's move on a little bit to the conversation of Joseph Ryan. We've been talking a lot about Christine Banfield and Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães, but there is another person here, and that is Joseph Ryan. And he's a man that maybe some of you don't know much about, but he has been painted in two different ways, right? Was he somebody who was lured to the home, as the prosecution has said, and set up to be, you know, have this whole case pinned on him, or was he this person that the defense has painted as somebody who got angry? I believe John Carroll's words were the words he used, that he felt manipulated and lied to. And, you know, he's saying that Joseph Ryan stabbed Christine Banfield. The prosecution says that is not the case. And you know who else says that is not the case is Joseph Ryan's mother. I had the opportunity to go down and speak with her exclusively at her home in Florida. I'd love to play you our conversation.
I remember when I got the call from the detective. He called me and he told me that my son had been killed. And I just know when he told me that I could hear my own voice screaming. And I remember that moment, and I remember where I was sitting, and I remember his words. But it was almost like I was outside of my body hearing that he had been killed. I am Joseph Ryan's mother.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about Joseph? Who was Joseph?
Wow. Joseph was a good person, a good man. He was most of all intelligent and funny. He was a funny person. He was somebody who was very passionate about many things. And he was articulate and a talker. He was civically minded, so he knew about what was going on. He was very liberal. And I believe, even though he didn't use this word, he was a feminist. He was somebody who believed in women's rights and safety for women. He was an advocate for women in different things, in different areas. He spoke out publicly for the safety of women. And he helped women in the same way that I have in my life against abuse and violence. So people may not know that about Joe, but I have stories, and proof of this, of his character. Joe was very liberal. He was a Bernie Sanders fan. And he believed in things like social justice. He was passionate about those things. This is Joseph's ashes. I had considered burying it, and then I decided I couldn't do that. I couldn't let him go.
3 years have passed, yet for Deirdre Fisher, the wounds are still fresh. As she sat down with us for her first on-camera interview about her son, Joseph Ryan, she fought back tears.
I lost my greatest cheerleader and one of my closest friends. That's what those people took from me.
Ryan was born in Woodbridge, Virginia. She says he was wise beyond his years, even as a child.
He's not one yet. And he looks at my mother and says, "Grandmom, may I have a tissue, please?" And my mom and I were just shocked because he's not one yet, and he said a sentence.
As he got older, she says he would go out of his way to help others.
Joe took care of me when I had cancer.
He loved sports, was passionate about social justice and animals.
He would go to like a pound or a animal rescue place and ask for the ugliest, oldest dog.
He also had some unique hobbies.
Joe was a famous LARPer. His name was Korak, and he was active in this giant community of LARPers. He would get dressed up in these ridiculous outfits. He'd run through the forest and hit people with a giant rubber fish.
Laughing as she remembers the good times. They were extremely close.
I don't think everybody gets to have a close relationship with their grown son, where their son calls them all the time. I was fortunate.
Their last conversation on February 23rd, 2023. A silly text conversation, as she described it, about how he had lost weight.
He was really happy that night before he was killed. He was proud of himself and he was happy, and he was showing me the comparison, the depression, and then how good he felt about himself.
On February 24th, 2023, he was shot and killed inside the home of Brendan and Christine Banfield in Fairfax County.
And I just know when he told me that I could hear my own voice screaming. And I remember that moment, and I remember where I was sitting, and I remember his words, that he had been killed.
Even worse, she says, the way her son, a victim, was portrayed. Investigators say Ryan was invited to the home through a sexual fetish website by who he thought was Christine to play out what investigators have called a violent sexual fantasy.
Talk to me in the way you're most comfortable about what his role was when it came to sexual fetish websites. Did he ever talk to you about involvement in websites like that?
Yes. What he was into was sometimes consensual BDSM. Did some other things, but it was role play.
When you heard the reports that he allegedly brought a knife and restraints to the Banfield home, your reaction to that?
I didn't have a reaction to that. Joe and I had discussed the idea of cutting and knife play. Joe was not into knife like cutting. He didn't like to create blood.
Talk to me about the difference between knife play and stabbing someone. Is there a world in which those two are similar things?
No, there is not. There's knife play, and it's just an object that you don't use. Maybe you press it against the skin, but you don't actually cut into somebody. And then there's actual blood play, where you intentionally, carefully cut. And stabbing, that's an act of violence.
And you don't believe he's capable of that?
He's never been capable of that. Joe was never violent with women.
Which is why she says the initial story from Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães, the family's au pair, that they shot him because he stabbed Christine, was not believable.
He started stabbing her. I think Brendan shot him.
What was your reaction when you heard her say that he was stabbing her?
I knew it was a lie.
The au pair has since taken a plea deal and told authorities the whole thing was Brendan's idea, that they created a fake profile, pretended to be Christine, and got Ryan to the house, shot him, and that Brendan stabbed his wife with the hopes of pinning it on Ryan.
That my son had done something wrong, or that he was this creepy fetish guy. That's not who he was. He was a consenting adult, yes. He didn't need to apologize for that, and he didn't need to die for that. And he doesn't need to be judged for that in his afterlife.
Until justice is served, she's focused on holding on to the memories and what she has left of her son.
And my plan is that one day, after I pass, Joe and I will go together someplace. Our ashes will be together. That's the plan. But for now, he's sitting up there.
Ryan, and unfortunately she hasn't been able to physically be in the courtroom, but I've been in touch with her pretty much every day, Frank, and you know, she's having a tough time. She's watching the entire trial virtually because she cannot be here because of some medical issues, but she also has been clear with me, you know, she wants people to know that there is family for Joseph Ryan in the courtroom, and specifically her sister and another family member have been there. So the Fisher family has been in the courtroom for Joseph Ryan, and you know, she just wanted it known that who her son was, because obviously we didn't know that much about who Joseph Ryan was beyond what the prosecution and the defense have painted. So I think it was important to hear from her, you know, he had a family, right? He was a victim here still. He was killed.
100%. Just the brutality of the entire situation, her loss. I mean, there's no real words that I can put on that. Just shows the enormity and the frailty of the human spirit and humanity. And now a jury of 12 people have to kind of render judgment in a way upon him and Mr. Banfield, and in a weird way, Christine and everybody involved. I don't envy anybody back in that jury room, because it is a tremendous responsibility.
It is, and one that I'm sure they do not take lightly. I will mention, you know, back to Joseph Ryan a little bit, his mother has been watching this just like we have, and you know, we have seen some incredibly graphic moments, and I've been checking in with her and we've been talking about it, and it's been hard for her to even watch this, so you can only imagine what these family members are going through. We know Christine Banfield's family is in the room, Brendan Banfield's family is in the room. I'm not clear on Juliana's family if they're in the room, but this is just a tough situation for so many people. I mean, so many lives were turned upside down by the actions, by what unfolded, right? And hopefully, you know, we could know as early as today what the future holds for Brendan Banfield. The jury is in deliberations. If you are just joining us now, you know, the jury's in deliberations right now. They will be here until 4:30 this afternoon, and we will bring you updates as soon as we get them. If there is any movement, we do have 2 people in the courtroom keeping an eye on things. The jury deliberations likely began sometime in the last 40 minutes or so, and you know, they have a lot of evidence to go through. We've talked about that at length. You've said you've had some cases where they moved quickly, but you're not expecting them to come to a...
Not in this case. I've had cases where it seems like, and it just all depends upon those 12 people, right? They could go back there and say, what do you want to do? Do you want to take a vote? And they may take a vote right away and then start working their way through the evidence. If they do take a vote right away and it's very persuasive one way or another, that could be a quick verdict. They may not take a vote. They might say, how do we start this? let's go witness by witness by witness, and everybody kind of give a score to that witness. Maybe they do it that way. They could look at the charging instructions first and say, okay, what does the prosecutor need to prove? Let's structure our deliberations that way. So once they're back there, who knows? They could take a quick vote. I would be surprised if they just unanimously said one way or another. My thinking is they probably start with the instructions and start to work their way through the witnesses before any vote is taken. But they, people have sat through 3 weeks of testimony. Everybody might have a strong opinion. They might take a quick vote and have a quick verdict.
And we've been talking about, we're talking about long days, right? Let's, Frank, go over the charges one more time. So if you are just joining us, just a quick update. We are here for the Brendan Banfield murder trial. And these are the charges he is facing. So aggravated murder within 3 years, aggravated murder with act or transaction, firearm in commission of murder, and child endangerment. And let's go through them a little bit. So with the first charge here, aggravated murder within 3 years, they have to find him guilty of killing both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan, or not guilty of both. There's no either or. Either he's responsible for both or not responsible for either. And then it has to be proven that it was willful, deliberate, and premeditated and happened within 3 years. The next charge is very similar. The only difference is that it was part of the same act or transaction. And then firearm in the commission of attempting to commit murder. And then the final one, it's the child endangerment charge, and they have to prove that Brendan had custody, but he willfully or negligently put the child's life in danger, that child being his 4-year-old daughter. These charges, we talked about them a little bit, and you were pointing out that there could have been an opportunity to also bring in some lesser charges, and we saw John Carroll sort of leaning into that possibility. We didn't hear him say it directly, but some of his comments and some of his choices when it came to asking Brendan questions kind of made us wonder, is he going to try to push in a possible manslaughter charge? Are you surprised that there were no lesser charges on here as well?
Yeah, I didn't see the jury instruction conference, so I'm not sure whether it was legally possible, according to the judge's view, or whether either party wanted a waterfall or lesser included instruction involved. This is an all or nothing case at this point. With these charges, I think it would be very unlikely for the jury to split up charges or to do anything different. I think it's an all or nothing situation, the way that the charges are now structured to go back to the jury.
All right, so Frank, some questions coming in. Again, 202-895-5599 is the number to text us if you have questions. I'm also trying to monitor the YouTube chat, so thank you everyone sending those questions in. Let's get to this first one here. Somebody asked, what is the most important and solid evidence in favor of the prosecution?
Wow.
No pressure.
Probably his motivation and his relationship with Juliana, I would say, was the most impactful evidence. Those that are technicians and that are more into the detail-oriented information could point to the blood spatter evidence and whether that was consistent with what Juliana said. From the defense's view, I think they're going to say, well, the most important thing is Juliana, and she wasn't able to tell the truth in any way, shape, or form. So on the prosecution side, I would say all of that relationship information, the letters he wrote to Juliana, like those types of things, I think that was the most impactful thing that took place during the trial.
Yeah, and somebody just messaged us, and they were asking about the 911 calls. How strong are those 911 calls? Who would you say those were beneficial to, the defense or the prosecution?
As with most things in this case, it could go either way, but the fact that there was no 911 call kind of immediately was not particularly helpful to the defense. At the same time, the 911 calls were emotional, and perhaps a jury could see that and say, well, that benefits the defense side. I think the lack of 911 calls in the very beginning of the interaction helpful to the prosecution. The content of the 911 calls kind of benefits the defense.
All right, so interesting to see how that plays out. Somebody else asked, how do we not hear Christine on the first call then? He says she is telling her or saying her goodbyes. So this is when Brendan says that Christine's final words to him were, "I'm sorry," and you know, that conversation. Just wondering how we didn't hear Christine on that first call. And you know, it's not clear what we heard on that first call.
It's not clear what we heard on that first call. You know, there's a lot going on. She's in probably another part of the room. You know, if you have any kind of conversation with somebody and there's somebody in the far end of the room, you don't all, you know, pick up everything.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of a red herring. I don't think that's I think that's a non-event for what the jury will decide.
All right, somebody asked, do you feel that closing arguments from the defense regarding the digital forensics are enough to create reasonable doubt?
Could be. I think the short answer would be yes. It looked like Ms. Banfield, had a predominantly control over those devices. I think the Commonwealth did a really nice job to say, well, that doesn't show the person behind the devices, but there was a huge focus on those forensic devices. He spent a lot of time on that, and for the more technically oriented members of that jury, if you have an engineer or a computer science person or a cybersecurity person or something like that, they could be like enthralled by that versus the testimony of Mr. Banfield or Juliana.
Right, are you into the facts or the emotion? And I think it's probably gonna be a toss-up of what people are into. I know Matthew Torres, who's been in the courtroom, told us several times this week he's seen the judges taking notes. You know, he's seen a lot of them paying attention. We do have to, I remember he was talking about one, and I'm curious if that was one of the jurors who was an alternate and found out today that they are an alternate. Still an important member of this jury, but maybe not in the first round pick here. So, all right, let's move on to another question. Somebody asked, based on the totality of this case, does Frank support the defense? And I'll pose the question of, or do you support the prosecution here? Who do you think has the stronger case when you're looking at this?
I think factually, I think it's a strong case for the prosecution. The problem is it doesn't quite get there when we look at Juliana's testimony, some of the blood evidence, some of the forensics. The question is there just enough there to create a reasonable doubt where the jury just has to say, listen, I think he probably was involved. I'm clearly convinced he was involved. I just can't reach that beyond a reasonable doubt standard. This isn't to use any kind of sports analogy, this isn't a 21-14 game. Like, that's not enough. It has to be literally a 45-3 game, like something like that. That's how heavy that burden is. They don't have to get to midfield, they have to get to the 3-yard line before the end zone. So it's a huge burden. Folks always say, you know, it's better to have, you know, you don't want an innocent person in jail. And that is why we have such a high standard. Who do I support? We'll wait for the jury to decide. As I predicted yesterday, I think it's a really difficult case for the defense, a lot of tough facts. Have they created just enough for reasonable doubt? That's certainly possible.
Somebody wants you to take it a little bit further. They want to know what your personal feelings about are on this case. What do your observations tell you if you're just a person, not a defense attorney, not involved in the legal system? As a person, and say you were put on this jury, what are you thinking right now?
It's just, I mean, as a person, it's a tragic case. Like, just, I'm always cognizant on the defense side of the victim, on the other side, or the decedent on the other side. There's been a lot of cases where sometimes people forget about that, and I still remember not only the names of my clients, but also the names of the decedents in any murder case that I've dealt with. So as a person, it's terrible. It's tragic. It's the humanity or lack of humanity, which is just startling. To believe the prosecution's theory, why didn't the man just get a divorce and move on with his amazing Juliana? From the defense side, oh my God, I can't have an innocent person, you know, be convicted and sit in jail, or somebody that they cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So as a person, I think it's just tragic. But as an attorney, as I'm looking at this and being asked to give an opinion, this is a tough case for a jury to work their way through. You could have, if you did this case in front of 36 people, 3 separate juries, you could have a different verdict in each. You could have a hung jury, a conviction, and an acquittal. That's the beauty, in a way, mystery, and also the randomness of the jury process.
Okay, so question for you. Do you think that we will hear from the jury today again in any capacity before the end of the day, which is 4:30?
I think we'll hear something from them, either a request for evidence, a request on the instructions, a request to take a break. You're going to hear something from them, but if not, that shows me that they're all getting along and they're all working towards a verdict. You start to see arguments spill over in terms of questions to the judge, or just spill over in general. You tend to see that pretty quickly.
All right, thank you so much, Frank Salvedo, here with us. We're going to take a short break, but we will be back in the next 30 minutes, and we will let you know as soon as we're back with more as the jury continues to deliberate this case and go through this evidence. So thank you so much for staying with us, watching the Brendan Banfield murder trial, and we will be back. All right, thank you for joining us here on WUSA 9 Plus, and thank you to those of you joining us on YouTube. We have been watching the Brendan Banfield murder trial, and right now the jury is in deliberations. I'm Katie Lusso, and here with me is criminal defense attorney Frank Salvedo, and he is going to be taking your questions. So if we can, let's put up that number on the screen for you. The number to call, or not call, but text us your questions is 202-895-5599. Again, if you have any questions that you think Frank might be able to answer, you can just shoot us a text with that question, or feel free to leave them in the comments here on YouTube. I am trying to keep a close eye on those. Frank, you know, the jury went to deliberations this afternoon before the lunch break. So we usually have that lunch break around the 1 o'clock hour. And instead they went to deliberations. We heard closing arguments from both the prosecution and then the defense. And then we had the rebuttal from the prosecution. Let's go back to the beginning of today, and let's start with actually the defense. We know the prosecution went first, but let's listen to, if we can, one of the first things we heard from the defense attorney, John Carroll.
If you have doubts about the investigation, if you have doubts about how they've conducted this investigation, if you believe that there's something that's been held back in this investigation, that's reasonable doubt.
All right, and you know that's him trying to say that to the jury, please don't find my client guilty. Your thoughts on his overall closing argument today?
I thought the overall closing argument was consistent with his style throughout, which was very expansive, very detailed, not flamboyant, but certainly he covered every single point that he needed to cover, because you never know what a juror is thinking and which juror might pick up on something. There, you saw a little clip about, hey, there is reasonable doubt if you have any doubt about the police investigation. So in that little clip, he was talking about the police investigation.
Right, and then we also heard him talking a lot about Juliana. Let's, if we can, play the clip where he does specifically talk about Juliana and speaking to her credibility here.
Juliana made it up. She told the Commonwealth what they wanted to hear, and without question, they just took it as their story. She told this lie to secure herself a deal that benefited her.
All right, so that's him talking about Juliana Peres Magalhães, and she is the Banfield family's au pair. She has taken a plea agreement, and as part of her plea agreement, she was required to testify against Brendan Banfield. And we obviously know the prosecution is saying that both she and Brendan are responsible for the deaths of Joseph Ryan, but that they came up with this elaborate plan. Obviously, the prosecution saying that Brendan is the one who came up with the plan, and Juliana says she just followed along, and saying that they came up with this plan to kill Christine Banfield and also kill Joseph Ryan, another man who they lured to the home through this sexual fetish website called FetLife. You know, how strong is his closing argument in regards to these comments about Juliana?
Well, there's no greater motivation than your own freedom, right? If a cooperator is on the stand and they are set free based upon their cooperation, there's no greater motivation. This agreement, as we've talked about, had to be made, but at the same time, there's no greater motivation. So he is essentially telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, listen, she bought her freedom by telling the prosecutor what they wanted to hear in order to get Mr. Banfield. It's not like she's going to do 10 years more or 15 years or 20 years, or there's any real uncertainty about what will happen. In the federal system, there's always some stated uncertainty about what will happen in terms of a cooperator. In this situation, in this agreement, she gets her freedom in a way. She's certainly still convicted. She gets to go to Brazil, where her family is. She is deported. She's in jail for now. But what he's saying is, wow, what a motivated witness. And you have to look at a motivated witness differently and with a higher level of scrutiny than you would an ordinary witness. If you have an ordinary witness to a robbery or an event, that's one thing. But now you have a witness whose testimony could create their own freedom. That is the ultimate motivation.
Yeah, you know, we're going to hear from the prosecution in just a moment, who obviously went first in this. But let's play you another clip from the defense attorney, John Carroll, and he's talking about all the evidence he presented. I mean, more than 300 exhibits, I believe, were presented in this case by the defense alone. So let's take a listen to that.
All we've done is show evidence. All we've done is try to get the truth out there. My client doesn't have to testify, yet he gets up there and he tells a story. He's a philanderer. We can conclude that. It's horrible. It's a horrible situation to be in. He had affairs. He accepted that. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what was going on and exactly how it went.
Yeah, and so, you know, he's talking about his client, Brendan Banfield, and saying that you should trust him, right? He got up there, he told you all these terrible things he did, but what he did not tell you is that he killed his wife, so you should trust him. What are your thoughts? Good move?
Mixed bag.
Okay.
So he's admitting that his client has lied to his wife. His client is somewhat of an immoral person. But because he admitted that, then you should trust him on the major issues in the case. He didn't have any other choice other than to accept that affair and deal with it, and hopefully tell the jury that they should put that aside in determining the issues in the case. You know, tough situation, but I think what he's ultimately saying is, listen, we didn't have to put on any evidence. The defense is never has the burden to put on any evidence at all. And wow, we put in 300 exhibits and called Mr. Banfield to the stand.
Right.
Usually the defense can sit back and say, well, they just haven't proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. And they could have done this in this case, they could have done that exact strategy. But what he's telling the jury is, we went even further. We don't have to prove innocence, they have to prove guilt. And we put on a lot of evidence to establish innocence and hopefully at least reasonable doubt in his perspective.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people joining us right now, so thank you if you are joining us here on WUSA 9+ or on YouTube. We appreciate you. I'm Katie Lasso. This is Frank Salvedo, criminal defense attorney. And, you know, we're taking your questions. The jury right now is in deliberation, so if you have a question for us, you could text 202-895-5599. Just send us any question you have, and we'll try our best to answer it. Frank is a criminal defense attorney, so he has a lot of, you know, experience, especially with the Virginia legal system, and should be able to answer nearly any question you have at this point. And we are seeing a ton of questions coming in. Let's get through a few already. I see people asking, is the trial over already? Is it considered that the trial is over, or does the trial end the day a verdict is decided?
The trial ends the day a verdict is decided, but all the testimony's over.
Right.
No other witness can come in. That's the entirety of the case. And now it's everybody's sort of sitting around the courtroom. Sometimes the judge will allow the attorneys to go back to their office if the office is close by, and then reconvene if there's a question or a verdict or anything like that. But we're in wait and see mode for everybody. The deputies are hanging out, everybody's hanging out. The attorneys are probably back in their office, and the jury now is the one, they've listened to it all, but now they're doing the work in terms of getting into the evidence and making a decision.
Yeah, and just for those of you at home wondering, if there is a verdict, if there is any movement by the jurors, we will make sure that you know as soon as we do. We do have 2 people in the courtroom keeping an eye on things and getting us updates very frequently. So we'll know, and we will share it with you as soon as we know. Somebody asked, when did jury deliberations begin? So the deliberation started, I have 12:34 marked down in my notes as when the jury was sent off to go start going through the evidence and deliberating this case. I will say that was right around the time they usually go to lunch. They likely took a little bit of a lunch, right?
A little bit of a lunch. They probably made it a shorter lunch so they could get to it. So it's been about 2.5 hours in total. They probably took a half-hour lunch. So you're probably looking at about 2 hours so far that they've actually been discussing the case.
Yeah, and these jurors, they are required to be at the courthouse until 4:30 p.m. If they do not reach a verdict by today, they will be back Monday deliberating. Their schedule has been, the schedule they've been presented is a little more fluid, right? They have a little more leeway and determination, but that 4:30 time is when the jurors will be leaving for the day. So we will have some sort of clarity on what is going on at 4:30 this afternoon. Of course, the big question is, will we have a verdict today? And Frank, I know you said it's unlikely just because of how much evidence there is, but you do think we'll hear from the jurors?
I think we'll hear from them in some regard, whether it is just an administrative request or a request to have some testimony read back, and each judge has kind of his or her own policy on that. Maybe it's an exhibit, or they're having problem with a laptop, or they want one of the instructions reread to them. It's likely that we'll have some kind of communication, but no communication is definitely possible. They might say, let's just take it witness by witness. They might only be through the third witness, and we might be in for a long haul.
Yeah, a lot of witnesses here. I believe 16, I have it written down here somewhere, but 16 by the prosecution, 16 witnesses by the prosecution. Then they had the 2 rebuttal witnesses, and then 9 witnesses by the defense, 2 repeats, and then add on Brendan Banfield. And you know, Brendan Banfield's testimony was very long. Juliana Peres Magalhães' testimony was long. And then don't forget Detective Brendan Miller, who was on the stand 2-3 times, and long testimony from him, as well as the long testimony from private investigator Harry Litsky. So, you know, they have a lot of work ahead of them, especially if they're going through all of the details. Let's see if there's any more questions, and then we'll get back to everything. Somebody asked, will the jury be sequestered? That was a question we got earlier too. The jury has not been sequestered through any of this, and that does not change here.
Doesn't change here. They get to go home and hopefully have a normal life for the weekend before being placed back in abnormality and have to go back into the jury room. They will have a sense of where they stand by the end of today, but they may or may not take a vote early on. My thinking is they probably will have some discussions. They will kind of know where everybody stands based upon the attitude and kind of where everybody is arguing a little bit or reviewing. But no, they are not sequestered. They will hopefully have a normal weekend and stay away from any media coverage, any discussions about the case, which is difficult to do.
Yes.
You know, as soon as they go home, there will probably be accosted by their family to say, what happened? What are you thinking? What's going on? And it's been my experience that usually jurors say, you know what, love you, appreciate you, but I can't talk about it.
Yeah, and hopefully that respect happens and they take this seriously. This is a huge responsibility, but it's also a service, right? You're serving your community, and this is something that is very important. You know, earlier this week, maybe it was last week, we got a question from someone asking if the jurors, if their phones could be subpoenaed, if there's suspicion that maybe they were looking at social media. In your mind, you know, is there a scenario where a juror's phone could be subpoenaed here?
Yeah, I've hardly ever seen that. I have seen here and there an investigation on jurors in a case where some evidence that wasn't admitted in the case actually made its way back to the jury room. And I saw an investigation, and folks were able to talk to the jurors about that. So I don't see any possibility the jurors' phones could be looked at or anything along those lines, unless one of the other jurors says, hey, juror number 8 was looking at his phone about some media coverage and heard about this evidence that actually wasn't admitted. Could be a circumstance like that, but the chances of anybody getting into the juror's phone or looking at their laptop or bugging their phones or anything along those lines is fantasy. It's not reality.
Somebody here asked, do you think they're going to spend a lot of time with the 911 call, trying to turn up the audio there? The 911 calls, that first 911 call, I believe, is what this person is specifically speaking to. But the 911 call, that first one, it's just a few seconds long, I believe. It's the call that was made at 7:47, and you hear this moaning sound in the background. And we were under the impression until literally, I think yesterday, that audio in the background, that moaning sound you hear, was Joseph Ryan after he had been shot initially. And then Juliana got on the stand and she testified that she called 911 because Christine yelled to her to call 911 after Brendan had fired the shot at Joseph Ryan. She testified that that was Joseph Ryan's voice in the background moaning. But then we hear this testimony from a gentleman yesterday, an audio visual technician who studies the forensics of that, Nick Barrera, and he talked about how he was given this audio clip by Juliana's attorney. So interesting note there, by Juliana's attorney, and it was audio of the dog, Lily, and this is the Banfield's family dog who was in the home when this happened, supposedly in the basement. And he says he was given this audio. It was presented to the defense attorney, John Carroll, who then presented it to this audio expert, if you will, who listened to it and said there was a connection between these two clips and testified that that audio, it seemed that the noise we hear in the background is possibly the same as the dog howling or moaning in the background. But then, you know, we see the prosecution come in and be like, but it could also be a human. How critical was that audio? Do you think that will eat up a lot of time for the jurors?
I don't think so. I don't think that's a lot of time. I think the bigger question, as we reflect on the 911 calls, is that Juliana's testimony was that Christine yelled out to her, call 911.
Right.
And apparently, based upon that, she called 911. If the two of them, Mr. Banfield and Juliana, were truly in a conspiracy to kill both of these individuals, why would Juliana then pick up the phone and call 911 if this was what was expected to happen? That seems to militate, that seems to help the defense a little bit, because now all of a sudden it looks like, wait a second, this was a surprise, because if Juliana was truly in on it with Mr. Banfield, why is she calling 911 at Christine's behest? So that struck me as a little bit of a weird point. I don't think whether it's the dog whining or terribly, you know, Joseph Ryan in his last moments, I don't know if that's going to make a huge difference as to the overall issues. I think that was just something that the defense wanted to do to try to prove that Juliana said something that was not true. I think the prosecution dampened that a little bit. I don't think that's going to be a big part of the case.
Well, let me ask you this, because, you know, we then, you're saying this would be helpful to the defense possibly because it's poking a hole in Juliana's story, but then they presented this narrative of Juliana, at least Brendan did, that she doesn't listen, she doesn't follow directions, she doesn't follow instructions. So, you know, maybe she wasn't following the plan and she panicked and listened to Christine. There's so many questions here.
There's so many questions here.
And they're overlapping.
It just seems like if there was a sinister plan, and I think the defense perhaps touched on this in closing, then Juliana would be not one to call for help. Apparently she called for help, and then according to her testimony, Mr. Banfield said, don't call for help.
Hang up.
So it's kind of strange because that uncertainty leads to a situation where did she know what was going on? Did she not know what was going on? Did she just not follow instructions and just ran up behind Mr. Banfield anyway, and that created this situation? Did she not know that Christine might be a target of this? There's a lot of questions there, some answered, some unanswered.
All right, let's get to this other question we just got kind of in relation to the to what we were talking about before, but somebody asked, what do the attorneys and families do while they are waiting for deliberation to be done? Can they leave? Can they go home? Or do they stay until 4:30?
Usually they have to stay in the general area and have to be available within a 5-minute time period. There is one judge in Alexandria who's a wonderful judge, but will make you sit at the table in the actual courtroom while the jury is deliberating. This judge, I think, probably gives them a little bit more leeway. So they go to their areas probably within 5 minutes or so of the courtroom. The clerk calls them if there's a question or a verdict, and then everybody shows up right away.
You know, we mentioned the audio of the 911 call, that short clip. We do have a longer clip, and you know, that's the second call that's made. The first call is made at 7:47, and you don't hear anything, but then you hear this moaning sound, and of course the question is, what is that moaning sound? The next call is made at 8:02 a.m., and this is the morning of February 24th, 2023, and a lot of questions surrounded what was going on in that 15 minutes between the 7:47 911 call and the 8:02 911 call. You know, Brendan Banfield kind of didn't really really give us a clear idea from his side. He said Juliana must have called downstairs, I guess. But Juliana testified that that's when the details of the plan were unfolding. That's when she says Brendan kicked into gear and started stabbing his own wife. But let's listen to that 8:02 a.m. call. It's about 8 minutes long, but I think it gives us a little insight into who Juliana and Brendan are the first time we're hearing them.
February 24, 2023, 8:02:05.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency?
I need help. There is my friend. She just was stuck in the knife now. She's bleeding a lot. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay, where are you located? What's your address?
Oh my God.
Take a deep breath for me. Just let me know your address. Okay, 13. Take a deep breath for me. You're on Stablebrook Way? Are you on Stablebrook Way? What's your house number?
It's what's the number of this?
Is there somebody else there that can give me the address?
13230 Stablebrook Way.
Okay. And what's your name and what's going on?
My name is Brendan Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. I shot him. But he stabbed her. She's bleeding. She's got several marks on her neck. What do I do?
Okay. So what I need you to do is apply direct pressure directly to where she's bleeding from, okay? And if it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. How old is the person?
I don't know.
The person that's bleeding?
37.
Okay. Okay, so the person that you shot, where is he?
I don't know. I don't know him.
Okay, where is he though?
He's here. He's on the ground.
Okay. Okay. And the person that he stabbed, where are they now? Are they still in the hospital? I have rescue coming to you.
He's bleeding. It's my wife.
It's just bloody. I just don't know what to do.
Okay, so I want you to get a clean cloth and apply direct pressure to where you're bleeding from, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, are you the one that's bleeding? Just keep applying pressure, don't remove it. If it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. Do not use a tourniquet. If one is already on, don't remove it, and don't throw or flush any blood-soaked items, okay? And sir, I need you not to touch the weapons or disturb the scene at all, and don't touch or remove any impaled object, okay?
Okay, so that was just some of the 911 call, that second 911 call. The full thing is about 8 minutes long, but I think you get the gist of these two people. This is the first time we're kind of introduced to Juliana Peres Magalhães. She's the first one on that call, and she's just frantic and frazzled. Does that come across as genuine in that moment?
I think that came across as genuine in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
There is somewhat of a gap between the first call and the second call,
Right.
and that's what the prosecutor focused on. But me sitting aside as just a human being, she seemed frazzled and uncertain in what she was saying. Is that part of a master plan and is part of her acting? We'll see what the jury thinks about that.
Yeah, and I don't think that Juliana's portion of that call really gives us a good idea of what she is, right? Is she a liar? Is she an innocent victim here? Is she naive? We don't really know from that first call, but I think we learn a lot about Brendan in this first call. Let's talk about that a little bit. What stands out for you in this call?
I think that he identifies himself as a federal agent that may not be neither here nor there, but that stuck out to me a little bit. I don't think much is revealed, honestly, by either party in that call. It doesn't seem overly rehearsed. It doesn't seem planted in any way, just my impression. I'm sure folks will disagree, but I don't think we've seen much from that phone call. The troublesome area for the defense is the big delay between the first call and the second call. That is a little bit more of a troublesome area. The timing of the call versus the content of the call.
Okay. All right, so a lot to unpack there. Let's get to another question. Again, if you have a question for us, 202-895-5599 is the question. You can send us a text, or that is the number to text, and you can send us your questions, and we will get through those. Let's get to this question. Somebody said, why didn't the prosecutors try to defend Christine's reputation by calling character witnesses or family after Brendan's testimony? And, you know, we did hear from Christine's father, but it had nothing to do with her character per se. It was more so about her blood disorder, I believe, and just that she bruised easily, and that, you know, I think John Carroll was trying to imply by that, or not John Carroll, the prosecution was trying to imply that she wouldn't have been involved in something of this magnitude, something that Brendan was saying she was involved in because she would have been injured. Is that
right? So character evidence in Virginia is just kind of a wacky subject that nobody really understands, and sometimes I really struggle to understand it as well. But character in this case, her character, Miss Banfield's character, was not, unfortunately, really an issue in the case. So any testimony along those lines, whether she was a good person or a bad person, or was a truthful person or an untruthful person, wasn't really an issue in the case. So I think that's why the judge wouldn't allow any type of that testimony. Mr. Banfield tried to imply that she was involved in an affair or that type of relationship. So he tried to jab around that a little bit, but you saw even the judge really limited that testimony. So unfortunately or fortunately, character was not really an element of any of the charges, and it wasn't really an element of any of the defenses. So any character about her, whether it's good or bad, was excluded from the case.
I do want to get to this comment. It's more so about that audio that we were talking about earlier. Not the audio we played for you just now, but a different audio clip that's very brief, and there's just a groaning sound. Somebody said, but the specialist said he heard a voice say something. Prosecution asked what it was, and then it went to a sidebar, and we heard what we heard. That sidebar, you know, what do you think was the conversation up there? Obviously, this was a witness who was called to kind of poke a hole in Juliana's story. What do you think that sidebar was about?
Yeah, that's a really good question and a very detailed question, because I noticed that there was then an objection made, and they went up to the bench.
Right.
I don't know what was said on there.
Right.
Probably the objection was, Judge, this is the first we've ever heard about that. Nobody else has ever said there was any word that was able to be picked up that wasn't already in the recording. Just as a matter of surprise, I think the defense probably objected to any testimony along those lines. Plus, their witness had already been excused, so it wasn't like they had an opportunity to address that. So I am guessing that it was probably something that was just too much of a surprise for the judge at that point to let it in.
All right. I do want to get back to some of the clips from today. Obviously, if you are just joining us, thank you so much for joining us here on WUSA 9 Plus and on YouTube. If you have questions for Frank, you can text us at 202-895-5599. And we are following the Brendan Banfield murder trial around 12:30 this afternoon. Closing arguments wrapped up and deliberations have officially begun for the jury here. So they have their work cut out for them. A lot of exhibits to go through, a lot of witness testimony to go through. I know some of them were taking a lot of notes, so that will likely be a part of it. And the jurors are set to leave for the day at 4:30. So in about an hour from now, the jurors will be done for the day. They will have the weekend. If they do not find a verdict by then, they'll then come back on Monday. So we're hoping we get some clarity on where they stand. Question for you, actually, Frank, before we move on to this clip. You know, you mentioned how the jurors may take a vote amongst themselves. Is that something we'll find out about, or is that completely internal?
Completely internal.
Okay.
Absolutely internal. And usually the judge, even if there's a hung jury, they usually do not disclose what the actual vote is.
Oh, okay.
And usually the judge will tell the jury never to disclose to me or the parties kind of where you stand. So don't leave the day and say, well, we're 8-4 or 9-3 or 11-1. That is completely internal.
And are they allowed to vote? Are they technically allowed to do that?
They can do whatever they want. They could go in there and in the first 5 minutes decide that he's guilty of everything, or he's guilty of nothing, or he's guilty of something. It is, the judge is the most powerful person in the room from day one until the jury gets the case. And then it's my philosophy from then on. The jury is they're the fact finder. They're the most powerful people in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Much to some people's chagrin, but they are the most powerful people. They set their own schedule. They can deliberate as long or as little as they want. They can ask whatever question they want.
Right.
They can order their lunch, and they can do a working lunch. They can have lunch brought to them. All of a sudden, the power kind of shifts from the judge's box to the jury box.
And is there a time limit? Obviously, we know this trial was only supposed to be 4 weeks long. Next week will be week 4. If they go into next week, what happens at that 4-week cutoff? Is there a cutoff?
No time limit, no cutoff. Everybody spent a lot of time, energy, and money on this case. I mean, just think of the budget involved in this case.
Yeah.
Not that any budget is in any way not worthwhile in an important case like this, but think of all the resources that's been put into this case. Prosecutors, detectives, forensic experts, 911 call, medical examiner, Juliana, her attorney, Mr. Carroll, Mr. Banfield, the judge's time, the jury's time, court reporter's time. They're going to give them as long as it takes to reach a verdict.
And we're talking about someone's life, right? This is a man who does have a 4-year-old daughter, or she's now 8 years old, but there's a lot of lives at stake here. Let's go back to the conversation about Juliana, and I want you to listen to a clip from the defense attorney, John Carroll, during closing arguments, and he's talking about Juliana really being a pawn in all of this and being the piece that the prosecution needed to make their case.
She was a pawn in trying to get to my client.
All right, so a very quick clip there for you, but a powerful statement by him. And we've heard a lot of testimony from the defense saying that this was, Juliana is incredible, but she's also all they have. Then the prosecution is saying, no, we have all of this blood evidence. How powerful do you think those words are?
I think they're somewhat powerful. Her demeanor on the stand, or her consistency or lack thereof, just the way she presented herself, that's all something the jury is going to look at. I think the defense attorney there is saying, listen, she's the one that brings life to the forensics, because up to her cooperation, everyone believed that it was Christine Banfield who had sole control over those devices, or at least that was their conclusion in some of the reports. So the more the focus is on Ms. Magalhães and her testimony, pawn, I think, is a word that he used to show that they needed her. And without her, there is no case. The Commonwealth says, wait a second, we have this blood spatter evidence, although the defense called their own blood spatter evidence, but I don't think anybody can escape that Juliana Magalhães is a critical part of this case one way or another. If he's convicted, I think the jurors will come back and say, you know what, we didn't believe everything she said, but we believed enough.
Right.
If he is acquitted, I think the jurors will come out and say, listen, we just didn't believe her beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, and John Carroll said up there too, he said the prosecution lied and manipulated the testimony. We played you body camera earlier, and actually, why don't we take that body camera now, if we do have access to it, in just a moment, of Juliana outside the home the morning this happened. But she's outside the home, and it's the first time investigators are really talking to her. And he says that they lied and manipulated the testimony of Juliana because her original story was that that Brendan shot Joseph Ryan in self-defense, but that obviously changed over the course of her testimony and that switchover. So let's take a listen to the audio from that body camera footage.
I was going out with the dollars.
It's okay, take a breath. It's okay. Take a minute, okay?
I need some water.
You want to sit down somewhere? No?
I'm just in water. I'm sorry, English is not my first language.
Oh, you're fine.
I was going out with Bella to the zoo. My daughter is her daughter.
Okay, yep, she's sitting over there.
And then I forgot our lunch to bring it. And I was coming back to the house to get the lunch.
Okay. Yes.
Then I saw this car, strange car. And I called her, why the car is here? I don't know who it is, but it was straight to voicemail, so I couldn't talk to her. And then I called Brendan, her husband.
Okay.
And then he said, wait for me, I'll go there. Don't go inside with Valerie. And then he came back here. And we went inside. And then he went upstairs first, and then I went to see what's going on. And I heard the guy was, I don't know who.
It's okay.
I don't know what he was doing. It's spanking her. I don't know.
He was what?
It's spanking her. I heard, I don't know what was that. And Brendan said, please drop the knife, because he had a knife. And then he said, drop the gun to Brendan. They were yelling. I couldn't understand. They were super fast.
Okay. It's okay. You want me to see if I can try to get you some water? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if there's any water. Just wait 1 minute, okay? Hey, do you guys have any bottled water I could give to a witness? No? All right, thank you.
All right, I'd love it actually if we can leave the video up here for a minute. You see there to the left, that's Brendan Banfield being taken out of the home, and then Juliana's right there on the ground. And what happens next with Brendan Banfield is he's put in the ambulance and he is checked out, taken to the hospital. We'll show you a clip of that in a little bit. But you know, this was the first kind of idea we get of Juliana, and this is her first story, and this is the story she stuck with through, you know, October of 2023. So Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan, they're killed in February of 2023. In October of 2023, that is when Juliana is first arrested, and she's still sticking with this narrative that Brendan shot Joseph Ryan in self-defense, that Joseph Ryan stabbed Christine, and that she fired another shot at Joseph Ryan because he was still moving. But you know, it wasn't until the following year, October of 2024, that she switched to a different story, a different narrative of what happened here. Let's talk a little bit about that, Frank. That 1 year stretch, you know, we heard Juliana talking when she testifies, which we'll play for you in just a moment, but we heard her talking about how she didn't change her story. But, you know, how harmful is it for the jurors to see that and then see her testifying a different story?
Well, it's definitely completely inconsistent. And what the defense said is, listen, you've had the entire year or more to review the discovery, to see all the evidence in the case before you changed your version about what took place. Doesn't mean that it's not true, the second version, but anytime you have a witness that has given completely contradictory statements, that's something that the defense is going to seize upon. Whether it makes any difference to the jury, they might say, well, she was clearly acting there, but when she came before us, she swore to tell the truth and she told the truth. We'll see how they view that, but certainly you got a witness who said two different things about the same event.
All right, let's play for you now some of the testimony, not only from Juliana, but this is the first day where we hear opening statements, but then testimony from several different people. But then Juliana is really the person that takes the day, and she is up there for quite a while. Let's listen to some of her initial testimony.
I need help. There is my friend, she just was stuck in the knife now. She's bleeding a lot.
My name is Brendan Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. I shot him.
What did you see when you went into the bedroom?
At first glance, I saw a female that was nude. She was covered in blood, with a gentleman standing over her with bloody hands.
Who is the shooter? Who shot who?
Brendan, he's an officer.
He first asked, does he have a pulse? He did follow up with, is she breathing? Or is she going to be okay? Was what he said.
What's going on this morning?
Brendan said, no, police dropped the knife, and he was saying, I'm gonna kill her, I'm gonna kill her. And I don't know, he started stabbing her. I think Brendan shot him.
Initially, we walked outside, allowed the first ambulance to leave, and then Mr. Banfield was taken into a second ambulance.
What, if anything, did you see him do while you were in the hospital room with him?
He washed his hands.
And before he washed his hands, had anyone swabbed his hands to preserve samples of blood that were on his hands?
No, I was trying to be empathetic.
Yes. No, I understand. Was there anybody who told you not to do that?
No, sir.
This case under penalty of law.
Yes.
Thank you.
Or you can have a seat.
What I told the detectives that day, it was the version Brendan had told me. Brendan said, he yelled, police officer, and she yelled back at Brendan saying, Brendan, he has a knife. That's when Brendan first shot Joe. He got on top of her, and that's when I first saw him stab her with a knife. And I just start telling him, he's moving, he's behind you, and that's when I fired the shot too.
Did you see him interacting with Joe or Christine after you shot Joe?
Well, he was still stabbing Christine, and he got her blood, a handful of blood, and he starts dripping on Joe's body.
You asking the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe that you came out during that time frame because you wanted the truth to be known versus any time the year before that?
Well, the fact that I took a year to accept my plea, it does not mean that I didn't have any intention to tell the truth before. I had a video call with the producer who works with Netflix, and they want to make a movie or documentary about my case, and he explained in terms of compensation. So they were thinking about $10,000, but I want to negotiate. I want more than this.
You were charged with murder because you shot someone. Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
And so why would you deserve something because of that?
Not because of that. I didn't say that I deserved something because of what I did.
I didn't hear any details, so feel free to tell me why.
I'm saying for after, when this is over, for me and my family. And again, for everything we've been through.
All right, so, you know, it doesn't seem like her and John Carroll are going to be friends.
Probably not.
A lot to unpack there, but, you know, do you think her testimony was strong? You know, she was very emotional when she talked about what happened when she was being questioned by the prosecution. It's when the defense took over that we start to see her not be quite emotional. I don't know if emotional is the word here, but she seems frustrated, and she was up there for a while, for context.
She was frustrated, she was testy. You saw a little bit more of her personality come out when she said what she's been through. That was a real striking moment in the case. So you saw a little bit more of Miss Magalhães, kind of, but that's what cross-examination is for.
Right.
And usually cross-examination is very pointed or close-ended questions. John Carroll was feeling very confident there, and he asked some open-ended questions, and she walked right into it because she said everything that she's been through. That was a difficult moment. I'm sure that was a cringeworthy moment for the prosecutor who was sitting there. But Mr. Banfield had his own cringeworthy moments here and there.
Yeah.
So both of them were interesting in terms of how they presented themselves.
Yeah, and what you don't see in that clip is the prosecution gets up there and says, Mr. Carroll has been implying that you're lying, that you changed your story. Has anything you have said up here on the stand today a lie? And she said, no, it's the truth. So I do think that's some important context that follow-up question was asked, and the jury saw that follow-up question get asked. But John Carroll, he has been adamant that the prosecution, they lied, they manipulated the testimony of Juliana Peres Magalhães. But the prosecution, they've said that the scene was manipulated. Let's take a listen to that clip by the prosecution.
If he's lying about the things that don't matter, how can you believe a single word he's said? And ladies and gentlemen, you have to do that in this case, because without some alternate theory, the Commonwealth's evidence is uncontroverted. So you got to.
Yeah, and so what she's talking about is actually Brendan Banfield, and she's saying, you're questioning Juliana's testimony, but let's talk a little bit about Brendan Banfield's testimony and the holes we've poked in his testimony. I mean, are either of these witnesses strong witnesses for either side at this point?
Each one of them got beaten up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The question is whether it's enough beyond a reasonable doubt. You
Right.
kind of had the power struggle between the blood spatter experts.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was pretty interesting evidence. The jury could be focused on that to see whether the scene was manipulated. If they believe the scene was manipulated, that is not a good sign for Mr. Banfield. But I thought the defense blood spatter evidence was credible and certainly refuted some of the prosecutors' arguments through their expert witness.
Yeah, and as we've talked about, it's going to come down to do people believe Juliana or do they believe Brendan? And the prosecutor actually talks about that. Let's just take a listen to that moment when she says, who do you believe? It sounds like we might not have that clip ready to go, but let's talk about how she again says this scene was manipulated, that she did this for $10,000 or so. A lot happening there with the prosecution and the defense attorneys. Both of them had pretty strong closing arguments. Do you think they were effective?
I think they were effective. Each attorney stuck to their own style. Openings were short and punchy from both sides. The prosecution's closing was short and punchy and to the point. Mr. Carroll, again, took his usual approach, which was very methodical, very reflective. He made every point possible. He went through the jury instructions to talk about the standard of proof. So, it is very hard, like we talked about, to hide your true personality in front of a jury for 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Those are their true personalities. I don't think personalities will necessarily win or lose this case. I think both sides believed in the arguments that they were making, and that they had to make those arguments. I mean, that's their job, right?
Mm-hmm.
The prosecution is not going to stand up and say, well, I believe there's really reasonable doubt, and my witness is a big fat liar. And Mr. Carroll's not going to stand up and say, you know what, I've got no defense here, and I don't even know I'm wasting anybody's, I don't want to waste anybody's time. So they're both advocating for their respective sides, the Commonwealth versus Mr. Banfield. So were they effective? Yes. But there's only so much you can do with certain facts. The prosecutor was burdened with Ms. Magalhães in a way, and the defense was burdened with some of the circumstances, the dirty laundry, the affair, and some of the statements that Mr. Banfield has made.
Yeah, and John Carroll, again, made the point to say he has admitted that he wasn't a great guy, that he did all these things, he had affairs with his wife, so you should trust him. He's not hiding that maybe he wasn't a great guy. So you have no reason to not believe that he would also get up here and tell you if he killed his wife and Joseph Ryan, not in self-defense. Let's, though, take you to Brendan Banfield's testimony. He testified for 2 days. Let's start with day one.
All right, call Brendan Banfield.
All right.
Did you love your wife?
Very much.
Did you want to continue your marriage with your wife?
Yes.
Did you have a relationship with Juliana Peres Magalhães?
Yes. The relationship started as professional in October of 2018. 21. In August, Juliana and I were home alone. Juliana started texting me while I was complaining about her dating activity. Quite a few screenshots of her dating app. I believe it was Hinge. The people that were in the Hinge app all had similar names to me. Their names were Brendan and Brandon and Brennan. Described people that she was interested in, people that were taller, people that were older, and it appeared to me that she was, along with the photos, the screenshots that she had shown me of people that she had matched with, that she was basically describing me. Scooted her seat closer to mine a couple times.
And so what did you do at that point?
I did not stop her advances. She came with me into my bedroom. She was concerned that I was going to tell Christine and that she was going to be essentially fired and sent back and lose her job, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her. Also indicated to her that I had previous affairs, and that really this was just an affair, that I have had affairs previously, and that there's nothing that changes in mine and Christine's relationship.
Now, was Christine aware of your affair?
I don't believe she was aware of the affair between me and Juliana.
Was she aware of your previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay, and likewise, were you aware of her affairs?
Yes, I was also aware that she had affairs.
Do you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for something that is not serious, that a plan was made to get rid of my wife. That is absolutely crazy.
All right, so a lot to unpack there, and the jurors, that was their first kind of time hearing Brendan Banfield, other than the body camera footage where he's in the hospital and the 911 call. What do you think the first impression was of Brendan Banfield if you're just going with that testimony alone?
It was just unusual. Brendan, Brandon, Bobby, I'm not sure the other names he threw out there. It was kind of a weird seduction story, in my opinion. But I think he had to get that out of the way in order to delve into the other items in the case. He made a decent point there at the end, which is, listen, this situationship was only going on 6 to 8 weeks, and I wouldn't throw away or try to kill my wife of this many years, 18 years or so, their relationship, over a 6 to 8 week situation with my with Miss Magalhães. So I think the end point was very strong. The beginning part about his her actions towards him was probably the most cringeworthy part of his testimony, but he had to deal with it, and he did the best that he could do considering his limitations.
You know, and it's so interesting to hear him talking like that. We do have some clips to play for you of his day 2 of testimony, but you know, this is something that keeps coming up over and over again, and I see it here in the comments as well. Somebody asked if you think this is going to go and become a hung jury situation. Just based on the testimony you've heard, you know, what are your thoughts there? Is it possible?
It definitely is possible. This is a case where I think people will have strong opinions one way or another. So it is definitely possible. It seems like a case where there's not a lot of room for negotiation with the jurors. I think people will have strong opinions for either the prosecutor or the defense. And when you have a situation where there's strong opinions, It only takes one person to hang a jury.
Right.
Either way, I've had cases where there was 10-2 for acquittal.
Wow.
And the government decided to try the gentleman again, and luckily he was acquitted, but it was 10-2 for acquittal. That was the rare circumstance where the judge allowed the vote to come out. This is a case where there's going to be strong opinions, one side or another. Those are the types of cases that could end up in a hung jury.
And you know, it's not just like they're going to come back today and be like, hey, we can't make a decision, right? The judge is going to say, go back in there, try again, right? How many times will that happen before they decide hung jury, if that is the scenario?
So there's typically what's called, I think Virginia might be called something else, but there's typically what's called an Allen instruction, which is, hey, listen, guys, hold on to your own honest opinions, but never hesitate to re-examine those opinions in light of the opinions of your fellow jurors, something along those lines. So usually there's one Allen instruction. I've been part of cases where there might be 2 Allen instructions, but usually it's one Allen instruction, and then after that, the judge will usually say, okay, I'm going to declare a hung jury. I don't see anything like that happening until Tuesday or Wednesday of next week.
Okay, so let's actually take you to day 2 of Brendan's testimony. Let's listen in.
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin-on-skin contact.
What did you think was going on at that point?
Sex.
Why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work. The sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounds sounded forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable.
Walked up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, and you weren't worried about your daughter at that point either then, right?
I don't think it was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured, and that was at the forefront of my mind. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay, but you're law enforcement, and this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that, and it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back out, and it's something that I've thought about many times. Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, and Joe Ryan was behind her. He was clothed. He was looking directly at me. I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Have you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room. I did not want to shoot him. He did a very forceful stab towards Christine. Christine told me that she was bleeding out, and that she was sorry and that she loved me. He was stabbing her. I mean, I wish I shot him earlier.
Now that you've heard all of the evidence, every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened. Now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony, at Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November.
These very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings, did not exist when your wife was alive.
Correct. Juliana and I weren't even together when Christine died.
You had broken up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you need to kill your wife to get her back?
Definitely not.
One of those affairs was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies. Is that correct?
I would not call it a fetish site.
Okay. What would you call it?
An arranged relationship.
Okay. But you were looking for someone to be your sugar baby?
I guess. It was a relationship where they would already know that I was married.
All right, so that was day 2 of testimony from Brendan Banfield, and he is the man who is on trial for murder, accused of killing his wife, Christine Banfield, and another man named Joseph Ryan. We are going to take a short break here. We'll be gone for about 15 minutes. We will still have things up, and we will be keeping a close eye on what is happening in the courtroom. We will be back at 4:15, and between 4:15 and 4:30 tonight, we should have some clarity on if the jury has made a decision or when they will be back to continue deliberations. Again, thank you for staying with us, and we will see you right back here on WUSA 9 Plus at 4:15 p.m. All right, thank you for staying with us here on WUSA 9 Plus. We have been taking you through the Brendan Banfield murder trial. I'm Katie Lasso, and here with me is Frank Salvedo, a criminal defense attorney who has been providing us legal analysis of everything that has unfolded these past 3 weeks. Brendan Banfield on trial for murder, accused of killing his own wife, Christine Banfield, and another man named Joseph Ryan. The prosecution says he came up with this elaborate plan, brought in his family's au pair, who he was having an affair with, and they plotted together to kill his wife and then pin it on Joseph Ryan, who they also killed. But the defense, he says that Joseph Ryan killed Christine Banfield and that Brendan shot Joseph Ryan in self-defense and that Juliana fired another shot because Joseph was still moving. Right now, the fate of Brendan Banfield rests in the hands of the jury. They went into deliberations around 12:30 this afternoon, and that is where they have been. No word from them yet. We do, though, Frank, expect some sort of update here in the next 15 minutes. Probably less than that. It's 4:17 right now. So you're saying we should get some kind of understanding, some update from Judge Penny Ascarati?
We'll get some update, whether it's just on scheduling or whatnot, but I would expect everybody is coming back to the courtroom now. Usually the judge will inform the parties what the jury is thinking about their schedule. So we should get an update here in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay. Lots of questions still coming in that we didn't get to earlier. Somebody asked, how do we know when the jurors are back? And you'll know as soon as we know, right? So we're watching the feed very closely. We also have our reporter, Matthew Torres, in the courtroom, as well as our digital producer, Sophie. They're keeping a close eye on what is happening inside of the courtroom and will let us know as soon as there is any sort of movement. I checked in with Matthew Torres about 15 minutes ago, and he said, no movement yet. These jurors have a lot of work ahead of them. Frank, you mentioned they're probably going through the witness testimony first. Is this based off of their notes? They don't have recordings, right?
No recordings, probably going on their notes. They could start off with the jury instructions as to what the Commonwealth has to prove, just so that they kind of understand the legal framework of what the prosecutor must prove, what is premeditation, that type of thing. They could start off with that. They could start off witness by witness. They could start off with the evidence. They could start off with a vote.
Okay. And what will happen when Judge Penny Ascarati comes back is she'll hopefully tell us if they've come to any sort of conclusion, if there is a verdict, which I feel like we would have had a thought by now, no?
Probably, but we're right at the edge, and deadlines drive decisions. So here we are at 4:19, 4:20. So we'll see. I think we'll have something in the courtroom very soon. If it's only Judge Ascarati saying, okay, we'll see everybody at 9:30, please don't discuss the case, and do her usual discussions. It'll be weird because the jury will come back and there'll only be 12 of them sitting there versus the 16 that were before. So now we're down to 7 women and 5 men.
Right.
The 4 that were dismissed were all males.
Men, yeah.
So it's going to be a different feel in that courtroom when they all come back, and then all of a sudden 4 of them are kind of missing. Just visually, it's kind of a weird scene.
Yeah, and do you think we'll hear from the prosecution or the defense tonight at all in any capacity, or they're done? They gave their closing.
I think they're done. They gave their closing. I think everybody needs a lot of rest emotionally, physically. I don't think either side will do any work on this case. They will probably just try to enjoy some time with themselves and with their family, away from kind of the insanity which this case has brought.
So, people are still weighing in on YouTube, and we're also looking through your questions that you're texting us. Again, if you have a question that you would like to send us, and Frank can try his best to answer it, I feel like he's answered almost every single question thrown our way. You can text us at 202-895-5599. You see that number there on your screen. Again, 202-895-5599. 5599. I do want to get to this question. Somebody brought up the topic of hung jury, and we've been talking about that a lot. Is there the possibility that this could be a hung jury? Obviously, there's a ton of evidence, a ton of testimony, but this person specifically said, if there's a hung jury, how many specific witnesses would be called and flip sides? Is there a potential that witnesses would flip sides from the prosecution to the defense?
No, really unlikely, because everything that a witness has said is under oath, has been transcribed. if all of a sudden a witness said, wow, I'm going to switch sides, the other attorney would say, well, wait a second, you gave that same oath 5 months ago and you said ABC and now you say XYZ. So it's very unlikely that there will be any flip-flopping. It'll be really a redo of the first trial. It's still way early in the process to think about a hung jury, given the length of this trial. I don't think you seriously start thinking about a hung jury until either the jury gives a note saying they're having some difficulties, or we get to like Tuesday of next week.
Yeah, and somebody else here mentioned a retrial is apparently always favorable for the prosecution because they will run circles around everything Brendan Banfield and John Carroll raised. Is that what you believe as well?
And I've said that before, there's a slight benefit for the prosecution. I think that the cross-examination of Ms. Magalhães might be a little bit less impactful because now she's ready for the questions. But perhaps Mr. Banfield doesn't even testify next time. So the defense can always turn some twists and turns, and I've had hung juries before that have ended in acquittals. So yes, predominantly it's an advantage for the prosecution, but I wouldn't say exclusively.
Okay. Somebody here wrote in the chat, Juliana arrested, why was she arrested first? And I think it's complicated, right? We heard testimony on both sides of why she was arrested first. You have the defense attorney saying she was arrested first because she was their pawn, the prosecution's pawn. They needed her to flip in order to have a case against Brendan Banfield. But then you have the prosecution who is saying, we had a case, we loved that we were able to get her, but they actually arrested Brendan before she decided to take that plea agreement. Now, as for why they arrested her first, can you speculate to that? I mean, was it just because she had admitted to Joseph Ryan?
I think there was that for sure, and there was also the blood evidence, so to speak, came back in a way that the investigators thought that they could justify an arrest of her. And then there was probably some efforts to turn her, so to speak. I'm sure there were negotiations with her attorneys, and then ultimately she did turn against Mr. Banfield, as it got farther down the road.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about what's likely happening right now. We are down to less than 10 minutes until the end of day for the jury. We do know that there's not normally court on Fridays, yet here we are. We had 3 weeks of trial so far, and 2 weeks included a Friday court day, and that was likely because of the snowstorm. The snowstorm knocked out Monday and Tuesday, so the jury was not there, the court was not there. But they were back in court today. There was a hard deadline of 4:30 for one of the jurors today. And I'm curious if one of the jurors was one of the alternates. Does that change things, or does it seem like the juror with that conflict was?
It seemed like the juror with that conflict was on the actual jury panel. I don't think the judge would have said a hard stop if it was the alternate. She might have just kind of gone over that.
Gotcha.
It's possible, but unlikely. I think she knew that one of the jurors who was actually on the jury panel was the one with the conflict. So I would expect 4:30 is a hard stop.
Yeah, and so what will be happening is that 4:30 hard stop, we should be getting an update from Judge Penny Ascarati. I just got an update from Matthew Torres. He said he sees Brendan Banfield's dad and stepmother leaving the courtroom or the courthouse. I'm not sure what that might mean, but it sounds like it means they have not reached a verdict. The question now, of course, is what will we find out when they return to the courtroom, hear the judge, and potentially anyone else. Thank you so many of you joining us back here. We're in the final minutes before we find out whether or not a jury verdict has been reached by the end of today. I mean, it's a Friday. We have the whole weekend. And, they can't work through the weekend. So their work ends at 4:30 p.m. They will not continue deliberating until Monday when they return. They're not allowed to do this on their own. You mentioned all 12 have to be in the room. So if one person leaves to go use the restroom or grab food, they all have to stop. Elaborate on that a little bit and why that is.
Sure. They want the collective judgment of all 12 people. And sometimes when you get a case where it's 10-2 or 11-1, and the one or the two uses the facilities or needs to take a break, you don't want the other 10 talking about the two kind of behind their back. So that's the beauty of the system. Everybody has to be together. They all have to be collective. This is not a situation where you have a judge trial where it's just one mind making a decision. We have 12 independent people, citizens of Fairfax County, It's the beauty of the system, it's the beauty of the jury system, it's the randomness of the system in a way, but they all have to be together. So it's a collective judgment, a collective verdict, not an individual verdict with everybody kind of taking sides. They all have to agree, which makes it difficult for a conviction. It also makes it difficult for an acquittal.
Okay, I'm just getting an update from Matthew Torres right now, who's been in the courtroom for us along with our digital producer, Sophie, and he says that court is officially done for today. So Judge Ascarati is not going to take the stand and give us an update. Is that common?
That's
it happens.
Not common. It happens. The jury probably passed her a note saying we're done for the day and we'll be back at a certain time. I think you'll probably hear something from the clerk or the judge or somebody. It'll leak out about what time the jury is going to come back, but it looks like they probably just passed her a note. They didn't reconvene everybody. It's slightly unusual. Usually the judge will bring everybody back to say, hey, don't talk to anyone about the case or anything like that. Usually the judge will reconvene, but Judge Ascarati decided to just take the note from the jury, dismiss everybody for the day, and start again on Monday.
It does look like John Carroll got his stuff from the courtroom and has left, according to Matthew. He says that they did not go back into the courtroom for an update, but they did get an update that court will resume on at 10 a.m. on Monday. So we'll be back here for you 10 a.m. on Monday on WSA 9+. A ton of questions, though, before we let everyone go that I just want to get answered if we can. Somebody asked, how do you ensure that the jurors, I think their exact quote here, how are the jurors going to make it through the weekend without talking about this, even unintentionally seeing or hearing? There's so much information out there about the case. How do they avoid that?
They probably want to talk about anything else than this case. So it's probably not hard. They probably haven't seen their family members for a while. They'll go to their kids' games. They'll go to their activities. They'll read a book. They'll do anything else. And if news coverage comes on, they'll turn it off. I don't think any juror wants to be the one that is caught violating the court's rules. There's been too much time, energy, and money spent on this. It's a trust issue. I don't think any juror will violate that order.
All right, we have another question here. Somebody asked, should the prosecuting attorney have spoken more about Christine, her fear, her life cut short, etc., and the other victim, Joseph Ryan, and his family? Many prosecutors do, even though it's not evidence of guilt. Do you think there should have been more conversation?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think oftentimes you will get a send a message type closing, which kind of can border on proper or improper. Sometimes you will get, the prosecutor in rebuttal to show those autopsy pictures. Sometimes you will get a more of an emotional play with respect to some of the evidence. That wasn't the approach by this prosecutor, but I wouldn't say it was ineffective for her not to do that.
This person asked, should the judge not have allowed a last-minute witness inside the court? Was that a low blow, just like the Commonwealth plea deal? Do you think that was a bad move?
It's tough to say without knowing the circumstance. She did allow Mr. Carroll to go way beyond the normal rules in cross-examining that witness. He was able to ask a lot of hearsay questions, probably a lot of speculation questions, a lot of questions that I think what the judge probably said at the bench was, listen, I'm going to allow this witness, but I'm going to give you, Mr. Carroll, the defense attorney, great leeway in cross-examining this witness. So, whether that witness should have been allowed or not, that could be a basis for appeal if indeed he's convicted.
Yeah, and speaking of appeals, somebody else asked, was mentioning that he hadn't told his story. We heard the prosecution say, why are you coming up and telling your story now when you didn't want to talk to the police, you didn't want to talk to our investigators this whole time? So this person is asking, was mentioning that he hadn't told his story before, possible cause for appeal as he had the right to be silent and not supposed to be used against you. And Frank, you mentioned this yesterday.
I did.
Let's talk about it more for this viewer.
Sure, I did. We talked about that. As soon as I saw that, you and I talked about that was an unusual circumstance to start off the cross-examination, at least reflecting, if not commenting on, his right to remain silent, especially after he had an attorney. There's been several things here and there. A lot of those objections are made at the bench, so we don't know exactly what was said. Virginia is a little bit weird on how to preserve those objections, but I have full faith that even under Virginia's rules, those were Those were preserved. So yeah, there was a couple things there that I thought could have gone either way or could form the basis of an appeal. Certainly the cross-examination along those lines, and also the surprise witness. Those were two of the things that kind of stood out to me. But we don't have access to those bench conferences as we look at it. That's when the real meat and potatoes of the objections, that's when that takes place.
Somebody asked here, did Brendan Banfield collect life insurance? And we don't know the answer to that, but you speculated that likely not, because that probably would have been brought up by the prosecution.
You would think that would have been brought up. That would have been witness number one, is the life insurance policy. I think the prosecution's version is he did it all for love. And the defense version is I was trying to protect my wife.
Okay, let's get to some more questions. I see a lot of you still asking questions. Somebody asked, the judge will stick with the deal apparently, or they're more so stating a fact for their opinion, but you know, they're asking about Juliana's plea agreement, I presume is what this is about, and they're asking, will the judge stick with that plea agreement? And you know, we don't know if she will. The thought is that she would, out of respect to the attorneys, correct?
You would think so. Otherwise, there wouldn't be plea agreements if judges could just turn around and say no. It is possible that the judge would somehow reject this or give a higher sentence, but I think it is very, very unlikely that that would take place. She held up her end of the bargain. She may not have been the most artful or the most credible witness, but she did hold up her end of the bargain.
Yeah. Is there anything that stands out for you as we close out of closing arguments day and this first day of deliberations?
Yeah, it's been a few weeks, right? It's been a long haul. I'm sure everyone is mentally and physically exhausted. Having been in long trials, I've had trials that have lasted 3 months that have been just absolutely exhausting for everybody involved. I think the thing that stood out to me was in the closings, I thought that the prosecutor did a decent job keeping it short and punchy and to the point in comport with her style. And I thought Mr. Carroll, with his style, certainly a Virginia gentleman, laid it all out, got it all out there. I think both sides, as they go to sleep tonight, can think, I did everything I could for my respective side. I thought the Commonwealth was well represented, so to speak, and I think the defense was well represented. There are certain facts that you just can't overcome, whether it's Juliana's weaknesses or Mr. Banfield's perhaps personality. They both put it out there, so I think they can rest tonight. The jury's got a lot to think about come Monday.
Okay, let's get to some more questions, but I do see a lot more people jumping on, likely because it's the end of the day and looking to see if there was a verdict decided, and short answer is no verdict yet. We did have court end for the day, so at 4:30 p.m. We found out that court is over for the day. The jurors have been sent home. They will return on Monday for deliberations at 10 a.m. That will start, and we'll obviously be staying on top of this and getting you updates as we get them, but there will be no deliberations over the weekend, so 10 a.m. is when we could find out if any decision is made, not right at 10 a.m., but that is when the jurors will return for deliberations to continue. We will be back on Monday when we know what the verdict is and getting you updates. We will be back on Plus as soon as we can Monday morning to try and provide you updates and obviously perspective on all of this. But seeing more people joining us, so let's keep taking these questions. It looks like a lot more coming in. Somebody asked, can Juliana's mother be charged with anything?
I don't think she can be charged with anything. I didn't hear anything that would lead to any kind of charge against her. I don't think there could be any charge against anybody else in this case. I think we have reached the end of the road.
I guess the question is probably centered around because that conversation that I believe John Carroll had Juliana read, where she says, my mother told me to tell Tess, Brendan's mother, and Brendan that Brendan was at fault, or to tell Tess that Brendan planned the whole thing. You know, is there any, nothing?
It's the end of the road. I wouldn't expect it. I assume her mother is in Brazil.
Right.
I don't anticipate any charges against a foreign national with the extradition process involved. So
right.
I think Juliana's mother can sleep well tonight, I don't think there's any chance she gets charged.
Somebody wrote, there needs to be a law when a key witness does not testify the truth in court and then tells something different to a news outlet after the trial. They should be sent to prison. We know Juliana is already in talks with several production companies. Is there a penalty if she does do an interview and her story does not match what she testified to?
Well, there is a law.
Okay.
It's called perjury. First of all, you have to have someone who's willing to prosecute somebody for perjury. Perjury is its own unique statute. Perjury has to occur in court, and the Commonwealth would then have to bring the charge against the person who committed the perjury. They would then have to prove that the person intentionally lied in court. Perjury is a very difficult statute to reach. I don't see that there's any real chance of a perjury charge. And again, that's something that the prosecutor has to bring. So they're very happy, I think, with Juliana's testimony. They're not going to turn around and charge her with perjury. That I often hear that from folks. That is a very, very rare circumstance. In many years, I've only had one client charged with a perjury situation.
Okay, somebody asked, has the jury been released for the weekend? And the answer is yes. We are aware that court is out for the day. They wrapped up right at 4:30. We know that one of the jurors had another obligation, and they weren't even supposed to be in court today. This was kind of a last-minute decision to make up lost time. We lost 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, because of the snow. So the jury is gone for the day. They did not reach a verdict here yet. They will be back at 10 a.m. Monday morning, and we will be back here on WUSA 9+, keeping you posted on everything that happens in the courtroom. So we hope you'll stick around with us then. Next week, we might have Frank back with us to answer more of your questions. I do see more coming in, and we'll keep going through those and try to answer them as they come in. But thank you so much for watching along with us the Brendan Banfield murder trial and offering us your questions and your input. We appreciate it, and we will be back with you on Monday morning.